Here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase Season 2. My name is Corey Baumiester, and today I am joined by fellow Cube lover as well as Pro Tour Neon Dynasty champion, Mr. Kassis. Ely, how you doing today, and what are you looking forward to?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me, Corey. It's nice to be alongside the estimable Corey Baumeister. I'm looking forward, I know, right? I'm looking forward to some high-level Magic played from some of the most skilled people we have in the field, and most of all, Vintage Cube. This is the format. We have Power 9 in there, we have crazy combos, and anything could happen. It's just kind of wonderful to see.
Yeah, you know, I feel like you don't play as much Magic as maybe you did 10 years ago, family, business, all that kind of stuff. So whenever I see you playing Magic, it's usually prepping for a Pro Tour or playing vintage cubes, you know, with LSV or doing 8-man cube drafts pretty much consistently, right?
Very guilty on that. That's my guilty pleasure these days, is team drafting vintage cube. It's just some of the most fun Magic. If I still want to enjoy the game not competitively, that's what I want to do.
Yeah, but of course you still want to be beating these players for just straight pride, I imagine, right?
Oh yeah, we got to win every time.
Okay, everyone. So as we get ready to show you this booster draft, first we're going to give you a schedule of what you're going to be seeing on this entire broadcast. So let's pull that up. We are going to be starting off this morning here with a draft, and then rounds 1 through 3 will be all vintage cube till we find someone who wins their pod. Then rounds 4 through 6, those will be modern, trying to find who wins their pod. Those two players will go to the grand finals and play off for all the money, all the trophies, and all the glories. And of course, rounds 4 through 6 for modern, we'll be joined by Reid Duke in the booth. You'll be stepping away for that one. Will be really, really fun here. But now, Ely, how do you actually qualify for this event?
That's a great question. So we have these tournaments on Magic Online. They start out with a really large field, sometimes over 300 plus players. And then you'll top 8 one of those, qualifying for this other prestigious tournament that's a 32-person tournament. These are showcase qualifiers, where first place, the winner of these, gets an invite to the mock. So that's a really great prize. So obviously, these are huge events. And then after that, we have the showcase opens that are limited tournaments. And these are 2 of them, and they're pretty open to anyone that wants to sign up. And again, first place finishers get invited to the mocks, and then there's 2 more slots that go to the people who have the most cumulative top finishes on the mocks leaderboard. And then these are the 8 players that comprise this very prestigious event.
I try every year, Ely. I play in these showcase qualifiers. I actually played in both of the showcase opens. You know, I always try, but yet I'm always here commentating.
Oh.
That's all right, because I get to call a vintage cube draft with one of my good buddies and the best Magic player in the world. So I really can't complain here. Now let's talk about what these players are actually playing for as far as the cash goes. So limited and constructed, both players, or all 8 of these players, will be in each of those categories. So no matter what, you're walking away with $1,000, even if you go 0-6 in this event. But then each win you get is cumulative. So first win, 1,000 extra bucks. Second win, 2,000 extra bucks. Third win is really what we're talking about here. Getting that $4,000 extra dollars into your pocket, and then qualification to the World Championship here in 2026. These 2 invites are basically going to be the first 2 players that are qualified for the most prestigious event of the year, the World Championship. And Ely, you definitely have plenty of experience playing in the World Championship. You know, you took second in 2021. What is it like to play in the World Championship year after year?
Oh, it's just such a total honor. You have the best people in the whole world, and it's kind of like you're representing your country, and you're almost fighting for glory. And the idea that you could be on a Magic card and be eternalized for the rest of time, in a way, it's something.
It really is. You know, I used to play those World Championships when they were just still big Pro Tours. You know, so it doesn't have that same appeal, I think, as it does now. These tournaments are much smaller, and it truly is the best players in the world. So being able to qualify for that is what all of these players are very much looking out for. And speaking of the players, Ely, who exactly is qualified for this event, and anybody you want to keep an eye on?
We certainly have 8 of the sharpest minds. These are long-term moto grinders. If I had to pick my top 3, we have Tom White, McWinsauce, as he's also known. We have Yuuki Ichikawa, and especially the young goat, Nathan Stoyer. These are my top picks to, I think, perform well in this event.
Yeah, definitely the favorites in the event. All the rest of the players are still phenomenal Magic players, and any one of these players could take it down. But hey, Nathan Stoyer played this event multiple times. The last time he played in one of these moxes, he won it. He straight up took it down. So Nathan is looking to do that again here. So let's bring it back and get ready for, well, what you're all here to watch here. And that's going to be a good old vintage cube draft. But before we get into the actual draft itself, Ely, where we will be watching Nathan Stoyer, one of your teammates, what do you like in this cube? What is your style? Kind of, what are you hoping to open, I guess, even though I think I probably know? And how is this cube different than the previous iterations?
Every cube has a sort of like focus. So some are combo oriented, some are more aggro oriented. This one feels like more of a fair mid-range oriented cube with a pretty decent color balance. So I'm pretty much trying to play the seat and see what color pairs are open to me rather than pre-deciding. And I'm trying to make something that fits well in a mid-range grindy kind of a battle. Favorite card to open?
Yeah, go ahead.
Favorite card open is certainly Black Lotus, and doing whatever wonky combos you can do with either Luris or Six or Sarah Paragon, and just getting to go nuts on turn 1.
So that's your secret to cubing, is do Black Lotus and do it often?
If I can.
Okay, fair enough. The thing that I've been having a decent amount of success with, and I don't know if this is like, truly a great strategy, but the Mardu mid-rangey colors. I've been having a lot of success with either, black, red, maybe having a hybrid plan with some reanimator strategies, or just mopey mid-range Mardu decks. Is that something you've been doing well with, or what's your kind of favorite archetype these days?
It's probably a weakness in my arsenal that I don't draft Mardu very often, but also in our team drafts with these other players, there are certain players that always draft Mardu. So I almost avoid it intentionally, just knowing what my opposition is doing. And they do very well with it. Mardu has a lot of powerful combinations, and you're almost incentivized to splash for bombs and to play multiple colors and to have some kind of an aggressive strategy. But I would say you generally want to see what your seat has, even if you have a favorite like Mardu.
Okay, makes sense to me. So, Ely, what do you say? How about we, be done talking and we go watch a booster draft? You in?
Let's do it. Draft.
Let's do it. Okay, let's check out our featured drafter here. It's Nathan Stoyer. One of, like you were saying, the young GOAT. Nathan Stoyer has won a world championship. He has won a pro tour. He has top 8'd multiple other premium events. And, well, he's still a very, very young guy, so he has a bright future ahead of him. He basically had a Hall of Fame career in 1 year, which is so unheard of. He channeled his win in the Mox back in 2020, I believe, maybe 2021, into making it to the World Championship, into making it to the finals, where he played against this scrub by the name of, it was Kassis. He beat in the finals, didn't he?
Yeah, I'll always remember what AO does for the rest of time now, just from my match. It's just etched in my mind. It was so close, but what does it do? Does it award you second place money? Is that what AO does, or? That's exactly what AO does. It says when it goes to the graveyard, you get second place.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But that finals was awesome. It was a really special moment. You played phenomenal as well, and then Nathan Stoyer played that Grixis deck to holding the trophy, barely holding the trophy. It was a little bit too large for him. At his young age.
Thing was huge.
That thing was huge. It was really impressive. So, been playing for about 10 years. And has worked his way up to the highest level of the game. So, all right, let's dive on in and get started here with this Vintage Cube draft. All right, looking at the first pick here, looks like we have Strip Mine reserved. There's Prismatic Vista, some lands. No power though, Ely. What do you like?
There's a few things I like here. So certainly fixing is important in cube. So Vista, Strip Mine, Underground Sea are all great starts to this draft. And then if you want something that isn't fixing and just a powerful card, Fiery Confluence, and destroying 3 artifacts in Vintage Cube is huge. Dealing 6 to your opponent out of nowhere, or even just sweeping a lot of creatures and go wide strategies. It offers so much flexibility and power within one card. But most of all, I'm taking the Strip Mine because it leads to just so many powerful combo strategies that close out games.
Okay, Strip Mine is the pick here. It's not power, so you're a little disappointed in that, but you know, you don't open it every single time. So, looking at this pick, a nice combo with Strip Mine is Wrenn 6. Exploration is another solid card. Outside of that, we have some solid lands. What do you like here? You just windmill slamming that Bright Glass Gear Hulk?
Well, most of what I'm looking at here is like, what are the powerful cards? Because I don't want to just jump in. I want to stay flexible. So to me, No More Lies is one of the better spells because counter magic in Vintage Cube is so premium. But I'm still thinking maybe I should take mana fixing first because just dedicating a blue-white pick might be kind of tough. So Spirebluff Canal or Starting Town are very appealing to me. Even though Exploration is good, it tends to be a card that wheels a lot. So that's kind of where I would be.
Wrenn 6, though, is the pick. I feel like that's maybe not the highest pick. I've seen that so late. You know, I've last picked a Wrenn 6 before. But, of course, with Strip Mine, it's really good.
Yeah, this feels like zeroing in on the Strip Mine and trying to have the combo established early, which is definitely another strategy.
Okay, so we have Through the Breach. Skull Clamp is a really nice card. Parallax Wave, maybe even Nissa if you want some rampy decks. Some nice ones here.
Oh, certainly. And I really love Skull Clamp. It just makes so many fun plays, turning your elves that are ramping into draw 2s later, or making blockers tough, or, you know, attacking with a creature and they just don't want to block it either. But Parallax Wave, also a really strong pick. I think everything else in this pack doesn't quite stack up to those two. So it's either between the Wave or the Clamp, and it's staying either with colorless cards on color that will make most decks, or taking the really powerful Parallax Wave and going in a white direction.
Yeah, I definitely like just taking power, you know, as much power as you can in those first 5 picks or whatever, but Skull Clamp would leave you a little bit more open, so I think that's what I would do, but Parallax Wave is incredible. There's some really nice combos that you can do with the card as well, so Parallax Wave into the pile. All right, looking at this, we have Sylvan Safekeeper. You know, if we can maybe find a Nadu, something like that, do some combos with that. Berserk in there, Grave Titan for maybe some reanimate strategies. What do you like here?
I don't like anything here. This
is not great.
So Sylvan Safekeeper fits the theme of like the Reddit 6 Strip Mine deck. Grave Titan is good if you're a reanimator deck, but this is a lot of fill and not a lot of excitement here.
Yeah, that is a less than exciting card here. So picking up Sylvan Safekeeper, you know, maybe you want to try to find Nadu. Is that something that's on your mind, or is maybe Nadu not as good in this version of the cube?
I think Nadu actually gets better when you're expecting like a slower, grindier matchup. So definitely excited to have Nadu pretty much always.
Okay, so here is Crucible Giver. Even Inquisition is a solid spell. Also, you know, the Tyrant, if you really want to try to go big here and ramp. What do you like here?
I like either Inquisition or Chain Lightning. I want to have early answers and interaction because I didn't open power. I'm not having a quick deck out of the gates. It looks like I'm drafting something reactive. Okay. So I much prefer removal or maybe hand discard here.
Okay, and taking a look, now we're switching to the view where we get to see who's passing to Nathan, who's Nathan passing to, and wow, we got a power check there. We got a Mox Ruby down in the bottom left part of our screen. That is Guillermo, and nickname Zampa. So that is Zampa's Mox Ruby there. That's a nice start.
Excellent start, especially having the Ruby, Clamp, Confluence, Starting Town. The deck is themed, and most of those cards are going to make the deck.
Okay, so we ended up picking Crucible of Worlds to be able to get Strip Mine going. I mean, that's nice. Being able to bring back Strip Mine in 2 different ways already, I'm here for that. Looking at this pack, we could do Orcus Lumberjack if you want to do some ramping, or just good old-fashioned Birds of Paradise. I'm here for it.
Bird of Paradise is definitely something that still hasn't gotten outclassed even in 2025.
No, that's a card that lives on, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, picking up the bird here. I absolutely love that pick. And now looking at the next pick here, Sarah Paragon, like you were saying, that looks pretty nice. Being able to recur some things. Overlord of the Mistmore seems okay. Fanatic of Ronus, just okay. Anything you like here?
So I kind of like Overlord and Sarah Paragon, both great cards, but also Chandra is a very powerful Planeswalker, and Planeswalkers in general are powerful in this format. So it's certainly between one of those 3 cards for me, and it could go either way. Sarah Paragon is nice with Strip Mine, but you only get the 1 extra use, and then it gets exiled, but you also gain 2 life, so it's still really good.
Okay. Yeah, Sarah Paragon, just a nice card at, recurring that Black Lotus when we open it, pack 2, right? Oh, wait a minute, there's Duelist of the Mind. That is literally Nathan Stoyer's card from winning the World Championship here. I mean, this is poetry that we get to see this in the pack together, don't you think?
Absolutely. His very image is sitting on the screen. He's looking at himself right now.
Yeah, he's looking at you. He's like, remember the finals of that World Championship, Ely?
Hashtag never forget.
Yeah, you say AO gives you the reminder, but I think Duelist of the Mind would do so as well. So Cosmic Ground Zenith is the pickup there. A solid card, and Lush Portico here is nice.
Yeah, this is a good fixing, and having us available when you're already prioritizing fetch lands is really important in these kinds of decks.
Yep, totally agree. Being able to even just have 1 surveil land, it just changes, kind of how you can play out your deck. That turn 1 fetch land, say go, and get a surveil in, having that reliably every single turn is awesome. So Exploration Tabled, as well as Jetmir Garden here, or Burst Lightning, like you were saying, for that, early damage and control type thing.
Or the Gearhulk. There's actually a lot of picks here that fit this kind of deck and theme, and so it's kind of unfortunate they're all in the same pack. The last pack also had really good picks that were all good for this deck.
So we were kind of watching and drafting with Nathan, or at least you and your team were, and I was kind of observing, trying to get an idea of how he likes to draft and stuff like that. And I did see him utter one phrase of, "If y'all ever catch me drafting bright glass Gearhulk," and use some colorful language at the end. So I don't think he loves that card.
It's really hard to make it work in this format, but it seems like we already have the base for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't consider it either. Yeah,
this is 100% the best start you could have to play that Gearhulk. But picks up Nissa, picks up a Tamiyo, leans that one to the side, aka insinuating that, he's probably not going to play that one, but Nissa looks great. And then Vaultborn Tyrant, here just a nice gigantic creature to ramp in here. So as we kind of get towards the end of pack 1 here, Temple Garden being picked up, which is nice. How do you like this deck so far, Ely? Maybe like 1 out of 10.
Oh, it's more like a 6, unfortunately. You don't have power, and our early spells are not that quick out of the gate and not that devastating yet. So I'd be looking to get a lot of help.
Okay, looking to get some help in this pack. Now, looking at this next one, dang, no power once again, but hey, we got a Palace Jailer. That's gotta be a nice pick. As well as Llanowar Elf, maybe Luris here. Gotta be Jailer though, right?
Absolutely. Jailer's just one of the top picks in this cubed format. It's just so good overall. Green-white needs removal. It's kind of what this deck wanted right here.
Okay, Palace Jailer highlighted. Looks like Nathan agrees with us. I mean, that card's just so incredible. Really does some nasty things. If you can ever exile a creature with Jailer, follow it up with Parallax Wave, really clear out your opponent's ability to steal the Monarch from you, you gotta be feeling pretty nice.
Yeah, or even just re-trigger the Monarch by using Parallax Wave to take out your Jailer, and then having Parallax Wave go on its own fading, and then coming back and just having it.
Ooh, that's why we got you in here, man, because that's the next level plays that we all want to be hearing about. So, all right, looking at this in our colors, we of course have that green-white Razor Verge Thicket, but a pretty weak second pick here. Celestial Colonnade, or maybe the Sowing Mycospawn, or just another Wasteland. That looks good too. What do you like?
It's not that weak of a second pick. Dismember is considered a very high priority pick, having 1-mana removal spells that are colorless, essentially. You'll just always pay 4 life, basically. And green-white is especially lacking in removal. Like, white has some, but green has almost none. So Dismember is a fantastic pickup right here.
So you're Windmill slamming Dismember here?
I think so. I think that's, to me, better than prioritizing Wasteland. You already have Strip Mine. There's not all matchups where Wasteland's even good, whereas like Strip Mine is already better.
Yeah, Nathan went with the Wasteland. I think I would have too. Like, maybe I clearly undervalued Dismember there, as it wasn't necessarily even totally on my radar, but the explanation you gave makes a lot of sense. I probably would have drafted that Wasteland too. And okay, so here's another, a mini little combo there with all of these Strip Mines, Wastelands. There's 6.
More cards. If we had Lotus, that would be fantastic. I agree.
When we get Lotus, you mean, right?
That's a better way of saying it. I think 6 is just a little slow here with our start. Like, if we don't have anything going on in turns 1 and 2, really. So here's where I'd prioritize something like Thoughtseize. We need a major disruptor that's really cheap, and even though we're not really black yet, we're green, and green is the color of splashing every other color. So you can kind of just take the best card and fit it all in.
Okay, yeah, that is also not a pick I would have considered, but of course, Thoughtseize is an amazing card. But yeah, just not having... Wow, Nathan agrees with you there. And looks like he was leaning on 6, but decides to pick the Thoughtseize. So it's like you guys are teammates and you guys share some opinions on this, huh?
Well, it'd be more than that, too. He's the young goat, so I feel like he sees the line, knows the line, and he's doing it well. That's
fair. Okay, looking at this... Pest Infestation's a great card, and it's either that or Path, I guess, huh?
Path to Exile is a really good card as well, but it's not early removal, unfortunately, because if you ramp your opponent, especially in mid-range decks, you can really get blown out. Whereas Pest Infestation, very flexible. It can be a 3-drop, a 5-drop, a 7-drop. If you have some infinite mana combo, it's your win con. It's just so great and flexible that way.
Okay, so highlighted the Pest Infestation. If we had to look for a card, we'd hope Foothills here. And see what we got to work with here. Our mana base does look pretty good. We just really need something big. And oh man, that Boros Flyer, Athari, right?
Athari, yeah.
I'd be slamming that. Azure Orb does have a lot of combos though. What would you pick here?
Zernorb and Titania both really good in this deck, but yeah, I'm an Athari lover as well. Sometimes that card just comes down and steals the game on its own, which is really, really, really good.
Yeah, and I would have picked the creature that does the busted thing instead of, the 0-drop that, of course, can combo and do some busted stuff. I prefer the big flying mythic that puts things on easy mode a bit, but hey, Zernorb could be a phenomenal combo if we start seeing Crucible, Zurin Orb, Strip Mine. I mean, that is something that is very real and very hard to come back from.
They do all fit together nicely, but you can sometimes get Zurin Orb on the wheel too. Yeah,
that's what I would figure, that I would at least have a chance at it. So looking at this one, we got Draven Inspector. I love that. As well as Knight of the Reliquary. Normally, maybe not a card I even pay that much attention to. I guess maybe I don't draft green-white that often. But this feels like maybe the best Knight of the Reliquary deck I've seen.
Knight of the Reliquary would be very good here, but yeah, green-white's seldom drafted. It's not a powerful arc people think of, so it's usually a card that will lap as well. Mind Twist, I'm a Mind Twist lover, so I pretty much slam that card whenever I see it. I hate to pass it. I always lose to it when I pass it, so I feel like part of my love for it is like I don't want to lose to it, but I've also just had so many blowouts with it that it's just such a great card to take. And then we're already splashing black, and it's kind of like a great splash card too.
Yeah, that is probably the best splash card. I've been less impressed with Mind Twist in this version of the cube, but maybe I'm more of a Mind Twist hater. But oh my goodness, speaking of splash and black though, Reanimate here is incredible, but Ignoble Hierarch is also good in this deck. What are you picking?
Picking Reanimate just on power level, that card is just gross, and it's really hard to pass it and not worry about losing to it later. So I think Reanimate for me is for sure the pick.
Yeah, because this is, very different than if you're playing on Magic Online, you jump in the queues where you draft, play your matches, throughout the next couple days or whatever. This is within a pod, so you do have to focus on what you're passing people. And, I think your years of team draft experience has really helped you on that, but is that a tough skill to get when you switch from these queue drafts to a draft like this, to be able to realize that you need to worry about what you pass a little bit more?
I'd certainly say so, and you might get a little riffing from your teammates if you're passing crazy stuff, but wow, Minsc and Boo.
Oh yeah, Minsc and Boo here. I mean, just an absolute windmill slam here, right? Like, I guess Gut is pretty damn good as well, but Minsc and Boo is just like one of the best cards in this set.
Yeah, if the power 9 occupy the power 10, the spots, the top 10, then Minsc and Boo is the 11 to 20, and then Gut is like the 21 to 30. So both amazing cards, but Minsc having a little bit of an edge.
I lose to both of them so often that they're kind of the same to me, as they both wreck me. But looking at this pick, Seasoned Pyromancer is nice, but we probably can't cast it, as double red is a little tough. Courser looks good as well to me, but overall pretty weak pack, huh? Oh, we're highlighting the Flash.
I like the Flash pick here because I don't want to face it. I think it's an excellent cut.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I probably would have just tried to make my deck better, but I don't play in these pod drafts that often. As we get Scrubland picked up, helps with the fixing. Our one fetch land doesn't fetch it, but still, this is a solid land.
Certainly. Necromancy is also a really solid pick, and White of the Reliquary, if we feel like our black splash is really there, is a solid pick. So this is kind of a tough one, especially since you already have a bunch of fixing. So I don't know if I'm taking Scrubland here or if I'm prioritizing something that fits the theme, but I don't fault.
There was Generous Ent there too. Even Haywire Might. Haywire Might doesn't seem horrific in this cube as well, being able to just blow up some tricky to deal with artifacts and enchantments.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. We do have Council's Judgment and Pest Infestation already, so you don't have to worry about artifacts and enchantments too much, but I definitely wouldn't fault any player for any of those picks.
That's fair. Okay, kind of winding down here. We got to start getting some good stuff. And that Chain of Smog earlier, if we would have got the Witch Apprentice as well as this Witherbloom Apprentice, that actually could have been nice though, huh?
Yeah, now I feel like we'd have a really nice themed fit together like side combo package. And then there was even a Green Sun Zenith earlier in the draft as well.
It's so hard to move into those kind of lanes though, because you don't know what you're going to get, and if you're like a normal human, you don't remember exactly what's going to be wheeled to you. But it turns out in hindsight that would have been pretty nice. But hey, a solid reprieve here. That's actually really nice in a deck like this, wouldn't you say?
Really, really nice. People don't expect that kind of an effect out of a green-white deck, so usually you catch people quite by surprise.
Any Remand style card, sign me up. That's one of my favorite cards of all time.
I'm almost surprised from like a deck building perspective that they're so good, but after thoroughly playing them in Vintage Cube, yeah, they are so good.
It just feels good to say no to your opponent and also draw a card. I mean, that's like what Magic is all about.
Absolutely, especially when they're playing something that costs more mana than you're spending. You're gaining an advantage there in a sense.
Yeah, 100%. So winding down, and there is the Knight of the Reliquary, which tabled as you were alluding to and kind of expecting. Thraven Inspector is great though too, but you gotta pick Knight, right?
Yeah, this isn't really a Thraven Inspector deck, and I would certainly be taking the Knight of the Reliquary here.
Yeah, Knight of the Reliquary with Wasteland and stuff, that seems like really important to me. Or, okay, now Bloodbraid Challenger, that's a pretty solid card in this deck, right?
Oh, I agree
Thalia.
too. There is some thought to Badlands for splashing, but we don't really have a 5, and Challenger seems good here too. So either one of those cards are great.
Ooh, and a Savannah late pick. That's a nice late pick. And a Courser right at the end as well. So, all right, winding down towards the end of this draft. Ely, what do you think? Is this a good deck, or is this a train wrecker? Because the thing is, you know, you're very incentivized to be swinging for the fences here with the structure of the mocks. You know, you go 2-1, it's fine, but you really want to be 3-0ing your pod. How do we like Nathan's deck?
It does not seem like a 3-0. I don't want to call it a train wreck. There's some powerful cards there. We didn't get any power, but there is some decent theme at work, and there are some also powerful catch-up spells between the Parallax Wave, the Palace Jailer, the Winds of Abandon. We have ways to dramatically catch up quick out of nowhere and make really powerful plays. Even the Pest Infestation does that, and a decent amount of ramp in the one-drop creatures. But we seem to just be lacking a little bit of cohesion and like curve pressure that we want to be applying to most other mid-range decks.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at every deck that players drafted, and what do you like as far as a grading system, Ely? Do you want to do like A through F? You want to do a 1 through 10? What do you like to do usually when you look at cube decks?
I like a 1 through 10. It lets us do like 6.5 if we don't feel like it's a 6 or a 7, you know?
Okay, well that leads me to my first one. Nathan Stoyer, our featured drafter. What do you give this one?
I give this one a 6. I'd like to think it's close to a 6.5, so it's closer to a little bit more than less. But yeah, we're just missing out on a few of those things I mentioned earlier.
Okay, sounds good. So now we'll take a look at seat 2. This is Zampa, who had that double power. We see the Mox Ruby. We see a Time Walk there. This looks, oh my god. I mean, this deck looks like the most fun you can possibly have playing Magic.
Yeah, Zampa's deck is gross. I'm giving it either 8.5 or a 9, which is a rare grade for me. It has to have multiple power, has to be perfectly on theme, has to great mana, and it just has all of that.
Yeah, this is definitely someone to keep an eye on. This is someone who we would not be surprised if this was the person that was heading to the World Championship here after this draft. Really nice stuff here from Zampa. So let's take a look at seat 3. This is Alison Silva. Let's see Alison's deck here. And okay, I see a Mox Diamond. I see a Jite. Ooh, the One Ring. That's got to be in that, right outside of Power 10. That's a card that I first pick quite often. And there is a Mind Twist as well. What do you like about this one?
Oh, first of all, you're definitely right. The One Ring is in the 11 through 20 top best cards, especially being colorless. This deck's good, but it's like black-red mid-range, and so it's trying to really play a fair battle well, and if the opponent's playing fair, then it'll stand a chance. But some of these cards are not as powerful, like standing alone on their own. I try to give this deck a 6 as well.
Okay.
If it had some more like juice early, like it really wants to draw this Mox Diamond every opening hand, then it would get a few more points. But as it stands, I think around a 6 is probably where I rate it.
Okay, that makes sense. This is kind of that Mardu shell, these Mardu color pairs that I end up drafting a lot of decks that end up like this. And let me tell you, they are 2-1 and 1-2s pretty consistently, but the amount of 3-0s I've had with them is not great, so we'll see here for Alison. Let's look at seat 4. This is maybe our most established player, definitely one of 2 here. It's Yuuki Ichikawa, and oh my goodness, I can only see one card right now, and it is just my eyes are fixated on our beautiful, beautiful enchantment here, Underworld Breach. A combo deck here, it really looks like. Walk us through this one.
So this deck's trying to do the Brain Freeze Underworld Breach combo, and generally speaking, you want to have Lion's Eye Diamond to go with it. I don't see it here, so that's probably an unfortunate miss in this draft, but it seems like we have every other piece that we need to kind of assemble the mana and just go at it from that perspective. So the hard part is Yuuki won't be able to win early, so Yuuki will need to stave them off a little bit and establish enough mana on the board so that they can do the Breach each combo. But if we get there, we have all the ways to do it. Demonic Tutor, Imperial Seal, like we will find these cards. We'll Wheel of Fortune into it if we need to. And the fun thing is too, if you really count your deck well and you manipulate your opponent's library well, you can win with Underworld Breach and Wheel of Fortune and just keep Wheel of Fortuning and having them deck exactly. Meanwhile, you're left with a no library. So there's some interesting interactions you can do here like that as well.
Wow, that's big brain stuff here. So, okay, this deck looks cool. There's a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, maybe getting to the late game seems a little difficult. What would you give this deck?
If this deck had a Lion's Eye Diamond, it might be an 8.5 to a 9 also. Without it, without having any kind of fast mana, this deck probably also gets a 6. I could see it just being really weak in the early game and not being able to assemble well.
Okay, makes sense to me. Let's go to seat 5. This is Alejandro Romero. And okay, Mox Jet, we got a little power action there. Some good old Golgari. There is that Reanimate. Okay, I mean, this looks pretty solid to me. As far as gigantic targets, we have probably my favorite, being able to get back Archon. It seems like one of the more powerful things to do, as well as this really powerful Celestia Mythic as well. How does this look?
This deck looks great. This deck's probably in the 7.5 to 8 range.
Okay.
Probably closer to 7.5 though. Really powerful spells, has a piece of power, it has a reanimate theme like sub-packaged into some good green spells that are just splashing. I like a lot of the cards that are going on here. I think the only thing that this deck is missing is it doesn't have as much like deck manipulation. So getting creatures into the yard, like if we had an Entomb, would be really big and really help push this deck higher. But you do have some of the best reanimate creatures. Torsten's fantastic. If we had like Natural Order here, it would level up that card again some more as well. So definitely a good deck, but I could see it maybe lacking a little bit of cohesion in needing that extra piece of how do we get these things into the yard.
Yeah, and the mana base maybe is a little bit to be desired for just 4 non-basics. It's fine though. This is pretty much a 2-color deck, but that is a lot of basics for Vintage Cube, wouldn't you say?
Certainly, yeah. We don't want to be in that range. Fortunately, there's not many green cards, but also, unfortunately, some of those green cards are 1-drops that we want to be able to play early.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. What do we have, 4 sources for an Elvish Mystic on turn 1?
Yeah, and I don't know if there were better cards, but we're kind of playing 18 land with the Generous Ent and the Mox Jet totaled into the mana base, and we don't have a high curve. So we can use those lands with like 6 or pitch them to Liliana. So there are some outlets for them, but not a lot, where it's not likely we're going to hardcast Torsten, and maybe we'll hardcast Archon of Cruelty, but I think I would have liked to see something else to give the deck a little bit more smoothness towards the top. But still, a decent 7.5 I give this deck.
Can we even hardcast Torsten? Is it even possible?
Looks like no.
I guess we can Green Sun Zenith for 7. That's kind of the one way that you can quote unquote cast it, but no ability to do that one. So we're reanimating that one.
I got it. We Dothy Voidwalker a Mox Pearl from them.
This is why we pay you the big bucks, Ely, for this expert commentary that you're giving us. Absolutely love it, my man. All right, looking at seat 6 here. This is Jessy Samek. And let's see what Jessy drafted here. Looking at this, and ooh, baby. I know one of our mutual favorite cards here, the Lord High Artificer. Maybe not that amazing in this deck, but I know it is one of our favorite cards.
Yeah, it's a little out of place in this deck, and I guess I'm a little surprised to see it here, but there are
Ephemerate it, Ely. Ephemerate it.
I should have seen that. You're right. I missed it. The combination of Guide of Souls and Oscillate Pride, I mean, that's the energy deck in Modern. So it's a very powerful 2-card kind of combo. So if we can pull these things off together, it'll be very good. We certainly have like some of the cards that make us want to have like Urza Saga. Like there's a Lava Spur Boots in here, but it doesn't look like we have the Urza Saga. So that's probably a little bit of frown tanning for having this kind of build. It seems like this deck was one one that we tried to go artifacts and failed. And so this is like what we jumped to kind of like fix it so we didn't train wreck. And having said that, I think it's actually not bad, just not super exciting. So some great 1-drops and some really great 5-drops, but like our 4s do not fit the deck as well as they could. And then there just are no 3s, no 6s, no 7s. And so we just really just have 1s and 2s and 5s, and we're going to try to be flexible in between. So this deck probably gets a 6.5 from me.
Okay, all right. So yeah, maybe it didn't fully come together, but hey, you know, I mean, Ephemerate on your Warped Riddler, these kind of things. There's some powerful things going on here, but things do gotta kind of break Jesse's way there. So let's take a look at seat 7. This is Thomas White, Mr. McWin Sauce. Let's see what he drafted here. We didn't get a peek of this, but okay, look in here and oh, baby, that's Ancestral Recall. That's a balance. Dak Faden as well, and a Time Warp. A lot of colors, but I mean, this deck looks sweet.
So I sometimes get teased in our team drafts because I value balance way higher than most people. But unfortunately, this isn't the best balance deck because we don't have cheap artifacts and enchantments to make our hand size go down to balance the field. So it's a little out of place here, but obviously I'd still run it. I always run balance. Pretty much even in mono white aggro, I'll still run balance. The Ancestral Recall, really sweet. This deck is themed on Jeskai really well. It has the man lands. It has fixing, and it has an okay curve. Our 1-drops are not that exciting because it's not like we'll play Flame Slash on the play on turn 1, and Lightning Bolt, we have to hope they have a target for it, or Swords. But I mean, Ponder or Ancestral on turn 1 is great, but if you Ancestral on turn 1 and then your turn 2 is I don't have anything except keep up a counter or maybe play this Talisman of Progress, then you might end up discarding the hand size and kind of like negate part of the card advantage, which isn't the worst, especially if you're discarding Fallage maybe. But it's something where you're playing control here, and maybe there's not as many of the control elements that I'd like to see. This deck did get the Othari that we saw Nathan pass up on, and I think that's going to be essential for Tom to win games.
And pretty late, right? Like, I think McWinsauce was like 4 seats away, so the fact that it even made it there is kind of wild to me.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. But we really just have those 2 win cons in this deck and not much else. So controlling the board state and really running our opponent out of resources is going to be important, and then following it up with the win cards so that they don't get exiled. Otherwise, I could just see this deck kind of decking.
Okay, yeah, honestly, I kind of could as well, but hey, we have the ultimate win con in the mana base, though. It's Celestial Colonnade, I mean, with your years of being friends with Shaheen Sarani, you should know that's the only win con we need, right, buddy?
The Shaheen Sarani, yes, of course. If you have any complaints, make sure you send your emails to him.
Exactly, yes, he is the complaint department, for sure. Shaheen catching strays here on this broadcast, gotta love it. So, what would you put for the grade here for McWinsauce?
It's between 7.5 and 8, and I can't decide which way I'm leaning. I think I would give it an 8 just on like the power of its spells and not really a lot of bad cards. So I'm leaning higher on it. And I could certainly see this card being a contender, this deck being a contender. I don't think it's going to do worse than 2-1 unless it gets pretty unlucky.
Okay, so as far as my calculations, I think Zampa was the higher grade, but other than that, Thomas White here getting the Ely stamp of approval as being the second highest, so keep an eye out on McWinsauce. And let's take a look at our final seat here. It is Adam Wasburn. Let's check out how his deck is, and oh, there's a lot of artifacts. So this is where we saw, and this is the draft we were kind of looking at the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. This is a workshop deck, as well as a pretty solid home for a City of Traders. If you're looking at a City of Traders deck, it's probably this one, huh?
Yes, but we're blue-green with double green in channel, and then double blue and if we're casting Force Will or Force Negation or Kickering lose focus. So it's sometimes hard to make City of Traders work in a deck like this. You still play it. You still need to because you're trying to play more expensive CMCs earlier in the game to gain an advantage to get ahead. These decks have the ability to have like some explosive plays that that really just blow the opponent out, but they tend to be less consistent and harder to pull off. So as much as I love drafting this style of deck, and I've drafted it a lot, I feel like this one didn't quite come together in the way I would have liked. Piecing together channel with a high drop, and there are only 2, and there's no way to tutor either part really. It makes this deck a little bit harder to function. So this deck probably gets a 7 from me.
I mean, I guess we do have Channel and Walking Ballista. That's kind of cool as well, but that doesn't necessarily work out as well as, let's say, Channel Fireball or anything like that.
Yeah, it's like the Forensic Gadgeteer really needs the Basalt Monolith, and we didn't quite get that. And we have 2 different forces, Negation and Will, but our blue count is 6, maybe 7 cards. So we don't really have the pitchable, so which means we need to hard cast these things quite often.
Okay.
We didn't get the power that we wanted, or Tolarian Academy. Unfortunately, Adam missed out on some key things that I'm sure weren't in his seat to draft.
Yeah.
So kind of unfortunate. It's a high risk when you go for the artifact themed deck, because if you get the cards, you probably 3-0 the draft. So it's probably smart to go this way. Like you were saying, you really want to win it all and shoot for the fences. And it just seems like maybe the seat missed on card availability.
Okay, so what are you giving this kind of draft here? Are we in train wreck territory, or is this still just a mid-grade?
It's still a mid-grade. It still gets a 7 because it can still put up some really good results and have really fast curves and has decent combos. But I think 7 is a little bit generous, and 6.5 might be where realistically it plays out if I watched it a few times and saw the cohesion firsthand.
Okay, and still, you can always get an Oko on turn 2, and you can do some busted stuff, so we'll see if Adam can pull this out. So that is our 8 draft decks. We'll come back to the booth here and get ready here for round number 1. But before we get into that, let's talk about all the cool things that Magic Online has to offer here in the near future. A lot of cool stuff. So, starting it off, Extra Life here. Magic Online is hosting its annual Extra Life charity stream on Saturday, November 8th. So you can join us to help raise money for the kids with prizes. Help raise money for kids. There's prizes, giveaways, trivia, interviews, and much more. So let's make some magic and make a difference. As well as next up, we have our creator game show. I've been seeing a lot of this, Ely. This is pretty sweet. So we're seeing 8 different creators that are jumping in and testing out their magic knowledge, their memory, drawing skills. They're doing all kinds of chaotic stuff there. So tune in Saturday, October 18th to check out the next creator showdown that's going on. Looks like a lot of fun. Next up, we have these pack wars on MTGO. This is really cool stuff as well. So some call it mini masters. We call it pack wars here. So you start with 1 pack and battle your way to victory, 1 booster pack at a time. It's simple, fast, and it's full of surprises. So check that out if you are interested. And then last but not least, it's the season of Cube. There are 4 different cubes over 4 different weeks. Ely, your ears perked up when we started talking about 4 different cubes, huh?
Oh, yeah. CubeCon is such an awesome event.
It really is. So we've teamed up with CubeCon, content creators, and cube designers to bring you 4 jam-packed weeks of Cube, from vintage Cube to horror Cube, and kind of everything in between. So keep an eye out on our weekly blog for updates and scheduling info on that. I know you'll be in the queues for that one, huh, Ely?
Oh, yeah.
All right, everyone. So we are going to take just the shortest of break, and on the other side, we will have round 1 here of our Vintage Cube draft. Don't go anywhere.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the air for Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase. My name's Baumiester, and I am joined for these matches with 4-time PT Top 8er, Mr. Yuuki Kassis. You ready for the matches?
Ready. Let's get this draft on. Can't wait.
Absolutely. So we are, of course, going to be following Nathan Stoyer as our featured drafter. So let's take a look who Nathan is going to be playing against and get this match all set up. So we got Nathan Stoyer on the left, and we got Alison on the right. Nathan's been playing for about 10 years and 4.5 years there for Alison. Nathan qualified via the Open #1, so just won a big old sealed, took it down, and was able to come to this Magic Online Champion Showcase immediately. And Alison took the route of the Pauper Showcase qualifiers. So winning with all commons, going to be drafting some cards that are a little above common power level, that's for sure. So let's take a look at Nathan's deck, even though we just looked at it not too long ago. Ely, walk us through this one.
Sure. Yeah, we've focused the deck around Strip Mine again, so we're really trying to be this permission-style deck where Renin 6 and Crucible and the Walk-In Closet are going to pinch them on lands with Strip Mine, and then the few threats they'll be able to deploy, we're going to try to answer with Palace Jailer, Council's Judgment, Winds of Abandon. So this is the theme of the deck. It's not your traditional green-white deck that's usually like trying to be aggro and fast. This is more of like I'm a combo lockout type of control deck, and splashing Renin 6, Minsc and Boo, and Thoughtseize with just some really good lands. You were talking before about that deck having too many basics. This deck has almost no basics. We have 4 forests and 1 plains, and that's it. So a lot of good fixing here, and hopefully a combo finish.
Yeah, makes sense. Nathan took all the good lands from all the other players, but hey, that's a solid strategy here in Vintage Cube. And I know that's a strategy you implement quite often as well, Ely. So now let's take a look at Alison's list. Get a reminder here, and it's this Rakdos list with the One Ring. How does this deck line up against Nathan's? Who do you think is advantaged here?
I think that there are so many aspects that could sway it. So Alison has really high ceiling cards. So if Mox Diamond is in their opening hand, or if they draw the One Ring and play it on turn 3 or 4, I think that those are huge differences for how the game might play out. If those 2 cards just don't appear, well, then I think it's a slam dunk in Nathan's favor. And so it's really going to be draw dependent on like how this goes.
Okay, well, sounds good to me. So let's jump in. Round number 1, our first match here of the mocks. I am absolutely excited. So, bottom left-hand corner, Vintage Cube Draft Pod 3-0 advances to the finals. So, advancing to the finals also means you go straight to the World Championship. So, that prize, sure, we're going to win thousands and thousands of dollars, but Ely, the equity of just going to the World Championship as well adds a whole new layer on the prizes, right?
Absolutely. It's such a huge amount, even just at base value, but then the chance to get immortalized on a card, like we were saying before, such a fantastic thing to be playing for.
Yeah, exactly. You got so close, buddy. You got so close.
Aww.
What would your card have been as we get ready for this match? Like, what would you have tried to build, you know?
I've always envisioned having a 0 mana artifact with some wonky ability that they haven't tried yet. So I don't quite know. Like Closet Gix already sacrifices. We have 2 different baubles that draw. So maybe something that does like a surveil and has some other like cheeky ability, because 0 mana artifacts just always seem to make this re-emergence. So I'd always think like getting to be timeless would be kind of cool.
Love it. And a card that would be unplayable most of the time, but you would make it look good. That would probably be exactly an Ely Kassis special. All right, so getting into the game here. Okay. We have Alison that is able to play this freebooter here. We have Nathan starting off with the Ignoble Hire to be able to get a little bit of ramp here. And then Baragwaif off the top there, Ely, was a huge draw.
No, very good. That's another one of the best cards in Alison's deck. The card is just fantastic in this format. I do think it's interesting that if Nathan didn't mulligan, then Alison's turn 2 play probably would have been Robber of the Rich instead of Freebooter. And so the mulligan has changed the entire context for how this game is going to go. And that's just not something you get to just see in real time like this.
Yeah, no kidding. Nathan mulliganed on purpose then. That's what you're saying, right?
Oh, so smart.
So here comes Freebooter getting on in there. Now remember, most of this hand is known information here from this Freebooter. So Reprieve, I believe, was already in the hand, so trying to play around that. Do you like just stomp the ignoble? Yeah, I like this quite a bit from Alison.
Yeah, it's a good use of your turn so you don't get so blown out. But one of the things that Nathan could do in response is know that their opponent's doing it like that and then not reprieve. And then you've killed something that isn't an effective resource. And then your next thing is going to get reprieved and you're going to get held off even longer. Knowing my opponent's hand isn't very progressive, I would just want to play pressure. And sometimes the only way to do that is to play through. So I think I would have Barrow-Goifed and not done the Bone Crusher play. But both plays are totally fine. It depends on like what you think your opponent's going to do and how they're going to adapt to the situation. I think either way, Alison is fortunate that Nathan's last two draws were both Crucible, the World's Effects, with nothing to actually do with them.
Yeah, with no fetch land, that is less than ideal, to say the least. His deck is really being held up by that one Wooded Foothills, huh? You know, like not a lot of fetch land. Of course, the Wasteland, the Strip Mine would be just the absolute best draw. But without that, you don't have a lot of fetches here in his deck.
Yeah, it's really rough that these cards are so high variance because basically they're two dead draws for now until we draw something to do with them. And it's hard because there are probably 3 different spells in Nathan's deck that are like that. So it's just so important that he draws those right cards.
Yep, makes sense to me. So here is the attack and stomp with the Exalted Trigger on the stack. And then it really comes down to, if you're Nathan, do you reprieve this or do you just get one of these Crucible effects down? Or, of course, not reprieve it, just say go and reprieve whatever Alison plays.
I want to see not reprieve happen. I think that would be the next level play. And there it is. Nathan's just so good.
Because, I mean, if he did just go, like, you know, play Crucible or whatever here, Mind Twist for 3 would have just eaten Nathan up.
Yep. I'd really like to play a team event with Nathan sometime, like not just being on his team, but literally on his team in the match, because I feel like I wouldn't have to look over and give any advice at all. It's just such a strong, solid player from a foundational level.
Wait a minute, what the hell are you talking about? The last team event you played, I was on your team. Are you saying you have to do that for me? What the hell, man?
Let's just say my back isn't the best.
All right. One dagger on a friend deserves another dagger here. I'll accept that one. That is really funny. So we see the reprieve on the Robber of the Rich and then just recast it to get some damage in. And really no land, didn't find the Strip Mine, didn't find Wasteland, any of the kind of combo pieces with these Crucible effects. So has the option to just play the 2 1-mana creatures though, I guess.
Yeah, it's not exciting, but we really don't have another line besides maybe taking out Freebooter and Thoughtseizing, but then the Robber runs away with the game, so we have to somehow progress our board state, just play 2 1-drops here and hope to catch up some other way. Nathan doesn't know it yet, but we're about to get Mind Twisted and be stuck with just those 1-drops, but ideally if they didn't have Mind Twist, then we're building up mana and then could maybe overload a Winds of Abandon and come back that way.
God, you're so smart when talking about, hey, we should have just drafted that Mind Twist so you don't get wrecked by it. Because here we are, first game of the mocks, and that's exactly what's going to happen. This Mind Twist is just going to be devastating.
I definitely appreciate the compliment. It's just by getting wrecked by it so many times that I have this this knowledge.
Yeah, even though you just absolutely daggered me, I'll still throw you a compliment here, you know, mostly because you're right, you did do a lot of winning in our team events, but hey, we still won them, so that's all that matters.
Daggering's only fair. You've brought up the World Champions Finals a couple times.
And I might do it again, you know, I'm not done yet. All right, there's the attack for 3, and then debating if we want a Mind Twist. I mean, honestly, the other alternative plays of either play Preacher plus Unearth Detective Phoenix. I always call it that, so it gets stuck into my brain, but even that play looks pretty strong here, but you gotta just Mind Twist everything your opponents have whenever you can.
Absolutely. There are ways to detect that Nathan's hand was clunky. So on turn 4, Nathan only had 3 lands out and didn't have many great plays, didn't have more solid plays. So you can kind of assume that you don't need to Mind Twist for 2 because they're going to play a Lightning Bolt response anyway, like nothing like that. So fully dedicating the Mind Twist for 3 is the right play. The Phoenix has haste. You're not really trying to close super fast, just at a decent pace. And next turn will be totally fine to still play the Phoenix.
All right, so we have now Elvish Reclaimer, kind of air quotes online to be able to combo with these Crucible effects that we no longer have. So a little late on that, but that would have been a nice combo that Nathan was definitely working towards, but the Mind Twist got him good. Now, this was not a huge surprise. It is an open deck list event, so, Nathan knew there was a possibility. In an open deck list event, how much does it actually change how you play the games versus closed deck list events? Because, Pro Tours are open deck list. You've played your fair share of closed deck lists throughout your career. Does it make a big difference in a situation like this?
Huge difference. It's hard to even just emphasize how much of a difference. But if you know exactly what they have and you know how to play to their outs, how to avoid them, everything you do might change. The whole texture of the game might change. And sometimes it'll hurt you. It's like knowing if they have a mana leak and then you're playing around it the whole time, but they never had it in their hand. And so you can sometimes lose because of that.
You can kind of level yourself. And yeah, we see that at when people play at Pro Tours all the time. They play a couple cheeky one-ofs that are like cards you really need to play around. A one-of Blood Moon, for instance, at this last Modern Pro Tour in Atlanta, people will very much search up basics even though it's not the correct thing type thing when it comes to an open decklist tournament.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it looks like here is Bargoyf coming down. Get Lost. Got rid of the freebooters so that we can then cast Thoughtseize. But, we did it on Alison's turn, so the biggest problem is still on the battlefield here.
Yeah, a lot of things about this turn are maybe not how I might have approached it. Using Mind Collapse sooner could have filled the graveyard with things to make it easier to use Phoenix's other ability to come back and do a hasty Barrow-Goyf and have a crazy hit out of nowhere that's a big lifelinker that mills and finds a card. I feel like I would have tried to set up a play like that in advance, and then from Nathan's side, maybe use the rule on my own turn so I could Thoughtseize right away and kind of anticipate what was coming. But to do that would have taken the Elvish Reclaimer offline, which also is not ideal.
Okay, fair enough. So Reclaimer does have the ability to get large, be a decently big body. Top deck Parallax Wave, and Parallax Wave is nice, but I feel like it's a card that's a lot better when you're pushing your advantage, right? When you're maybe at board parity. Trying to catch up with Parallax Wave is less than ideal. Okay, so that was Nathan scooping up game number 1 here. Back was against the wall. There was at 4. That was straight GG. So game 1 going to Alison. Any big changes in the sideboard for these players?
There's certainly a lot of options for both of them, it seems like. I kind of like that Nathan is taking out Thoughtseize and improving his mana on the play, since he knows what he's up against, and it's not a deck where you need to disrupt a combo. It's more like you want to preserve your life total, and you want to have a better established board state. So Nathan's giving himself the best ability to do that by changing some of the options that he has. Then over on Alison's side, it's probably not going to be a lot of changes. I didn't see what they'd already adjusted, but maybe they're going to want some more aggro threats and less disruption things. Like, we don't need Unearth against a green-white deck. We're not bringing back a lot of creatures, but we'll see what they end up doing, what they decide on.
Although I gotta say that Unearth looked pretty good in that scenario, but that was maybe a weird corner case where, there was that spot where if Nathan would have Thoughtseized the Barrow-Goyf, or even if he just would have Thoughtseized Alison at that moment and saw both Barrow-Goyf and Unearth, it's like, okay, well, I'm, in a lot of trouble no matter what I take here.
This was the cool part about the standard season where I was playing Oculus, because they would do that sort of thing and want to get rid of Oculus, but you'd have Helping Hand in your hand as well. There was just no good choice to take, and then they end up taking something silly like a cantrip.
Yeah, no kidding. You did metagame quite well for your Pro Tours here in the last year or so, that's for sure.
Thank you.
All right, so game 2 here. Nathan Stoyer going to be on the play with what looks to me like an absolute banger of a hand. And then on the other side, Alison, one lander, probably going to mulligan that, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And Nathan's hand is pretty good, but we are counting on the Wasteland being good, which we know Alison's list, and there's a ton of basics in it as well. So we'll see what develops. Having the turn 1 Hierarch survive to play into the Courser is going to be pretty big, I think. Otherwise, there might be some dead turns, unlike turn 2. We might just be fetching for a Triome or a Surveil land.
Mox Diamond off the top here to be able to stomp the Hierarch there. As they say, you know, bolt the bird, it's really stomp the Hierarch, right? That's what they say?
It's a good saying, although it's not happening, which I'm surprised by.
What would you have done there? Because I feel like that was kind of a slam dunk bolt the bird type moment. Not the case?
I would have bolted the bird too. I would have been a little scared because playing the Mox Diamond might leave me mana shorted. If they have any way to deal with the Mox Diamond, then I might just be dead on the spot. But knowing that you're playing Swamp and discarding Mountain means you could follow up with Deathrite on turn 2, and then that also could be a temporary mana source as well. So I think I would have done that a little different. It's pretty neat that we drew the Strip Mine.
Yeah, Strip Mine here looks really nice. There's still not a way to, you know, bring it back. But, man, just turn 2 Courser. Maybe it's the magic boomer in me, but that just, like, really brings back some happy moments from Standard, I feel.
Well, there's a Deathrite Shaman on the table. I think that would too, right?
To be fair, I didn't play as much Deathrite Shaman, you know, maybe as you had. But, yeah, Deathrite Shaman, of course, one of the most powerful creatures ever. And here is Freebooter to take a peek. And, you know, I don't think we need your expert analysis to know which one we're selecting here either.
It's kind of crazy how in 2 turns the hands have changed so suddenly. Nathan's hand looked great, and now it looks pretty poor. And Alison's hand looks kind of mid, and it's improved greatly. So very interesting how that has shifted.
Now we do have the ability to Wooded Foothills to be able to manipulate your library a bit. And I mean, if I'm Nathan, I want to get this birds off the top of my deck and try to find, you know, get that Lush Portico, surveil some gas to the top. And also, you know, very much consider, if I have all lands here, strip mining one of those lands. But the bummer to that is this Deathrite Shaman. The fact that, sure, you're destroying a land, but that leads to some fodder with the Shaman, and you get your Strip Mine exiled, so kind of brutal.
Yeah, Deathrite Shaman was actually a crazy good thing to have on the table here against Nathan's deck. You don't see a lot of that specific type of effect, and here it's just going to be kind of brutal as Nathan tries to play around it.
Big old crunch for 3 from the Courser, putting Alison down to 17, and then we'll see if we got any other plays. And heading on over to Alison, where we have a bunch of good options, you know? I mean, I guess we have one option right now of just stomping, but if we can get a land, which we did, now the hand is kind of, you know, air quotes online. All, you know, medium-ish plays, though. What do you like here?
It's kind of tough, but I think you want to start applying pressure. You know most of Nathan's hand, and you know that with Courser that Nathan's going to be trying to find draws, but you're also going to be aware of everything that's happening. So if you have 3 mana to spend, I might just want to play the Phoenix and attack back, because I'm certainly not worried about Nathan being the aggressor here. This is certainly another line, but I don't think like discarding a card is that great, and killing Hierarch does that much. So I think I would have been more inclined to Phoenix here and just keep attacking.
Phoenix as well. Even if it's not like that exciting of a play, Phoenix attack for 3 in the air, or even attack for 4, you're at least winning the race. And you know, the fact that Alison knows the hand is all lands, you know, I believe has perfect information from this freebooter still. So I would have made the same play, I think.
Another thing too, I think I would have played the Mox Diamond and then discarded the Swamp, because we know the hand, we know Pest Infestation is underneath our freebooter, and this way Nathan can't strip mine our mountain and leave us without red if anything happens to this death right. So we're just a little bit exposed, but man, unfortunate for Nathan, fetching away a bad draw and then surveilling away the next bad draw and then still drawing a bad draw and then not even getting a land to play off Courser from the top of the library.
Yeah,
Things
no
are
kidding.
just
Kind of anti-sculpting your top deck, but on the bright side, Staff of the Storyteller with Courser is pretty nice.
Yes, and we did see the mountain strip mines like we kind of expected.
Yep, and now see if we're going to get an attack here for 2, or if we're just going to hold back and be put in defensive mode here. I can totally understand either way. You are sacrificing 2 damage for that free 1 point on the crackback, but Nathan is just kind of looking like, hey, I have inevitability with this Courser and the Staff of the Storyteller drawing some cards, manipulating the top of the deck, where Nathan's just like, I need to survive. It makes sense to think about that no attack, but Courser does such a great job at just kind of neutralizing your opponent's attacks, even with that gaining 1 life a turn.
Also, we saw in game 1 that Alison has Robber of the Rich, so Nathan wants the game to go longer with this board state, hoping to draw out of this, and so maybe there was some thought to that being the play. One thing of note, and this is just another reason why Nathan's so good, last turn Nathan had 3 lands to play and to choose from, and went with Mana Confluence because Nathan knows he's drawing Staff of the Storyteller next turn, and then we'll see what the top card of the library is with Courser. It's a land, we can play it. If it's not, we're going to just draw right away with Staff because we played the second white source in our hand.
Yes.
And then if the next card's a land, we can play that off the Courser. So he's preparing turns in advance to manipulate his cards to the most possible advantage.
And that's exactly how it worked out. If we didn't play that white source, we weren't able to, let's say you just played Wasteland. Now you have Wasteland and Forest in play, and you don't get to draw a card off that Staff to pick up that Council's Judgment. So, yeah, really nice thing to point out there, really, for sure.
Good sequencing, yeah.
Yeah. And, I mean, hey, that's what the greats do. The greats, these little minor things don't seem like a lot. This is kind of a cool play to us in franchise players, but these are what separates, the great players from the elite. Nathan is definitely in that elite category. You're in that elite category. Reid Duke, our commentator for Modern, is that elite category. And it's because y'all don't miss those minor things. You keep playing games even though you're very low percentages to win. Those kind of things all add up to, Hall of Fame careers like those 3 of you have.
I really appreciate you including me in that list. It's a big honor.
Yeah, I mean, what? You're literally the #1 ELO rated player right now? Is that still the case?
Still the case. Hoping to hold on to it for a full year. That's my goal.
Whoa, that's a Minskin Boo that we are drawing off the top, and that's got to look amazing. Plus, there's Savannah to be able to play off the top. Oh man, this is a combo. You get to then gain your life. You get to play Minskin Boo if you want. That token comes into play, and you get a counter on Staff, right?
Oh yeah, that's for sure the play, and that was an amazing top deck. I'm actually thinking that we're not just totally dead here, whereas before it looked like we were really far behind, but now we might be in the game still.
And now looking back to Alison's last turn, was there any reason to not also jam that Detective Phoenix there? Had the mana to do so.
I think the plan from Alison is to use the Deathrite Shaman and then next turn to have the Phoenix, but I don't love that play because like the Exilable is in your own graveyard, and for the Bestow on the Phoenix, you really want to have CMC in your yard. So I'm not totally sure why this is the direction we took, but maybe there's something to it. And it's kind of nice too that if Alison had played the Mox Diamond, then Deathrite Shaman would have the green mana available as well, so we could exile a creature and gain life. But I think that Nathan might have swung this back in his direction, assuming that Alison doesn't have some kind of a really good card off the top. I don't think the Minsk will survive long, but I think we're going to get a free 4/4, make a favorable trade, get to draw an extra card thanks to the staff. And, with the Courser and the staff going, and we know a reprieve is coming off the top and a Council's Judgment follow-up, I think we're going to start to climb our way out of this game.
Okay, checks out to me. Yeah, I think if you can untap with Minsk and Boo here, it's just GG, but that, of course, is not guaranteed. And with this Phoenix, you're guaranteed to, deal 3 in the air to it. And then if you attack with everything on the ground, the Deathrite finishes it off. So we do have the ability to kill the Minsk and Boo, right?
We do, but it comes at a great cost. But
it does,
still
yeah.
might
You
be a
lose 2
necessary
creatures.
cost. Yeah. So
Is
yeah,
that-
leveling up the Kellen here at the end of the turn was probably the best choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kellen is actually quite nice. If you can get this creature going, even just the attack, be able to get that extra card. I don't think I've ever activated the 3-mana ability yet, but
can we call it Ragavan at home?
Yeah, exactly. Kellen is Ragavan at home. I like that a lot.
I think I've activated the 3-mana ability 1 time, and I've probably played it a good number of times, so it doesn't get to come up that often.
Fair enough, but it's special when it does. So we picked up Magda. Now, there's not a lot of combos with Magda. It's just a solid 2-drop in this deck, making the treasure. Not really searching for any dragons, though.
Yeah, this is more of like I hope to play it on turn 2, and then I hope not to draw it if it's not on turn 2. So
Yeah.
not the greatest draw here, which makes me think that Nathan is a pretty good lead to win this game.
Yeah, I would agree. And of course, this is still just game 2. Nathan would have to win at game number 3 as well. And I can't really stress enough how weighted this draft is. 2-1. Great. You're going to be walking away with thousands of dollars for your booster draft. That's going to be awesome. Anytime you can play a Vintage Cube draft, you go 2-1 and you win maybe $3,000-$4,000. That's a good day at the office. But first place being that plus $4,000 plus a World's Invite where last place is usually around 4K. The difference between 2-1 and 3-0 could easily be like, $8,000 or so.
Absolutely, and a 2-1 is my bread and butter, so I'm all for it.
No kidding. See, you might be a man of culture there and get some 2-1s. I prefer the 1-2.
Mix it up a little bit.
Exactly. It's not for everyone, the 1-2 life, but it's definitely for me.
So that's an interesting exchange. We didn't go for the all-out to deal with the Minsk.
I feel like we had to, right?
Yeah, I do feel like that's going to come back to bite us. So this is an interesting line of, we have lands to play, but we could also draw with staff first, have the Cosmogrand as a play if we want it, and then see if there's a land on top to Courser into play, or we could just Council's Judgment and hold up Reprieve. So a lot of choices here.
A lot of choices, but at the end of the day, this Minsk and Boo Staff of the Storytellers combo, especially when you're able to, legend rule, or not legend rule, but you're able to block, get value with Boo, and then Boo comes back, giving you more value off staff. The card advantage here is off the charts.
Yeah, absolutely. The potential for which direction Nathan can take this game can go many roads, and I think most of those roads lead to victory.
I think so too. I think you can kind of, close your eyes and make some plays here and you'll feel pretty good. Like, even this Forest decides to not even play it off the top of the deck as he is trying to value casting Council's Judgment plus Reprieve instead of, let's say, you could play that Forest, play Cosmogrand, say go and have Reprieve up, but really wanted to make sure Minsk and Boo lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a great play by Nathan again, and I think most people would have gone for the free value, not being able to put value aside to make a different play.
Yeah.
But I think when Nathan is seeing his board state is he has a high life total, and the only way that my opponent can steal the game really is the Detective Phoenix or Detective Pikachu, whatever you prefer.
Thank you. That's what we all prefer.
And so getting that off the table was a priority. That Mind Twist again would have been a blowout, but fortunately Nathan had the reprieve again.
Yeah, reprieve there was excellent. Be able to send that to the hand. And here comes the value. I love this. Would you like to make an extra boo? Why, yes, I would, but I'm going to keep my old, bigger boo. Nice little play there from Nathan, as it does just add another counter onto that staff.
Mm-hmm. Excellent play. It looks like we had a concession again, which I totally understand. I think the game had thoroughly slipped away, and Silva saw every card Nathan was drawing with Courser with Crewfix. So lots of information to know that he was not coming back from that board state.
Yeah, value was too much there, and that is going to force a game number 3 here with Alison on the play. Who do you think is favored going into this? I know you said Nathan going into the match, but now game 3 on the draw. Does that change at all?
Yeah, Silva on the play, I think, has a small advantage over Nathan. We still haven't seen the one ring deployed, and if Nathan doesn't have like the council's judgment to answer, then I think it could slip away quite easily. And Nathan's combos, they take a little while to assemble, and Alison's deck is a little bit aggressive leaning. And so if we have some of the draws like Alison's been having, Nathan could have a hard time if he doesn't assemble a good defense or some combo pieces together rather quickly, which can be hard on the draw. I think I might consider the Thoughtseize plan coming back in from Nathan here just to have a little catch-up speed, but looks like we didn't want to go that route.
I also did see Alison took out Jite, and just, it pains me how the Jite has fallen, like a niche card here in Vintage Cube instead of like, when I grew up playing the game, a card that was unbeatable, like...
Yeah, when it came out in sealed, if you had it, you were like guaranteed to top 8 that event or something like that. It had such a high win percentage from, draw ratio to just being abusive that the card was just incredible for so long. Yeah. And now to see people just not playing it, not drafting it highly, it's like, how have we fallen this far?
Right, ain't that the truth? So, hey, here's one of the reasons. We see a powerful card like the One Ring that was just printed, and hey, that is going to be incredible. That is probably the best card in both Alison and Nathan Stoyer's deck combined. The One Ring is just truly phenomenal. And here is Infernal Grasp on the Sylvan Safekeeper. We just probably reprieve this, huh?
I think the desire to reprieve here is mostly about just gaining some tempo, trade with the Magda so that not too many treasure tokens get made. We certainly can't sack a land and expect not to fall too far behind, but also we just want to draw and get like some motion going with our deck here. I do think that it would have been lovely to reprieve something that was played off the treasure tokens, but we're just not afforded that kind of time the way that the game is playing out. Had we been on the play, I think there would have been a huge difference in this game state.
Yeah, because we get to just recast the Infernal Grasp here before blockers, really putting Nathan to the test once again. And now, do you sack a land? It feels way too bad, right?
No, you can almost never sack a land on turn 1 or 2, but the difference from that play of reprieving is it did at least force the first treasure token to be used. True. So that Alison couldn't get like too far ahead with mana. And
the land to be exiled. That's kind of like another Lotus Petal as well from this Deathrite Shaman. So here is the Courser to be able to really kind of stabilize here. We got a Boros Guildgate on top, unfortunately, so that is not going to be untapped. And now we'll see what we're going to do here for a follow-up. A couple really, really nice options here. All of the best options kind of involve sacrificing your Magda, I feel. But, wow, okay.
No, this is what I would have done as well.
Yeah, this is great because you get to eat the land and then cast a 4-drop. Oh,
yep,
my.
And you have a couple choices between Chandra and One Ring, and since it's open deck list, I think I would start with Chandra and just build up because there's no pressure on the Planeswalker. Council's Judgment would have to be used if Nathan had it, and then the One Ring could just kind of run away with the game. And you're not worried about producing mana anymore now because Magda's also got free reign to make 1 or possibly 2 treasures, maybe even more over a long term. So I would have done exactly what Alison did.
Wow, yeah. Either way you slice it, Alison is looking excellent here in this game. The one thing I guess I would have did there is I would have attacked with Magda and then ticked up just in case you hit one of your great one drop, but minor, right?
Totally. And I'm curious, I kind of thought that Alison might have been considering mind twisting for 2 there. Oh, I guess it would have been for 2 if you use Chandra for mana instead of plussing. And that way next turn you want a One Ring anyway, and I wouldn't worry about holding on to the mind twist any longer. But maybe we're going for a full-on mind twist and trying to get Nathan for a lot more cards.
Going for the value, yeah, I guess. Why didn't we try to destroy the treasure?
We wouldn't get 2 1/1s if we did that.
Oh, because the target is no longer there, your spell would fizzle type thing?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some are templated that way. Some just say, hey, you get to do these 2 independent things, but not the case with Pest Infestation.
And here we see the heavy cost of the fast lands as well. The Inspired Vantage meant we couldn't play a 4-drop, so the best we could do is 3 mana, make 2 1/1s. And because of that, we don't have a powerful permanent on the board, so our opponent can kind of ignore them and mind twist our whole hand away. And now it's going to look really hard for Nathan to recover this game.
Wow, yeah, no kidding. Our basically tournament favorite going into this, I wouldn't say it's eliminated, but, with the way the structure is here, not being able to play for the pod here in Vintage Cube, Nathan will solely have to rely on his Modern if this match does indeed go the way of Alison Silva here. And all signs are pointing to yes, because this just looks amazing. Whether Alison plays the One Ring or Mind Twist, either play is phenomenal.
Yeah, I have a feeling it'll be Mind Twist, and just so crazy how important Mind Twist would have been to take in the draft.
Yeah, no kidding. Just getting immediately punished. Now, it isn't a Mind Twist for the full hand, though, just 3, which is kind of risky.
It could have been for more. It's interesting that we didn't do that.
Yeah, I believe we ticked up Chandra immediately to look at the top, and went with that avenue instead. And all right, now Palace Jailer comes down. The Monarchy is going to Nathan. We have the Pest that comes in at Chandra. Get to draw a card. This was a good exchange.
Yeah, that actually worked out way better for Nathan than I thought it would. And I guess I'm a little bit confused on how that board state played out to this way, but
yeah.
I can certainly see valuing the card advantage of your top card versus the one random card in your opponent's hand. It's just so nice to get at parity, have your opponent have no hand and only play off the top, and I think I value that just a little bit more.
So now we have the option to either just bite the bullet and play the One Ring, or play Detective Phoenix was going to be my only 2 options, but of course you can bestow this to give it haste. That is nice. Then be able to steal the Monarchy. Okay, this is a sweet play.
Yeah, I guess this play also, though, it leaves us not protecting Chandra, which can threaten Ultimate sooner too. And again, if Council Judgment comes out, then we're not going to be able to cast the One Ring very well. But we do get our Deathray Shaman back. So there's gives and takes to this play that some I like, some I don't.
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm
a house of cards,
with...
right? Like if Council's Judgment or any ability to take out Chandra here were to come down, all of a sudden now you took out Chandra and you took out the One Ring. So this could have been, maybe this was an unnecessary risk here from Alison, where it doesn't look like he's going to get punished.
Yeah, I don't think I was going to get punished. I just think we wanted to maximize our One Ring by maybe deploying it sooner and just burying Nathan with card advantage.
If I'm being honest, I would have played the One Ring on the Chandra turn just because it's so much of a better card. But what you said makes a lot of sense, as getting the Chandra down first, forcing them to deal with that. Because while Planeswalkers get a lot worse when your opponent has a bigger battlefield, and at that moment, Alison, was not afraid of Chandra falling.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to bait out the Council's Judgment that we knew was in Nathan's list, and Alison didn't have perfect information at that time, so that was an appealing line. But now we're in this board state, and it's still looking pretty good because Nathan didn't have the answer to the Chandra either. So we're still kind of running away with it. Alison was able to keep Monarch because Nathan valued not sacrificing the Pest token and keeping Deathrite Shaman versus having the Monarchy, which is a tough choice.
Yeah, was that
you give
worth
up
a card?
things.
A Pest for a card there is essentially the choice, huh?
But they also have to take into account that they get to keep the Deathrite Shaman or not. So
That's
there's
true.
a second card involved in that calculus. So I think I like Nathan's choice. I just don't know if it's going to work out.
The powerful ring is in play. That does give Alison protection, but the one thing we do got to keep in mind here is Chandra can still be attacked.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised we're not protecting Chandra here.
Yeah, same. I mean, Nathan is down to 5. Like, this is very close. But, oh my God, Council's Judgment off the top. Wow, that is strong. What do you hit here? You got 2 very tough permanents. Is this where you vote for the one you want to hit, and then you just pray Alison votes for the other 4-drop, and you get them both?
Perhaps. We might be too far behind at this point. It's a really tough scenario. I mean, we will lose to the One Ring if it just stays out. We can attack Chandra down to very little, but it'll also stick around. If we get rid of the Freebooter, we get Lost. We could play that also, but then the Phoenix stays around, and we're at 5. And the Phoenix is a long-term nightmare for this green-white deck too. So we just don't have... We needed 2 or 3 of this effect, and we don't have enough of an out here, I think, by just top decking that. Even though it might have been one of our best top decks, it might still not be enough at this point.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, probably the other great top deck is that top card in the graveyard there, Parallax Wave. Being able to cast that one would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, still, as it stands, too many tricky to deal with permanents for one judgment here.
I think if we knew we were drawing that before and we had sequenced our turn a little bit different, then maybe this turn might have looked a little bit better for Nathan, but I think it still was going to look pretty bleak. Unfortunately, we're just too far behind. And like we were saying before, being on the play was a huge advantage this game.
Really was, and Alison, I think, had his best draw of the match as well. Still has a lot of gas in the tank, is going to draw a card. For the Monarchy, no matter what, because the ring does protect any exchanging of the Monarchy. Even if you air quotes, deal damage to your opponent, you have to actually deal damage to get the Monarchy, right?
You do, yeah. You can't just attack and then have it all be prevented.
So, wow, the Monarchy and the One Ring is a nice little combo, huh?
Certainly. A way to keep it. Freebie. The Chandra threatening ultimate too is just like everything is just slightly not right, where there's just no avenue to victory that I can see.
Yes, so
if Nathan
close.
were to win this, then he would not just be the young goat, he would just be the goat.
Yeah, exactly. So that Pest token is just a 2-1 or something. This game is so much different already, but that's not the world we live in. So this Council's Judgment gets to pick one tricky to deal with permanent, and there are 3 of them.
I'm excited to see which one Nathan picks.
Me too.
Just thinking through his thought process.
What would you pick, Yuuki?
Well, I think that's the one I would have picked.
Okay.
And only because I would hope that my opponent would mismatch their resources. So, like, maybe the One Ring somehow draws 10 lands in a row or something like that.
Sure.
And then, maybe I top deck something else that deals with the Phoenix. Like, these are my 2 really rare possibilities of, potentially having a shot.
There's a Bargoyf off the top, and we're about to have 2 fresh cards coming as well. Plus, these 2 map tokens could represent 2 extra damage, so Nathan is kind of at that effective 1 right now when these maps get going, and there's plenty of draws that could end the game. Those are not the ones. So here is the map to sack. There's 1 counter. Now, no matter what, it's a 2-turn clock, so I love Alison just attack for 3, play one of these 3-drops, and be on your way, and I think I'd be leaning on Bargoyf. That card is, pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's the hardest one to answer, the hardest one to attack into, having lifelink and death touch, and then just being a very large creature.
And looks like Alison agrees. Here is Bargoyf. This could be one last draw step from Nathan if he doesn't deal with the Detective Phoenix. That's going to be the game. And,
You know what?
yeah.
I wish we had Zealous Conscripts in this cube still, because that would have been a top deck to just win right there for Nathan.
Oh, yeah?
It was
Okay.
exactly 15, and then the one ring on the upkeep would have dealt 2 more damage to cross over the finish line.
That would have been spicy. That would have been spicy. Or take the one ring and draw a bunch of cards. You know, hear me out. That's spicy as well, but...
That's less fun, right?
Winning the game is better. So now I guess the only other line at the end of that game is Nathan could have attacked, took the monarchy, you know, lost a creature, the Bargoyf would have ate something, and then we have to draw something to deal with the flyer. But maybe there was just not another card in the deck, huh?
Yeah, I think Nathan knows that he doesn't have an instant that does that sort of an effect, and so just dead on board there and acknowledged no outs.
Yep, well, that's the young goat and your teammate falling here in round number 1. But for any Nathan Stoyer fans, he still has another chance here in Modern. And big congrats there to Alison taking down the champ. Took down the champ, but we got plenty more Magic here, more Cube. We are going to jump to another match here in round number 1. We're going to be checking out Adam on the left and Jessy on the right. Both players have been playing for a good chunk of time. 13 years there from Jessy, as well as 8 years from Adam. 59.1 win percentage from Adam and 52.3 from Jessy. Adam qualified via Legacy, is a very good, one of the more eternal formats player. Played in a couple of top 8s here at different series with him. He definitely knows his stuff. And then the open number 2, our sealed winner, was from Jessy Samek here to qualify for this event. So let's take a look at the decks here, give everyone a reminder here. Let's take a look at Adam's to start with. This was our just okay deck, right, Ely?
Yeah, the more of a 6.5, difficult mana, difficult cohesion, not a lot of good fixing, 2 different force of will, force of negation effects, but a low blue count. So there's some like roughness to this deck, but it also has the ability to have like blowout hands that are too hard for the opponent to recover from, like a turn 2 channel into Portal to Phyrexia or Ugin type of deal. So there's certainly potential to this deck, and I rated it higher than a couple of the other decks, but still between 6.5 and a 7.
Okay, sounds good. And we'll take a look at Adam's opponent, see how this deck is going to line up against Jesse's also slightly awkward deck. But hey, one thing I want to emphasize is decks are not going to look the same as when you are out drafting on a vintage cube draft. You know, you are playing against everyone that knows exactly what cards are very powerful. You're not playing against someone, you know, that's passing to you, that's like, you know what, I just want to draft elves or something like that. You know, you are playing against only great players, so you would say decks get a lot worse in this kind of format versus the open events, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and getting cut, like for instance, Jessy here, we had the deck that kind of pivoted off of Urza and Mana Drain into some other kind of like a black-white deck, splashing blue. And Jesse's opponent has all the artifacts. So I'm guessing the two of them were trying to like fight over the same kind of deck, and so they both kind of had like butchered decks as a result.
If they combine though and share that World's Invite, they got one hell of a deck together though, wouldn't you say?
I would say the combination of their pools would probably be closer to a 8.5 or a 9.
Wow, still not maybe better than what we had from like Zampa or McWinsauce. That's pretty telling. So we're going to jump on into the match here. We're going to be starting this match in game 3. So just the decider between these two competitors. And oh baby, we got Barocco in the bottom hand and a nice solid hand from Jessy. Both hands look good, right?
Yeah, I certainly don't think either player is going to mulligan, and Adam's deck, I think, has a very favorable start with a force ability, an early counter, an early Oko. I think that that's a great opening hand for the blue-green deck.
Now, the real question is, I guess I didn't pay perfect attention to Bloodstained Mire. What land does that fetch? If there's a green land that one gets, then yes, I'm all on board, but that is a weird fetch to have in your Simic deck, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but Adam has multiple triomes, so a similar mana base to how Nathan constructed his.
Well, that's why we have you on board here, is not only for your excellent skills, but that memory, much better than mine, it would seem.
Wait, you mean it's not ruggish good looks?
It was the ruggish good looks. You didn't let me finish. Yeah, you didn't let me finish. And we couldn't find anybody else who took second at Worlds. You know, we needed someone who got really close.
Good rub-ins. Also, for the ruggish good looks, you have Reid later, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. And he took second at Worlds multiple times? For sure, at least once to Shahar, but all right, I take back everything I said.
I don't even know what to believe anymore.
Okay. Well, we're going to believe that this Mind Stone is on the battlefield and Eagles of the North gets cycled to be able to find a land here from Jessy. And gotta say, I mean, Adam already can go Oko with some counter magic backup, which is going to be excellent, but Azika's Chariot next turn maybe would be even better here as that card kind of snowballs out of control.
Yeah, if we can curve that in turn 3, that would be a really solid next play, but we don't know yet if we're going to draw a land or not, but the Oko as a backup play is still really powerful, so yeah. I would certainly say Adam has the favorable start here. Meanwhile, Jessy just drew Mana Drain, so they have to kind of decide, do I deploy a creature here, or do I hold up Mana Drain? And either way, it's not going to work out for them because Adam has the Force that will back up, so it's going to be kind of a rough spot for Jessy, but I can see if Adam doesn't get on the board fast and start developing like blue-green needs to do, then Jessy has a lot of good catch-up power, and Adam's draw might sort of start to wither a little bit. What
do you do here from Jessy? Like, I always lean on playing the proactive element and using the Mana Drain a little bit, or using a counterspell a little bit later, but Mana Drain is a new scenario. The fact that it can ramp you, where you're not just saying go, and if my opponent doesn't play anything, I feel stupid because I didn't use my mana, but is this what you would have done as well?
I would have done what Jessy did, just because you kind of know something's happening that we've curved with Mind Stone. That's how people build these decks, is to play solid 4s. And then your follow-up play is cast Urza with the extra mana and one of your white threats. So it just kind of like makes a really nice follow-up with that hand texture. Obviously, we didn't know we were going to get Force of Willed, and that changes things, but at least you got a 2-for-1 out of the way, and you don't have to worry about Force of Will.
Yeah, because God, look at how busted this turn was going to be if that Mana Drain resolved. Here, just imagine you have 7 mana. Urza can kind of cast 3, so then you could go Urza. I guess you couldn't go Voice and Lens, but you still could have went Urza plus, Lingering Souls or whatever, and that would have been incredible.
Yeah, short on white sources to do it all, but we would have had quite the play regardless.
But as it stands, we got the Cadillac here is all crewed up and ready to just go completely ham here. And, really seems like Adam's kind of purring through this.
The number of things that Chariot can copy are just so much fun. I've pulled off some rather fun ones. It is important to note, though, if Oko turns something into something, or if you make a token and then make a 3/3 and then copy that 3/3, you're not getting a 3/3. You're getting what the original token was.
AKA the food. Like if we were to Azika's Chariot copy the elked food, it's just a food, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
Portal 2 Phyrexia was picked up as well for Adam, so, a ways away from casting that, we'll say. Not even the ability to cast Channel if we do top deck that, but hey, we got Lose Focus, and we're miles ahead on the battlefield, so Adam's looking great here. What does Jessy need to do to kind of get back into this?
Something that takes Chariot and Oko off the board, either one of them alone, is just devastating.
Yeah.
And if he had something like that, then the game would fully be in Jesse's favor. But obviously it doesn't exist, and not in our current hands. So all we have are these kind of mopey creatures that just get outclassed by the Chariot and dealt with by the Oko. Yeah. So trying to set up some sort of card advantage here by using your Lens and playing Voice, not giving them a prime target to turn into an elk like Urza would have done, I think is the smarter play with the texture of Jesse's hand. I just don't know that any of that matters. There's a Lose Focus in Adam's hand, so after this turn, if we neuter the Voice of Victory, then there's just nothing to stop us from running away with the game.
Well, this cat theme is continuing to do some damage here. Displacer Kitten comes down to join the Cadillac and other kitty friends. But yeah, I'm with you. It just seems like it is far too much. Even just the 3-3 body here. We're not doing a lot of blinking right now, but man, you get Displacer Kitten down. Maybe you crew up the Chariot with it. And then just anytime you play a spell, blinking out your Chariot seems incredible. But wow, looks like that is a pretty aggressive Oko ultimate here, wouldn't you say?
Very aggressive. I would probably made a 3-3 instead.
Same.
I did consider this line, but it doesn't seem that great unless, I guess maybe there's the expectation my opponent plays mana drain, so maybe the ability of Voice of Victory we might think is more punishing against Jesse's deck than maybe it is. I just don't think that the Oko is worth sacrificing. The card is just so broken. There's a reason it got banned.
Yeah, there's a reason it's nicknamed Broco, you know, because it is truly broken. The literal last Pro Tour I played was PT Richmond, which you have some pretty fond memories of, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was your first Pro Tour top 8 where you were not even playing Oko, right?
Yeah, so a funny story is I didn't really test for that Pro Tour. Had a lot of life situations come up that preempted me from, like, you know, coming prepared.
Yeah.
And so I just showed up with a Black-Green Adventures deck that I think most teams had written off and tested and realized weren't great. And everybody was playing Oko. The entire field was basically playing Oko. I was the only non-Oko deck in the top 8.
Yeah.
But I kind of played my heart out and found creative ways to try to get over the finish line, and ended up getting thwarted by not Oko, surprisingly, but out of an Oko deck.
Yeah, that was 69% Oko variance for that one. That was maybe not the healthiest of metagames, and yeah, that was the last Pro Tour I actually played in, so good times, I guess.
Do you miss it?
I do miss playing. I did not miss playing the Oko mirrors. That was not my favorite there, that's for sure.
Yeah, that could be a little disappointing.
So here comes in a big old attack. We got the Azeka's Chariot, another cat, plus the Voice of Victory, where those 2 creatures are coming in as well. But, you know, I mean, the battlefield is getting to be still out of reach by a little bit. But maybe slightly more manageable if this Treasure Cruise can find some really good stuff next turn.
Yeah, I think that Jesse's not in the worst spot because there isn't an Oko to contend with anymore. I think that really did make a huge difference, and the voice that was stolen doesn't deal enough damage to really be that much of a threat. So, like, if we had a 3-3 that, and also an answer to a Chariot, again, Jessy would be back in the game, and that's not as tall of an order as we had before, where we need to deal with a Planeswalker with a huge loyalty and a Chariot. Now it's just we need a 3-3 and a destroy target artifact.
Yep, but instead we have a 4 mana draw 3, which, not the worst, not the best. Or you can go Talisman into tap out and draw 3. I like this play from Jessy. Jessy's got to find some action here. Leave some mana available. I don't know what we can find, but okay. We got a Fila and a Ocelot Pride here. So, I mean, this is a powerful combo in Modern, so it's got to be pretty strong here in Vintage Cube. But do you think it's enough?
Enough? No, not yet. But we're not in that board state where we're almost dead quite yet.
Yeah.
But it's certainly a good way to start establishing your board and maybe coming back. So we have the City's Blessing already, so now there's a lot of chump blocking. It might be harder for Adam to cross over the finish line, but Displacer Kitten can start to do gross things if we deploy that as well.
Displacer Kitten could have done gross things this turn. Adam did make a conscious effort to play just a Spellbomb there and not to, you know, play Displacer Kitten last turn. Maybe trying to play around potential sweeper, that kind of thing. But as it stands, wasn't the best. So now the Skydiver goes to steal the food instead of paying 1 more and stealing the Glimmer Lens. Do you like that?
I do, because I think that was done with intention. We keep the Spellbound mana up, and we prevent Jessy from gaining 3 life at a later turn. We're going to try to put enough pressure to close out the game. It's pretty much our only line to victory here, because we're way off from casting Portal. We can't even top deck Channel. We don't have double green. So there's just so many scenarios where we just need to hope to make this Chariot ride us to victory. But I don't know if I like holding back these 2/2s here. I feel like I want to just turn pretty much all my creatures sideways here to try to accomplish this goal.
I would have attacked with the voice too, right?
Yeah, we're not doing enough to push us over the finish line. And even if our opponent tried to triple block the voice, we're representing a trick on the table with Aether Spellbomb. So our opponent's not even likely to make that play.
Same.
So I definitely like turning it all sideways and trying to go for the closeout. I think this direction is going to leave us a lot more susceptible.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I think a conservative line here is not exactly what we need because, well, Jesse's value train here is kind of not going to stop, right? Because you have the good dog you can play, which will gain you that life, which will trigger Oscillate Pride. And then Adam does have the ability of, you know, God, I would say Spellbomb to bounce the Oscillate Pride, but not really because you can just replay it in your second main before you go to end step, huh?
Yeah, there's not a good opportunity to interrupt the Oscillate Pride trigger.
Yeah.
One thing that Adam could do if we knew open information out of Jesse's hand is that when the life gain was about to happen, that we bounce the Guide of Souls in response to the Philia. But because Jesse is attacking with the Oscillate Pride, then the state of this game is just going to be different.
Yeah. There is that extra land, and wow, there is the card that we get to draw, and it is a banger. That's a Path to Exile. You can't path the Chariot really in any meaningful way, but, you know, just pathing a Voice of Victory or something, it's not the absolute worst.
Yeah, certainly not a bad card as we try to just establish a wider board state, and taking out the victory is the only option because Chariot won't ever be animated on their turn, and it prevents them from pathing on Adam's turn. So, like you said, I do think that this Pride is getting more and more dangerous. Not using the Spellbomb on it after it was given flying is, I don't know, maybe it would have been the right play to do that. Because now we have this huge lifelinker coming in, and it would have forced our opponent to have a creature, which they do in Philia. So this game is turning a little bit. I think if Adam wants to get back in it, we need to start top decking something here.
That's actually pretty good here. Being able to go Displacer Kitten, plus Spellbomb, or plus Bauble, blink something out, and then you can Spellbomb something. Is there any way, you know, that this is lethal? Probably not, but hey, you get to do a lot of value here, huh?
Yeah, the Bauble is essentially 0 mana, get 2/2/2 cat tokens, and draw a card, which is really impressive. I was talking about a 0 mana card if I won World Championships one year, right? And this would be way beyond anything that they would ever let me develop.
Yeah, but I have a feeling they would have said no to a lot of different things. And I just picture you in a board meeting with them, like, oh, come on, it won't be that bad.
Poke them with a stick. Come on, do it.
Come on, cowards, just print this busted card. I swear, 0 mana, draw 2, you know, isn't going to be a big deal or something like that.
Right. Don't be scared. Come on.
Don't be scared. All right, so there is Displacer Kitten, and now time to do some displacing. There goes the Cadillac. Displacer Kitten blinking out the Cadillac here is some good flavor, I must say.
Oh, yeah, big time.
All right, but for just as many cats, there are also dogs. So the good old good dog probably coming down, but I could see waiting as well. But yeah, decides to get this dog down. I don't think we're probably going to see too much attacking with it. We shall see.
The dog was known information from the Bauble, so definitely not exciting to hold it as a bluff or anything. And attacking, you can get rid of a cat token, and maybe with that Ephemerate, we'll see a good reason because now we can draw a card with Glimmer Lens. I think that Jesse needed to make this play to give them the outs to top deck out of this game. Because as soon as Adam starts to get very aggressive and turn everything sideways, the game is just too far gone to come back. God, and it's feeling like we're getting to this spot because, well, here is
a big attack, and Guide of Souls is going to jump the good dog as well. Ophelia is going to go to the air. Now a Mox Opal's picked up. That's going to be nice with Displacer Kitten, but this is a big chunk, and Ophelia gets to kill one of the cats as well.
Yeah, I think I would have heavily considered maybe bouncing the Pride with the spell bomb here before the attacking with 2 could have happened, so that the Glimmer Lens wouldn't have drawn a card. And then the attack with the dog might have not been as brutal.
Yeah, but instead, we're going to blink it now? Or bounce it now?
Interesting to bounce the one that doesn't have lifelink here when you're kind of at an attrition race and hoping to out aggro. I'm wondering if Adam's plan is saying, like, I'm going to try to deploy this portal, but even the Pride kind of gets around that by making a bunch of sacrificial creatures. And we're still really far off on mana without drawing Channel or something to cheat it into play.
Displacer Kitten, you can't bounce like. Well, there's Channel.
Yeah, alright, well, everything just changed. Forget everything I said.
Yeah. So you can also displace, 3 things? So you can displace the cat.
I think we're just going to displace the portal after we cast it.
That seems pretty good too, huh?
Yeah, and then just attack for maybe lethal this turn.
Wow, okay. I mean, this is incredible, and I don't think Ephemerate or 1 blocker with Philia is going to be that big of a deal, but oh my gosh. Displacing Portal is completely bananas, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And given that this is game 3, I think that means that Adam has this match firmly won.
Yeah, I would think so as well, but there were definitely some spots in this game. I think I would have played the game a lot more aggressively from Adam's side. I don't know if it would have yielded him an earlier victory or whatever, but I would have been turning my creatures sideways a heck of a lot earlier.
I would have liked to see that as well. Hard to say if Adam had some other concerns or insights from the previous 2 games that led to that path, but yeah, I think that also would have been my play.
Either way, displacing out Portal of Phyrexia has to be the GG, as right now Jessy just had to sacrifice 5 creatures. That channel was one hell of a draw, I must say.
Yeah, and I can't even imagine what could be in the cube to come back from a scenario like this. It's just a little bit too much to conceive that 1 card could bring you back. It's not quite lethal this turn, I think, right? It's 8 plus 6 is 14, 16. So yeah, Jesse's going to go to 5. Sure, if you attack with the Skydiver as well. Yeah. I like this conservative hold back because maybe we're calculating like, does 4th Eorlings kill us? But I think we know that it's not in Jesse's list, and Adam should know that with the open deck lists.
Yeah, open deck list does yield the fact that there is no real outs, and what a nice match here. What a nice game here from Adam Wasburn here, taking that down over Jessy, advancing to 1-0 and keeping his hopes alive to take down this pod and get to the World Championship straight away. So first Vintage Cube match here with Nathan's match, as well as this. Any big surprises here for you, Ely?
The only big surprise is we didn't see a lot of the things you get out of Vintage Cube. Nobody was going Time Walk, Mox, Ancestral, like the fun things from like Primal Magic.
Yeah.
Those of us that have been playing since 1993 always loved like playing with the nostalgic cards. So we saw a lot of the newer cards and a bit more of like fair Magic going on, except maybe Channel there at the end. But I feel like a Channel on turn 8 is not like that big of a deal.
Yeah, here's Ely like, yeah, that stuff was cool. Sure, you blinked Portal to Phyrexia 4 times, but I want more. So, more we are going to give Mr. Ely Kassis here. We'll have our essentially top 4. We're going to be following the 4 players that won going into round number 2 as well. The winners of our round number 2 here are going to be playing for that pod, playing for that World Championship slot. So really important stuff there on the horizon. But before we get into it, let's take a look at all the cool things that Magic Online has to offer here with Magic Online and Daybreak. Always doing some really, really nice stuff here. The one I really want to call out here is that Extra Life charity stream. You know, November 8th, being able to win a bunch of great prizes, as well as, you know, just really help raise money for kids. Things like this, Ely, are just so great when you can do something that has a positive outreach in the world while still getting to play some Magic, huh?
Oh yeah, as a dad, I like anything that's happening that benefits the children. You know, if we have any kind of a positive effect from doing this thing that we love, that's just fantastic.
I know, as a relatively new dad as well, anytime I think about that stuff, you know, my heart grows bigger. I'll get a little teary-eyed as well. Definitely different when you're a hashtag MTG dad, like us old whippersnappers. So we are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, round 2 of Vintage Cube. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase here. My name is Corey Baumiester. This is SCG Richmond Champion over here, Mr. Ely Kassis. Ely, how you doing?
Pretty good. If I recall, that was a team event, wasn't it?
Let me double check. Let's see. Yes, that was a team event, and I remember that one fondly. I don't get to call out my own accomplishments when I'm introing the guest very often, but we've won a few in our day for team events, which has been fun.
That was such a fun event too. We had such a great teammate in Pete Ingram too.
That's right. Pete did some carrying this time, and we still got it done. But the other players that got it done, we are down to 4 players here in this Vintage Cube that still have a chance at holding that Vintage Cube trophy at the end, which will then get them to the World Championship here in 2026. So I don't want to waste any time. Let's get on into the match here and see who our main feature is going to be here for round number 2. And it's going to be Adam on the left, who we just saw take down this last game in really impressive fashion, versus Zampa here. Zampa on the right here. We haven't really seen so far, but Zampa's list was that really excellent Time Walk Mox Ruby deck that we're going to see in a second here. So I'm really excited to check this out. We had the Legacy Showcase qualifier winner in the form of Adam, and Zampa ended up taking down the standard showcase qualifier here to get to the Magic Online Champion Showcase. So let's start by taking a look at Adam's list, give people a quick reminder, even though we just saw it. Ely, walk us through this one more time and just specify, is it good to activate Portal of Phyrexia 3 times in a row?
A little good. This is obviously the blue-green artifacts deck we've reviewed a couple times now. Channel can be this, like, cheat some Ugin portals into play, and it has some, like, good counter magic. And the deck's looking at cohesion of spells to do something quick and fast and brutal to overtake the opponent. I think this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for this blue-green deck, as the opponent has a Mox and a Time Walk and a Fiery Confluence. So this is going to be a tricky one for Adam. If I'm Adam here, I'd be really leaning on my counters to make sure I don't get blown out by a destroy 3 artifact spell, and then I'm trying to have some kind of quick start, maybe Skydiver and steal their Mox Ruby if I'm lucky. You know, something has to come together fast and cohesive. Otherwise, I think that Adam's going to be on the back foot here.
That's for sure, because let's take a look at Zampa's list here on the other side. And as far as the grades go, I believe this was your highest grade, so aka the favorite to win the format. Walk us through this absolute masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, having Mox Ruby and Time Walk, 2 pieces of power on top of a sick curve. Like, we could turn one Tamio, which is just a fantastic play.
Oh, yeah.
But we have fallback plays of Spell Piercing, what they're doing, Dragon's Rage Channeler using Lotus Petal to play a 2-drop, or Ruby to play a 2-drop. So this deck's just always going to be like quick out of the gates, and then it doesn't have a high end of the curve, which is pretty nice, actually. And if we need to do something with the extra cards, we even have Tersa to pitch to them. We have Layla to like go get other things going. We can use Gut to like turn these like smaller cards that aren't very useful in the late game, like Lotus Petal, into a 4/1 menace, or a Rabble Master token with Gut can line up perfectly if you stack them right and turn that 1/1 into a 4/1 menace. So there's like synergy, really cheap spells, great acceleration, power, time walk. It just does it all. And then it has Skull Clamp to draw extra cards too. It just has everything you want. Even its mana base is great. We have the Duel, the Verge, Starting Town, and we even get the free Otawara, and there's even some legendary creatures to make it cost cheaper. It's just a pretty sweet spot.
A lot of legends too. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the one thing I want to see, I'm such a huge Tamio Inquisitive Student fan, being able to flip that, rebuy Time Walk, anyone?
Ooh, that's going to be a sweet one. Good catch.
Oh, yeah. That would be spicy. So, this is our main feature, our other undefeated match. We do have Alison, who we saw take down Nathan Stoyer, versus Tom White here. McWinsauce will be the other side of this, playing for the pod. But in the meantime, let's jump on down here to our main feature match and see who is going to be competing here for the pod. So, looking up at Zampa's opening hand, Lotus Petal, that would look a lot better if it was, let's say, the Mox. But maybe a sketchy hand, and then down below, I mean, that is a collection of cards, I must say.
Not the worst collection of cards. The Workshop can turn Chalice into a Soul Ring on turn 2, and maybe there'll be some Displacer Kitten synergy with something else that we top deck. So I imagine it's going to be a keep there. I'm a little bit more surprised at the blue-red deck's keep with the Lotus Petal mana base. I think this is a little bit more high risk, but if it's open deck list, then maybe we know that this Malcolm will be uninterrupted, so we know we're drawing 2 cards a turn, and so maybe the expectation is that we won't get stuck too bad.
And, drawing the land right off the top. It's not an island, so maybe it's not the best land, but here is going to be that ever-flowing Chalice for 2. Do you Spell Pierce this? It's tempting.
I know, it's so tempting. I honestly think you have to. You're forced to, and thanks to drawing the mountain, you have some other plays so that you don't have to lean on playing the blue creatures.
And here is one of our new additions here from Omen Path, Nia. Being able to just have a 2/1, play with the top card revealed, and you're able to play that as long as that creature remains in exile. Didn't get a good look at what exactly was exiled, but I have a feeling we're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah, and these draws from the blue-red deck are just lining up really nicely.
Yeah, now we're flooded. Got this one-lander, and now we are completely flooded.
When I do draft these decks, I like playing 15 or 16 lands because you don't want to flood. Obviously, that's how you lose. Otherwise, they just do their thing. But yeah, I mean, that was pretty ideal. Keeping a one-lander and drawing 3, and then maybe missing from here. I am a little surprised we didn't Layla into this board state, but the blue creatures are still good plays too. Maybe we were thinking something interactive would have happened, and we wanted to save Layla a little bit or sequence things so we could play 2 spells. But I think I still would have Layla'd, but this play was fine too.
Definitely close. So regardless, now we're getting a good attack in here from Zampa, and the only interaction and really the only play that we have available right now from Adam is just a Force Negation up against an opponent who has 3 creatures in hand.
We do have the channel though, so we have the top decks in that portal if we see it, and that might just be like a stone blowout if that happened.
It does get worse and worse as we go, though. Your life total is a resource here, and Adam's life total is going down pretty quickly.
Yes. Yeah, it really needed to happen that turn. I think after this turn, this channel is just going to be not the best.
Yeah, and now here's Oko. Oko is, of course, a powerful card, but not when you're behind by this much. Fairy Mastermind, the World Championship card here of Utah, coming into play here and just all this power coming in, all these tricky permanents. Feeling really, really brutal for Adam here.
This Talon Gates is one of my favorite cards. I love when they keep it in the cube. It's so great to, like, turn 2 or turn 3, play an Uro, and then as the extra land, you put in the Talon, and then you phase out your Uro, and then it doesn't sacrifice, so that it sticks around on the next turn even when it comes back.
Oh, God! That's disgusting.
Disgusting and delightful.
Yeah, that is everything I want to be doing. And no, man, Ely, it's nice to have you for these Vintage Cube Draft rounds, as, you know, little plays like that are definitely not intuitive to everyone. So the players that can see all those lines, you know, really makes drafting easier, as, you know, the dots are being connected as you deal with these really powerful combos, because at the end of the day, that's what Cube is all about, right? Is just trying to do the most busted combos within your deck and getting those synergies.
Certainly. I was really surprised by this discard here. Why did we pitch Lila and prefer keeping Starting Town? So,
yeah, I guess just to burst lightning the face plus all this flying damage. I mean, I guess the one thing was to get Delirium, right?
Yeah, I just don't know how important Delirium is. I'm thinking here that we're planning on burst lightning with Kicker to the face for the finish, and we're thinking that the 5 mana might be important for that line and that Lila isn't. But to me, that just put us a little bit susceptible to some kind of like portal situation or some ability to deal with our creatures.
Or just the card that is actually in hand. This Force of Negation, you know, pitching the Displacer Kitten is gonna be quite strong here. But I mean, with Firebolt, that's kind of the easy mode, right? Like, sure, you burst lightning now, this game won't end, and whoa! There was just no force cast. Maybe we F6'd?
I think an F6 happened. I think you're absolutely right.
Oh, no! I mean, don't get me wrong, it was still looking bad for Adam there, but that game was not over, was it?
Not over, but bleak, certainly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I certainly wouldn't have F6'd and played to my outs, as you were saying before.
Yeah, you wouldn't have immediately lost the game instead of immediately not losing the game?
Not everybody sees this from the aspect of the player, but I mean, if you're somebody like Adam and you see your deck list and you're probably not super happy with it, and then you see your opponent's deck list and how insane it is, and you might just get straight up demoralized, and that incentivizes people to, like, you know, fast track the loss and just get through it quicker.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, that's a rough mindset to get into, but I mean, we're all humans. It's tough to not look at that masterpiece of, you know, it basically looks like a Vintage Cube constructed deck. Like, it's truly incredible, and Zampa is just gonna have a draw like that every time because of this low curve, because of the power level that is in this draft deck. You're just going to see that kind of exact same draw over and over, and Adam's draws are going to be all over the place, where maybe, and this is a very key maybe his ceiling is higher than Zampa's, but even probably not.
Yeah, maybe not. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that can beat Zampa's deck is possibly Tom White's deck. I think McWinsauce has the formula to play control versus aggro and maybe trump the powerful cards that Zampa has. But even then, I think it's going to be a battle, and I'm kind of excited to see the finals if that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, I love that. You've already written off Adam here, okay? But we got some magic to go here. Adam's still got a solid chance. And looking at these opening hands, something that you alluded to might actually happen here is that Skydiver stealing a Mox Ruby. That's big game.
It would be, but it's not going to be on turn 2, so Zampa's going to have a chance to play 2 different things and possibly see it, and then Adam's going to have to decide between Skull Clamp or Mox Ruby, potentially. So it is going to be an interesting game, too. There's not a great 2-drop in Adam's hand either, because they won't be able to deploy Skydiver if they're planning on kicking it, which they will plan on. So this is going to be a Triome Expedition map turn, which is just so slow. So I'm still thinking that Zampa's probably pretty far ahead.
Yeah, God, Sampo's deck is just so sick. I mean, come on, look at this. Turn 1, a very respectable creature. Turn 2, Tursa. Put a Firebolt into the yard as well as this extra land if you want. Like, didn't even discard, the same cards I would have. Kinda doesn't matter as, man, his hand just looks incredible.
I am with you, though. I'm really surprised we didn't keep Malcolm here, even if it's just a draw 2 for Skull Clamp. Like, that still seems pretty good.
I guess, the fact that you can have a Firebolt for this card that is going to come down. Sure, the Mox gets stolen, but now just being able to just Firebolt it, get it out of there, and the rare, I was going to say Skull Clamp, to just equipped up, but hey, sacrificing a blood to get a pump here looks pretty solid as well.
Yeah, and you can tell that Zampa has a lot of experience with this arc and playing a lot of Vintage Q, because a lot of these plays are being made smoothly, cleanly, and fast, not needing to think it through and see what some of these newer cards actually do. Whereas a lot of people haven't cubed as much as this, and they need to say, oh, does my card do that? I need to make sure first.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so this is a solid turn. Oko to animate the map almost assuredly on defense, and then a Spell Bomb to be able to bounce this 2-mana 5/5 that's just getting out of hand. I would assume right now. Oh, I guess it's whenever it deals damage, so you can do it within combat, but still, even with Adam kind of, air quotes, stabilizing through this turn, you're just kind of delaying the problem. But if you are giving your Oko time to, start doing its Oko things, that is a big game.
Yeah, I think that turn was actually really good for Adam to give him a chance to come back here. It really puts Zampa back to the starting board state of developing the board state. This is where I maybe wouldn't have so quickly pitched the Glorybringer. Having this later game threat to come over the top with would have been kind of nice, but I think that they still have enough threats in the Channeler and in Ivora, is that how it's pronounced?
I'm not 100%, that sounds right, but yeah.
Yeah, that I think that this still lined up well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you, though. I would have kept Glorybringer as well. Come on. Glorybringer is still a hell of a card.
For the glory.
For the glory! So we get a couple of decent creatures here. Mox Ruby turning into a 3/3. Displacer Kitten coming down, and that Horizon Canopy coming into play to at least sacrifice it. And Oko to 6. But as it stands, if we can get this DRC into the air, Adam's at 6.
Which we can, right? I think it's game over right now.
Yeah, you can just Skull Clamp the DRC here and just
Lethal.
attack for 4, right?
Yep. So,
all right.
The prediction came true.
Yeah, you did really see that one coming, and it made a lot of sense. Zampa's deck is incredible here, and that looked easy, I must say, for Zampa. Advancing to the finals here, in really kind of easy fashion, wouldn't you say?
Very, and if Tom is their opponent in the finals, I'm going to make a prediction that Tom is going to win, which I think might surprise you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did get word that Tom White did win his match, so won it pretty quickly. We're actually going to be jumping into a backup match where we're going to be checking out Yuuki. Yuuki Ichikawa has a loss already, but, is one of our most established player, if not the most established player, and still has a really sweet deck. So we're going to jump on into that match and take a look at these deck lists here. So Yuuki on the left, we got Jessy on the right, and there is the numbers in gold there. That means this is our highest win percentage amongst all the players, and let me tell you, Yuuki Ichikawa here from Japan with 66.2% win rate here in Cube. Ely, that's a nice number.
Oh yeah, great stats, and not even a high cube match number, but high enough that it's a high enough end value that it's an established value we can rely on. So It doesn't have the most experience with cube. Jessy has almost 3 times as many cube matches, but a much lower cube percentage win rate. So that just shows some of the natural talent that Yuuki probably has for cube.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, Yuuki was literally in our last mocks here in Season 1, and ended up queuing for the Pro Tour, and is kind of back on the train because of it. And you know what? Queued via the Modern Showcase qualifier as well. So, way to have you back, Yuuki. Big fan of him. And then Jessy, of course, qualified via the Open number 2 here from the United States. And we're going to jump on into this match and see who's going to take this down. And, these players are still playing for a ton of money. And this is Yuuki's deck here. Walk us through it, Ely.
Yeah, this is the combo deck we talked about before. It's kind of missing the important LED, but it has the ability to find anything and do powerful effects. So if Yuuki gets enough time, Yuuki wins. And it's pretty hard to stop this deck. Underworld Breach banned in Modern for a reason. To compare with it with Brain Freeze, you can kind of just take out your opponent's entire deck. Probably Yuuki is running cards like Mutagenic Growth to have a free spell to play off of Breach just to get the storm count high enough. So a lot of interesting things that could happen here. But I know, right? But it's funny, but it probably is the right fit for the deck. You probably just need something like that because Yuuki didn't get any zeros. And I mean, you could gush, but you can only gush so many times.
You only have so many islands. Ain't that the truth? So, okay, let's take a look at Yuuki's opponent here. This is Jessy. Jessy did fall to Adam there where we had that absurd portal turn. But how do we like Jessy's list?
Jessy's deck, I like it a little bit more in that it has cohesion, but I think that Jessy has an unfavorable matchup in combo here. So, like, our things like Fractured Identity, Solitude, Path to Exile, they don't do a whole lot here. So we can be answering things, and our opponent doesn't have anything to answer. So if it's a draw spell or an enchantment, like, we better hope we have Cathar Commando to deal with Breach when it comes in. And then, like, our 4-mana Planeswalker is kind of presenting a slow threat, so it doesn't have like a lot that can really pressure the opponent fast enough. So I'm thinking Jessy's going to be an underdog, even though I like Jessy's deck a little bit more.
Yeah, it is kind of the classic mid-range style deck where you want to be playing against a lot of creature decks versus a combo deck where, yeah, all of a sudden Jessy's going to have to sideboard out a lot of those cards as, Yuuki's creatures are maybe not amazing. So let's jump on into the match and see who takes it down. All right, we are starting at game number 2 here with Jessy taking down the first one here. So we'll see this in a post-board sideboard world. And how do we like these hands, Ely?
Jessy's hand is a snap keep, has early interaction and some pressure, which I think is very important. I don't think that Savannah Lions type creature in Jessy's hand was in the main deck. I think that's probably just a smart sideboard in. Hull Breacher is just busted against Yuuki's deck, so that was an excellent top deck. If we make it that far, which I'm sure we will, because Yuuki can't kill very quick, that card is going to be real dangerous.
Yeah, really, really good. And Yuuki's hand might look a little sketch here with the one-lander because, well, it kind of is, but in a way it also is not. So getting the Oliphant to make sure you hit land 2, and now we rely on top. If there's a land on the top 3, no matter what, Yuuki is kind of all good. But, hey, you do run afoul here where if there's no land on this top, we're done, right?
Many people have done the I rely on top to hit a land off the top 3. It's a pretty established play.
Yeah,
the way that,
does it work? Most of the time, yes.
The way this lined up, you have 4 looks at it, and with a 17 land mana base, that means you have 15 lands left, 31 cards, so almost a 50% chance of drawing a land when you draw a card. So looking at 4, you should be good to get a land most of the time. I think the odds are like 88% that you're going to hit a land.
Never tell me the odds. Let's just find out if Yuuki does it. And oh no! That's a wheel. We didn't see exactly what it was, but how about that, Mr. Number Guy?
Yeah, that was rough. Some consideration to, like, we were going to look at the 4th card with top, because you can draw with it on your turn after you've drawn to look at the 4th card. So I was taking that into account with the numbers. With only 3 cards seen, I think it was 75%. So a little bit short of where we would have wanted to be.
Well, looks like Yuuki hit the 25%er here as no way Wheel of Fortune was like, the card you wanted there. with Yuuki looking at the top 3. So now when it comes to Yuuki's next turn, do you upkeep top? Or, I mean, I guess you have to, right?
You do certainly want to. The downside of this is you would like to play a 3-drop, but you can never do that by drawing because you know the top 2 cards aren't. So maybe you draw an island and then play this 2-drop, but wow, that's pretty savage of missing again. I don't even know if
Underworld Breach.
Yeah, I don't even know if putting Breach into the hand does anything for the hand. It might as well have been a dead draw, which means the next card is even worse. And so that's really bad. I have had fun scenarios like this where I breach myself just to mill myself 3 to make top live again.
Yeah, okay. That is fair, but yeah, oh my goodness, especially with Hull Breacher here, and the fact that you have 2 wheel effects in your hand, like, this is going horrifically bad for Yuuki.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yuuki is getting dunked on here, and Jesse's gonna have this one as a pretty easy or quick 2-0. Getting to dismember here, and then attack for 6, and then having Ophelia to play. I just don't see many avenues to Yuuki winning this game. And looks like Jesse's prioritizing playing the Pride, and then following up with Ophelia to then dismember, rather than getting in the extra 3 damage, which is also fine.
I mean, the one play that I would be trying to line up here, and I don't even know if it's correct, but it'd be what I'd be trying to do, like in the fun, I'm playing Vintage Cube at home, you know, in my pajama pants type thing, is try to dismember Yuuki's creature, play a land, warp a Riddler, attack with Ophelia, and, get rid of the Riddler to have it being play. And, I mean, that play looks amazing, right? Like, tap out. You get to dismember the Arcanist, play the other 2-drop there, Riddler to draw 2 cards, then it gets blinked out, and you get to draw a 3rd card. That's what I would have been doing there.
So yeah, but some of that is value for the sake of value. Well, we still have like the same kind of clock, and we know Yuki's list. It's not like we're gonna get Wrath of Godded or anything.
I know, Ely, okay? I know it maybe wasn't the correct play, but that's what I was doing because it's too sweet, okay? Alright, looks like we have Flame of Anor with the very sad just kill 1 creature mode, not drawing any cards, but hey, you gotta get that Hull Breacher off if you want to have any chance of winning this game.
Certainly. Is Arcanist not a wizard?
I don't believe it is, but I could be wrong. I mean, if it was, we would have cast it. It is a wizard.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we didn't fire off the Flame of Nor before the Ophelia.
I guess because Hull Breacher doesn't allow you to draw the cards, huh?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that would be a good reason.
That would be a little bit of a blowout, I must say, huh?
Was there no artifact to kill?
There was no artifact to kill, yeah. So the only mode there was, help your opponent out. So I guess good play on Yuuki, but Yuuki just really got wrecked with the old 2-lander and top scenario here. That kind of stuff happens. Obviously, with hindsight, you would have mulliganed that hand, but would you have mulliganed that just not knowing what happens in the game type thing?
No, I would have kept 2. I think having a 2-lander top, I don't think you can throw that away. I think it might just be another faultiness to how Yuki's deck ended up shaping out. Not getting Lotus Petal or LED or Lotus or any of these things that are 0-mana artifacts that add mana, even not having like a Metamorphose, like anything that would funnel this deck to do something. I think that really crippled this deck. It ended up making it almost a train wreck, I think.
Yeah, and unfortunately, last time I checked, the old, goat pairing with Underworld Breach Grinding Station isn't in the cube, so unfortunately I didn't have the true combo here. The true Splinter Twin, wouldn't you agree?
Is that one near and dear to you?
Yes. Breach and Grinding Station. Come on, that's what it's all about. That's my favorite stuff to be doing for quite a while. But, all right, I'm getting antsy because we are going to take a quick break here. But on the other side, we're going to be checking out who's going to be winning this cube. It's going to be Tom White up against Zompo, and maybe the 2 best decks that you were expecting to see. And you were already calling out maybe that Mick Winsauce has a slight advantage. But before we head to the break, let's take a look at all the really cool things that Magic Online and the Daybreak team are bringing to us here. I want to give a quick shout out to that Creator Game Show. Game Showdown, if you will. Next Saturday, October 18th, 8 creators. There's going to be one winner. They're doing a bunch of goofy stuff that is a ton of fun. Drawing contest, different trivia games. Always have a ton of fun going on. I watched some of the other ones, and they were really fun to watch. So make sure to check that stuff out on Magic Online's Twitch channel here on October 18th. So thank you so much, Magic Online and Daybreak team, for bringing us the greatest online tournament here, the Magic Online Champion Showcase, and other great events like that. So we're going to take ourselves a very short break, but on the other side, round 3 of our cube round, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase here in 2025, season number 2. My name is Corey Baumiester, and I am joined by none other than member of Team Handshake, Ely Kassis. Ely, you ready for the finals here?
Very ready. Can't wait to see these two awesome decks battling it out. I'm excited to see which one comes out on top. I don't even know.
Yeah, these decks, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they were your 2 highest grades, right?
Absolutely. It was easy to see. I'm not going to take credit for the outcome being similar to what I thought. The decks just look powerful on paper.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's check these deck lists out and see who's going to be taking this down in the finals here. So we have Zampa on the left here versus Thomas White here, McWinsauce on the right in the finals here. So not only are these players playing for $4,000 of cash money, they're also playing for that invite to the World Championship, which last place is $4,000 alone in that tournament. Plus, if you have, if you know what you're doing at these tournaments, I would say, Ely, your equity at the World Championship is a little bit higher than 4,000. So these players are essentially playing a match for around $10,000 here, which is really impressive here. So Zomp on the left, Thomas White on the right. Both players have some solid stats. Zampa, with only playing Magic here for 3 years, getting to this stage of his career is kind of mind-blowing, wouldn't you think, Ely?
Oh yeah, very telling that there's some immediate talent there to figure this out that fast. My first 3 years, man, I wasn't good enough to win a local, 8-man.
No kidding. My first 3 years that I started playing, well, I was, I could almost count my age on 2 hands here. I was, 11. I was not top 8ing anything, by the time I was 14. Absolutely not. And on the other side, been playing for 14 years for McWinsauce. Been around the blocks for a long time, has played in multiple pro tours, qualified via the leaderboard, and actually, queued with maybe the most points we have ever seen. So Thomas White just dominated this Magic Online season, top 8ing so many premier events. So this is kind of the David versus Goliath story here. So let's take a look at the decks here, starting off with Zampa. And I gotta say, this is a deck, we've seen it here before. This is my pick to take it down. This deck is just too streamlined. It looks too beautiful. Ely, what do you love about it?
I mean, just the power and the smoothness, the low curve, all these great, excellent high tier picks, just has it all. And I also expect this deck to kind of win. I just think the opposing deck is lined up a little bit well to combat exactly this strategy. So I think this is gonna be a really great match, unless it's not. You never know. Mana sometimes doesn't come together, and you see a one-sided kind of game.
Oh man, Ely, this is what we got you in here for. This is either going to be the greatest match or it won't be. Stay tuned. Let's take a look at Tom White's list, as we have not really seen this get played so far, but Tom has had a relatively easy avenue to the finals here. One card I want to point out, Ely, that at least stands out to me is Flage. I think that we are really going to see Tom White's chances skyrocket if he does draw Flage. Now, maybe Recall is probably going to push the needle a little bit further, but Flage is the card that looks the most important to me in this matchup.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think recall is the thing that gives resources to be able to maneuver and consistency that way. But Tom has some reiteration, if you will, an expressive iteration to make sure that happens too, and consult the charts. So Tom is not trying to play a standard draft deck where you play a light threat and then you interact and you do something. Instead, it's complete control, card advantage, and then trying to just slam the victory through Flage or Othari. So very few win cons here will be important to note, but they're really hard to deal with win cons, especially for a blue-red deck. You have to make sure you answer Othari before it starts making creatures, and you have to exile Flage somehow, which the blue-red deck doesn't have. So I do agree with you. I think Flage is the most important piece to be able to take this game. And I just think it's funny that one person has Time Warp and the other one has Time Walk. It's like,
we don't need Time Walk, Ely. We have Time Walk at home, okay?
Exactly.
Either way, I look at both of these decks, and the only thing I can think of is exactly the one word between that counterspell and expressive iteration. Damn, both of these decks are awesome. So let's head on down into the feature match area and see who is going to get this Vintage Cube trophy. Looks like we have McWinsauce on the play here up top with an okay hand, and then a really nice streamline one for Zampa at the bottom.
I think they both have really decent hands, though. I certainly wouldn't be sad about either one of them. Like, having your Jeskai mana base and then having a curve that starts on 2 is fine because you're on the play. And obviously, Zampa's hand is just like the normal, oh my gosh.
Oh, what is it? You said it's normal?
Well, can I take that back?
Honestly, though, Ely, like, that's a great draw, but looking at how this is kind of going to play out, was that actually the worst possible draw for Zampa, with now that we're going to play one of these 3-drops right into a counterspell, where if we didn't have a Mox, that was not going to be the case?
I don't imagine it to be the worst possible because you still have to play through this counter when you're a blue-red kind of aggro deck. It's not like you have the luxury of sitting back. And I think that's a mistake a lot of players make against the control deck, is trying to play a little bit slower and then they get punished.
Yeah.
So, like, there are give and takes to all of this too. Like, that Dak Faden was a great draw. You could steal Mox Ruby, but then Dak Faden's just going to get taken out by the Channeler. So is that even good? Like, your opponent isn't really playing a ramp deck, so like, is taking out a Mox even that important? So I think I agree with the Fable being the better play there. There's just a lot of interesting things I think in play here that are not easily contextually derived. But having Tersa is just a fantastic follow-up to this. It helps Dragon Rage Channeler. I'm just so impressed with Zampa at the discards. There's nothing is sacred in Zampa's hand. Like, discarding Fiery Confluence? Wait, what are you doing? I want that card.
I was thinking the same, but then again, I just think, like, you know, if Zampa were to, like, discard Time Walk there, then we're like, okay, Zampa's just throwing his cards to the wind. But, you know, every card that he discards that's not a Time Walk gets you closer to Time Walk. So, I mean, I guess I'm kind of here for it.
Turning on the Dragon's Rage Channeler to add 2 more damage this turn and 2 more damage next turn is probably worth getting rid of this Steel 6. It's just a very smart play that I think a lot of people would be sleeping on. So it's kind of cool to see Zampa just doing it and not even taking time to think about it. It's like, man, some things are sacred. You have to like process them before you throw it to the wind. But nope, we're doing it.
We're just doing it. I am here for it. So big draw step here. We drew a Flage here from McWinsauce. We're still looking for second white to be able to dam this board away, which would be excellent here. But even Flage alone looks great. And oh, hello, there's a Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, getting to Flage and hold up counterspell here also seems really good. So,
I like that a lot more, huh? Like, sure, you're a ways away from escaping Flage, but, like, not by a lot. Like, sure, you need a white mana and 2 extra cards in hand, but, you know, if Tom White were to be able to counter a spell and then draw a fetch land, boom, game's over.
Mm-hmm. It does seem nice to have the counter up, but I do think that the Flage has a difficult time picking what to target here. So, like, Tersa is nearing the point where its secondary ability comes into play, where most people don't really see that ability happen. And then the Dragon Rage Channeler is going to help funnel the draws and fly over, and it's also a problem threat. But I think the fact that Flage gains life means that we picked the right one. That was a ghost draw.
That was quite the draw. If there wasn't a counter spell on the other side, oh my goodness, we would have basically been all done here. But wow, this counter spell is really going to save the day.
Yeah, McWinsauce really had these things line up nicely. You almost can't script it this nicely sometimes, because like you take the Flage out of that hand, let's say it's a land that doesn't add white, then maybe the Othari is the better play last turn. And then are we just dead?
Yeah, totally. And there is the Plains to be able to have a instant speed Wrath.
It's a lot of fun. I love Teferi Time Raveler. It's just so busted when you get to do these sorceries at the best times and not even worry about them reacting to it or interacting. Although it would be funny, a scenario where there's two cards in your opponent's hand and they respond by, let's say, Achawaring Time Raveler and then spell piercing your dam somehow. Like, that would be a crazy sequence if that was available.
I actually had a control deck that I played, and I got to go Upkeep Ultima. So it just not only wrapped their board, but it ended their turn. It was so spicy.
That sounds really spicy.
Yeah. It was really sweet. So here comes a land off the top, and here's an attack, and I think we might just be about to see a dam here. Or do you, like, wait? You know, do you wait at all until end step here if you're McWinsauce?
I think most people are not waiting here because knowing that you have Othari and Flage as backup, there's just not a reason to risk going to any kind of a low life total where you can get, Burst Lightning kickered. Even with Confluence and Burst Lightning in the graveyard, it just seems like unnecessary risk. It's not like our flipped Fable is that good, and we don't need to win by getting the last card in Zampo's hand. So I think that we're just going to Othari here and run away with the game, and we had to back up in Flage too. Like, either one of these was good enough to seal this game away.
And I gotta say, I mean, Zampa's did flood out a little bit at the end. The Skull Clamp is a blank, and we're gonna be all done here for game number one. But outside of that, Zampa's draw was pretty good. And, Thomas White's just answers really lined up this game. And, maybe that's indicative of what we're gonna expect in this match, huh?
It is kind of what I expect, and sort of what I was saying. I think Thomas White's deck lines up nicely into the blue-red deck, and I think the concern is going to have to be, are we going to stumble at all? Because we know we're on the draw for game two if you're Tom, and the opponent's deck is very fast, and we need to have our three colors, we need to have our answers line up. Like, we almost lost this game by not having Counterspell and Flage that one turn. So a little tiny misstep can just seal the deal.
Well, in the meantime, the lightning bolt off the top plus the Flage just ends the game right now. It didn't matter. That game is going to be over next turn no matter what. Anyways, an impressive W there for Thomas White, and he is now one game away from the 2026 World Championship.
That's very impressive. I think that I would have liked boarding in this the white enchantment creature here to make 2/2/1 flyers. The other white enchantment
Overlord?
creature before to do it. Yeah, I think the Overlord trades nicely with a lot of the creatures in Zampo's deck. And so I think Zampo is going to be looking for cards that are better against control, and Tom is going to be looking for cards that like make sure he doesn't die to going wide, fast strategies. And so that's one of the ones I think I'd like to add. I do like putting Time Warp in the sideboard, so I do like some of the sideboard changes that are happening, and bringing your CMC curve down lower. All good things. I don't know if I board out Dak Faden. I think that card is just too good. The ability to steal a Mox or a Skull Clamp, and then also to filter your draws and feed your Flage. Like, even on the draw, I think you just can't cut that card. But
yeah, I actually do like that cut, if I'm being honest. I'm not the experienced cuber like you are, but it felt like even stealing a Mox for 3 mana when it's just going to die with Zompa's deck being so aggressive. I'm not sure if it's right, but I probably would have sided it out as well. So if you side out the time warp, do you side out the time walk?
Never, of course not.
Time was, and for me, like you were saying, Black Lotus is your pick one, pack one. I don't know, still call me a boomer or just wrong or whatever, but I'm still picking Time Walk over Black Lotus.
That's tough because Time Walk to me is the best card in Cube, but it's not as abusable. Like Lotus can become a combo deck all unto itself if you draft around it, and it's hard to draft the Time Walk deck. And I actually think if you go for the Time Walk deck, like the blue-green Planeswalker, bringing it back, things like that, then you end up with kind of a pile that doesn't come together as nicely versus like Lotus just fits into everything.
That is very fair. Very responsible and very fair of you. All right, both hands look like just absolute bangers.
Yeah, I think that Tom has this nice position, though, of I have a counter, I have a Wrath, I have cheap removal, and I think it's on Lupi here to make sure that they apply the pressure, because the late game is not going to go favorably.
Yeah, and I will say the one thing kind of missing from McWinsauce's hand here is no red. A bit of a big deal. I mean, if you can Flame Slash down a threat, then hold up a counterspell next turn, something like that would be really awesome, but still pretty awesome. Getting a Thunder Trap Trainer down, trying to find some goods. And is that a good one?
Oof. Oof.
Oh, my goodness. The advantage bar has swayed in favor of Thomas White, I would say.
I think that a balance is going to have to be cast here pretty soon, so like that could mitigate some of the card advantage, but you could just balance and then Ancestral on the next turn and not lose all that much.
I mean, you kind of can't, right, because of this Plains where you don't want to play your land and then balance?
Yeah, but you probably don't go for
you
the
want
land
to block with
destruction.
this trainer, right?
You do. You want to make sure you don't have a creature left on the table, so blocking.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is block the 3/3 there. But God, I'm just like looking at, like, I'm just like a giddy schoolboy looking at Snapcaster Mage next to a recall. Like, that's the only spot my eyes are focused on, and the value of this is just through the roof.
Yeah, I think McWinsauce is lining up a different kind of board state and not prioritizing like cleaning up these early creatures fast, which can be risky if your opponent has like interaction. But I guess their opponent's like texture of how they've been playing lately is just turning sideways and trying to apply more and faster. So if that's the case, there's maybe a way to turn this game around in a way that utilizes all of the value, so we can Ancestral and normalize and not bank on casting balance. And then maybe the following turn we'll draw a red and we'll Flame Slash and Unexpected Absence instead, and kind of come back into the game that way.
It does look like Thomas is lining up one of those turns where he can just, like, not only be at an advantage spot, but, like, at a bury you type situation where he can go, like, next turn, balance, play a land, have no more lies available, and all of a sudden, Zampa has no board, and that kind of scenario where I think it's looking good that exact same thing is going to happen. I think if I'm Thomas White, I was going to say maybe think about recalling. The only awkward part about balance here is if you just have this many cards, Tom has to just discard a ton here to this balance.
Yeah, and so you probably aren't looking to balance. I think that's the play where you're going to play these other removal spells, and you save balance as like a backup just in case.
So we just recall here and then maybe unexpectedly absent on something?
I think that's probably not going to happen because we want to make sure we kill more lives. Wow, we're giving up
Ambush
the
Viper! Way worse than Ambush Viper plus draw 3 cards. The value, it's paining me, Ely. I'm in actual pain.
I hope you survive, obviously. This is definitely not my preferred way to go about that turn either. I think this is where the Mana Lake example I gave before, where sometimes you have Mana Lake in hand or you play around Mana Lake, and it can end up costing you in the lines that you take.
Yeah, so here's a spot where we could go to Fairy plus Flame Slash. If this resolves, deal with the token, deal with the the other 4-power creature, and, you know, battlefield is stabilized. We do have the old Glory Bringer to be able to, you know, fight back a little bit, but either way, these exchanges have just been nothing but amazing for Tom White.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is an interesting turn because that Tersa can also deal with Time Raveler if you value getting it off the board. And then we could have like discarded the island. Instead, going this route, I think we're trying to play it a little bit more safe. And I think I would have preferred playing Glorybringer if this is how we were going to play this turn.
I actually like this because if you find a land, you know, you can just play it and then Tersa, and then Glorybringer, you get your value when a creature actually gets played. And the one thing I love that Lupi didn't do here is discard the Glorybringer this time around. Keep that one in hand.
The only issue with keeping Glorybringer for a creature is your opponent doesn't really have creatures.
Yeah, that is true. Tom White's deck is just a control deck, really tried and true. I don't draft a ton of control decks in Cube. Like, is it something you do a lot, or is this kind of odd to see a control deck doing this well?
I think you have to find your spot. Like, the seed has to dictate that you can draft the deck, and that can be hard to find the right spot for it. Like, even in this situation, Thomas has to figure out, how do I best utilize my spells? Like, I'm either playing a Leyline Binding and getting poor value on things, but you could just top deck Flage instead.
Oh my god. And yeah, here's the one creature that Tom White has, and like, Glorybringer's not doing anything to that, so Flade's just dealt with that creature, assuming there was one very powerful card in exile that we didn't really get to see, so shutting off that line, and man, now you can just do whatever you want. Next turn you get to bring back a Flage, and sure, Zampa can attack for 7 here, put Tom White down to 8, but shrug it off and just kind of not really care.
Yeah, short of drawing like Time Walk into something else busted, I just don't see how McWinsauce doesn't just flat win this game. And
yeah, but like Time Walk doesn't even do anything, right? You just Leyline Binding the Glorybringer and then Flage the last creature, and like, it feels like we're already all done here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we're all done here. I was just trying to come up with some scenario that maybe had a chance, but no, I think we are all done here. McWinsauce just making it look easy too.
Yeah, easy mode, and you know, I did see we have communication with the players where they're chatting amongst themselves after the draft, and then the deck lists are open, and Thomas White, pick one, pack one. Well, it's that card in the graveyard. Right there for Thomas White. That's a pretty nice place to start.
Oh yeah, very nice. And I think that leads to a lot of like LSV's cube draft decks where he drafts decks like this, is usually starting on recall and knowing you can just win by the attrition method.
But I thought he was never lucky. How is he getting recall all the time, you know?
Is that what he says, or is that what other people say? Because I've seen
I think that's his aspect there. Like, never lucky. I mean, one of the best players to ever do it, that's for sure. But just a great vintage cube drafter. I've watched so many of his videos, you know, preparing for all these cube events, and it's really fun to watch.
I agree. I definitely have him in my goat race.
Fiery Confluence, does that do anything on this battlefield?
Sadly, nothing at all. We are so dead.
But what about take 6?
I think it's funny that McWinsauce is actually like deliberating here, but all right. I think you can just do whatever you want here and the game is over.
Yeah, take 6, but then on the crackback gaining 5, that's probably pretty brutal. All right, and there is the last points. 3 damage upstairs. Here's 8 more, and that is McWinsauce, a.k.a. Thomas White, taking down the Vintage Cube portion, locking up a ton of money, and is the very first player that is on that beautiful roster here of the 2026 World Championship. Ely, that was impressive to watch, I must say.
Very impressive. Congratulations to Tom White. That was superbly executed, and just the whole thing. A good draft, good deck, well played, all around all-star moment, and one of our top 3 to watch from the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely our top 3 to watch. Zampa, maybe not necessarily on everyone's radar, but it's definitely on my radar now. He played quite well. He drafted an absolute banger of a deck just to come that close. But hey, Zampa's going to collect a lot of cash here and put himself in a good position to, make some more money with Modern. And who knows, if Tom White were to go 6-0, then we do get spots opened up as far as how many wins you have throughout the event. So I actually got a chance to talk to Mick Winsauce. So let's hear what he's got to say about just winning this Vintage Cube. All right, everybody, I am here with our Vintage Cube winner, Tom White, aka Mick Winsauce. How are you feeling, buddy? You just locked up, I guess, the first world slot of next year. Are you pumped?
Really pumped. As soon as the match ended, I went outside for a walk just to clear my head. Crazy. Feels great. I'm not a vintage cuber. I think the first time I played the mocks a couple of years ago, they showed my stats, and I'd only played a couple of games of vintage cube before, so it's definitely not my wheelhouse.
Did you do a lot of prep going into this, or were you the type of player that's like, well, because you've been here before, right? We've seen you at these Magic Online Championships plenty of times. Were you like, all right, I'll get through the cube, maybe pick up some dollars, and then just win Modern? Or what was your idea going into it?
I did quite a few prep. I drafted a lot and didn't play many games, because I kind of know how vintage cube games go, but I just need to actually know what cards are in the cube, because I don't do it unless I'm qualified. So I probably did like 30 or 40 drafts, but just didn't play very many games.
Wow, you can just internalize that knowledge. That definitely takes some skill. I know you've been around the game here for a long time as far as Magic Online streets and, making it to the Pro Tour streets. So I definitely can't do that. I gotta play the games to learn that knowledge, that is for sure. So walk me through the draft a little bit. How did everything go? What colors did you play? And how did you get there?
So I ended up with Jessica I control deck. First picked an Ancestral Recall, which is a pretty good card.
Chef's Kiss?
What did I say? I second picked a Balance, I think. Can't quite remember. But so I was moving into like a blue-white control, and then I just ended up with some good red cards, some Dak Faden, Flage. It's a good draft.
Hard to go wrong with that. Yeah, I mean, the deck looks sweet. Got the deck list in front of me. Looks really powerful. When you saw Recall, were you like, okay, this easily could be a world championship slot, or were you trying to kind of calm the nerves there?
I was calming the nerves. I've had good first picks in Vintage Cube before, in mocks. I think I first picked the Black Lotus before, and I 0-1-2'd it, so I knew it wasn't all set up, but I had a good start.
Wait, are you saying you play the matches out when you have a Black Lotus just with?
No, in the last mocks, in one of the moxes.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So kind of changing gears. You're already locked for Worlds. You already have a good amount of cash in. Ideally, going into this event, I'm sure you would just lock that in to get your 3-0 in one of them, and kind of who cares about the rest. But now that you've already done it, do you care about the Modern portion? Are you excited to get that perfect 6-0 sweep, which I've never seen personally? So how are you feeling going into Modern?
Semi-confident. I would have been more confident before the Pro Tour. I was really, really liking this Esper Blink deck with
Okay.
and it did really bad to Pro Tour. So I was like, I can't play that anymore.
Really good.
So I tried to play most of the top decks, and I settled on Affinity. I think it's good. It's got a good nut draw. But yeah, about Modern, still have to win the matches. There's still money on the line for every single game you win, because of the way the structure works.
Yep, ain't that the truth? So you're playing Affinity, any kind of spice with the list? Are you kind of doing like maybe the Closet Gigs tech that we saw, or anything like that? Walk me through your specific list and how you're feeling based on the rest of the field.
So I started with Shuhei's list, which was the weapons, and I kind of slowed it down a little bit by adding Emery's to the main deck to make it a little bit grindier, because I have to grind a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. The field, there's a lot of affinity in the field. I've just seen the deck lists. There's 4 of us on affinity, so I think everyone had the same kind of plan I did. And it was quite a bit sad, actually. I was thinking of playing Tron, which has a good affinity matchup, but I didn't like any of the lists I saw. And instead of trying to fix them, I just shoved them aside. And I think I could have had a really good field if I just fixed the Tron lists I saw.
Yep, that is fair. That does seem like a pretty solid matchup. Well, you got your sights set on maybe a couple mirrors to be able to get that perfect 3-0-6-0. But huge congratulations for locking up that world slot, Tom, and best of luck in Bonner.
Thank you.
God, really nice to hear that stuff from him. Ely, you've locked up world slots plenty of times. What's that feeling like when you know, like, you did it? You got that final carrot on the string, as I like to say. You get to play in the biggest tournament of the year.
I don't know how one describes giddy, but it's something like that.
Okay. Yeah, are you surprised, impressed, or anything with his lack of playing cube, and then just kind of like, all right, I guess it's time to practice, and then wins a cube against some of the greatest to ever do it?
I think that just shows probably his skill and adeptness at like just picking it up and being very proficient at it. Certainly drafted a great deck, so I think his strategy of draft a lot of decks really panned out. And then also thought he played really well for the camera time that we saw him. So I think just all those elements just mean like he's a great player, and he could probably pick up a format pretty easily now with all his other experience in other formats.
Ain't that the truth? And I gotta say, like, I was really impressed with his ability to open that recall and put it into his pile immediately, too. I think that's a next level strat that I think more people should have implemented, don't you?
Yeah, I'm still working on that skill. I get this like carpal tunnel when I'm opening the pack, and
yeah. Wait, what kind of vintage cube draft are you doing where you're actually opening the pack? Invite me, bro. That sounds really fun. But Ely Kassis, it has been an absolute pleasure having you along for the ride, sharing your expertise here in these vintage cube drafts. We gotta maybe see if Tom White we'll give you some pointers here in cube. Maybe we'll get you in the tournament for the next time. But all jokes aside, man, it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you so much for joining us for the mocks. Any final thoughts here before we let you go?
I think you guys are gonna really enjoy Reid Duke because he's just great at Magic all around. So I'm really looking forward to watching them. Yeah, right. I'm looking forward to watching the rest of the coverage myself. I feel like you guys are getting your upgrade. You started with the at-home volunteer, and now you're upgrading to Reid Duke. So I'm excited for what's to follow, and I want to watch the stream myself. And I think it was such an honor to be here, and I appreciate you having me, Corey. Being alongside your expertise in this is amazing. You're still the best commentator in the whole world, so it's really fun to watch, and it's cool to be side by side with you.
I'll pay you that $20 to say that after the stream, man. I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm very lucky. We're all very lucky watching that, we have these two phenomenal Magic players, 2 Hall of Fame level players, to be able to bring you this coverage. But we are going to be taking a short break, and like Ely was saying, on the other side, we're going to have Reid Duke jumping on in, and we're going to start shifting gears into the modern rounds. But before we do that, let's talk again about Magic Online's really cool events that they're doing so far. And I gotta say, I gotta try these pack wars. These pack wars look really, really interesting to me. Some call it mini masters. We, of course, call it pack wars here. Start with 1 pack and battle your way to victory. 1 booster pack at a time. Simple, fast, and full of surprises. It's going to be really fun. Keep an eye on Magic Online to be able to know when you're going to be able to play these pack wars. That's going to be a lot of fun. So, all right, everyone, thank you so much for watching so far. We are going to take ourselves a short break, but on the other side, we got the Duke, and we'll have some Modern ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase here, season number 2 here in 2025. My name is Corey Baumiester, and today I have the luxury of being joined by a Hall of Famer. It's Reid Duke. Reid, how you doing, and what are you looking forward to today?
Hey, Corey. Thanks for having me. I am beyond excited here. Like, I'm always pretty excited to cover a cool Magic tournament, but the Mox it stands alone among the cool Magic tournaments, and it even has a special place in my heart because it's more or less where I got my competitive start all those years ago. I was the Magic Online champion in 2011. So I just know what these players have had to go through in order to get here. I know, the special skill sets that they're going to put on display for us. And the morning, the Vintage Cube was great, and I think the modern rounds are going to be just as good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said it best there. Being able to just get to this point where you're qualified, where you're in this event, is truly a feat. And what you've done it a couple times, right? You won 2021. You made it at least one other time, right?
Yeah, 2011 even. So it's an extra decade off there. But it feels like only yesterday. And I also played the year prior, 2010, the year after, 2012, and then one more a few times later. Okay, so just 4 times you've been a part of this, and you said it exactly right though. This kickstarts so many people's career that's like, hey, maybe they're really comfortable playing Magic Online, but maybe haven't bridged that gap to get to the professional scene. Well, if you top 2 this tournament, you are in the professional scene. You're queued for a couple of these events. So yeah, it's a very special event, and we're all honored to have you here, Reid. So we're going to be jumping in and checking out the modern decks that we're going to be seeing in action here. We just saw Tom White, McWinsauce lock up that #1 spot here into the grand finals. Well, Tom needs an opponent, so we need to find out exactly what that is. But let's start with, instead of looking at the metagame of what decks we have, let's take a look at every single deck and see how these players approached the tournament. And we're going to start with Nathan Stoyer, and this is a spicy little Jeskai control list. Reid, walk us through this deck, and also let us know what kind of goes through your head when you're trying to submit a deck at this small style field. Is it like submitting a deck for a Pro Tour, or is it a little different? Well, that's a great set of questions, Corey, especially in the context that we're just coming from Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, which was, of course, the biggest modern tournament of the year. So the question is, do you just pick a successful deck from the Pro Tour and run with it? Or do you try to engage in this leveling game where you're going to be a step ahead of the 7 particular competitors that are coming to this small field tournament? It's a great question, and I think you can justify some different approaches there. But what jumps off the page to me about Nathan's deck choice, this is more or less the same deck that Kassis brought to the Pro Tour. That was kind of like a 1 of 1. Ely was the only player playing his particular take on Jeskai control, and he did great. He had like 7 or 8 wins over 10 rounds of modern. So Nathan, I think, works closely with Ely. Ely even shouted out Nathan as a big contributor to the deck list. So kind of putting 2 and 2 together, no surprise that he's going to come with this really finely tuned and successful version of Jeskai.
Yeah, gotta love it. And I like the change of pace that we're having here because, well, I made sure to bring up multiple times to Ely, how Nathan Stoyer, the last time he was in the Mox, he ended up winning, which then got him to the World Championship, where he beat Kassis badly in the finals. So, I like that you're evening it out, and instead of, these friendly daggers I've been giving to him, you're giving Ely his flowers. So I think we're going to have a good yin and yang mix here, Reid.
Yeah. It's Ely, he's a great part of the coverage team, and now that he is off the air, we can be sure to be a little nicer to him.
Exactly. There you go. And yeah, Ely, the last
4 Pro Tours has played a kind of deck like this, where it's kind of off the beaten path, and he's usually been very right about this. So Control did quite well at this last Pro Tour. I expect it to do pretty well here. So, all right, that's Nathan Stoyer's deck. Let's take a look at Zampa's deck. And Zampa just ended up being 1 win away here in our last Vintage Cube deck, so maybe looking to get a little bit closer here. And Eldrazi ramp, but this one's a little bit of a spicy one here, Reid.
Yeah, so this is okay. let's zoom out, and we could just say the Eldrazi in general are a really powerful, well represented creature type and strategy that you can employ in Modern. Now, the way that you actually bring Eldrazi to the table can vary a lot. So Eldrazi Tron is kind of the most represented version at the Pro Tour, but I have a lot of respect for these green-based Eldrazi decks, and Zampa is going even a step further than that, hybridizing with the Basking Broodscale combo. So yes. I see this as just a scary deck. Like, your opponent's playing this version of Eldrazi, there are a lot of bad things that can happen to you, and you're going to have to walk a tightrope of like defending yourself against this combo, preparing for their big mana plan, and just making sure you put a clock on them and get the game over with before they can set up that Emrakul, that combo kill, whatever it might be.
Yeah, absolutely. And something else that really stands out to me, I mean, number one, this is a much more hybrid list than I think we've seen before, but also 4 Vexing Bauble in the main. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but that doesn't even seem stock in Eldrazi or these Broodscale lists. Is that correct?
No, that's not stock at all. And, it harkens back to the question you asked me a moment ago, Corey, like, how do you approach these small field events? So if you're thinking, I've got a bead on what my opponents are going to be bringing, one of the competitors that comes to mind, Yuuki Ichikawa, kind of famous for being successful with the Neoform deck. So if you're like, one of my 7 opponents is just cold to Vexing Bauble, maybe some of the other ones are going to be bringing like Ephemerate, Pitch Spell type, decks that have some vulnerabilities as well. You can totally make the judgment call to just main deck a sideboard card like that, and that could be a huge way to get a leg up in a niche event like this.
Yeah, so cool. I love the mocks. I love the mind games that you can really see what the player was thinking by just looking at a list, which is really cool stuff and something we don't see even at the Pro Tour. Like, sure, you can metagame your deck for a certain deck, but at the Pro Tour, you're going to play against a lot of different things. At an RC, you're going to play against the Wild Wild West, so not really something you can do unless you're at a very small field like this. So let's take a look at our next player. This is going to be Alison Silva. Got the top 4 of the Vintage Cube draft, so got pretty close. And is it affinity with the weapons manufacturing? Looks pretty close, if not identical, to Shuhei Nakamura's list, who went very deep in this last Pro Tour. Which was a lot of fun to see. I know you're a Shuhei fan as well, Reid.
Yeah, Shuhei was awesome. His deck was awesome. Affinity, this is one of the most exciting decks in Modern, especially in recent times. I think with, a lot of new weapons from the Modern Horizon sets, Mox Opal coming off the ban list, people were really excited about Affinity, but it took a little while and a couple more cool releases like Pinnacle Emissary Weapons Manufacturing before people got these really hammered out high performance Affinity lists. Yeah. But we're there now, and these decks are scary. They attack you from a lot of angles, and it's no surprise that not just Alison, but several of our other competitors also brought Affinity.
Yep, absolutely. And I'm a little salty at Mox Opal being unbanned because it got my other very powerful 1 colorless red enchantment banned, but I won't live in the past here on that one, but RIP Breach. So let's take a look at our next opponent, or our next player here. This is Jessy. Jessy ended up playing Azorius Blink. Reid, you might be a little familiar with this one, huh?
Yeah, so this is the deck or the archetype at least, that I played at the Pro Tour as a Gabriel Nassif brew focused on White Orchid Phantom, the new package of Quantum Riddler and Starfield Shepherd, combining all these cards with Ephemerate. And this is a fun, powerful deck that has a few highly favorable matchups in the field. Like basically, if White Orchid Phantom is strong against your opponent, a ramp or a combo strategy, you're going to be really happy to be playing Azorius Blink. Now, the deck list has evolved a little bit from the Pro Tour, and some cool stuff about Jessy's version. Recruiter of the Guard as an extra way to find your key silver bullet creatures in the matchup. Containment Priest, which is really nice because it allows you to Felia your opponent's creatures, and then it'll just be exiled permanently because it can never come back if Containment Priest is on the battlefield. So a way to sort of like hate out opposing Blink decks at the same time as creating this additional way for you to remove opposing creatures, opposing permanents from the battlefield.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And I got to share one of my favorite moments here from this last Pro Tour. We were at the player party, and, everyone's getting ready. I'm always talking to players and saying, hey, do you like your deck? How you feeling about Limited? All that kind of stuff. And I first talked to Nassif, who was building this deck. You maybe kind of jumped ship with him and started fine-tuning the deck with him. But I was just like, yeah, how's your deck, how's your deck, Hat? Like, do you really like this? And he's like, nah, we screwed this one up. I got a bad deck for this Pro Tour. And I'm like, oh no, like, that's no good. And I'm like, well, I'm sure you'll do fine. And then I go to talk to you, and I'm like, Reid, on the same deck. I was like, how do you like your deck? And you're like, this deck's great. I got Nassif that built this, one of the best deck builders of our generation. I'm feeling good. So the duality of your guys' comments were hilarious.
Yeah, Gab he's like, I think always really sort of modest about, or has anxiety that he's going to like train wreck the team by having us play one of his brews and having it not work out. But this was, true to form, this was just a really, really well-built deck. The Flagstones of Trocare, White Orchid Phantom thing is really powerful, and sort of a way, if Phantom is not a killer against your opponent, to still take great advantage of it. And of course, the Quantum Riddler, Felia, Ephemerate package is just gives the deck a really high power level in general. So I like what Jessy brought. I had a good experience with it, and hopefully the same will be true for Jessy in this event.
Yeah, both of you went very deep into that Pro Tour, so showed that this deck is definitely real, and some really cool stuff to be looking at going forward into Modern. So now let's take a look at our Vintage Cube champ here, Thomas White. See what we like here, and you were saying it, we got a lot of affinity in the field. Here is another one of those decks, and looks pretty similar to other builds. Anything really standing out here?
No, very similar. Again, in the mold of the Shuhei Nakamura weapons manufacturing version of Affinity. I do notice that Thomas White has his Emeries in the main deck, whereas sometimes you'll see them in the sideboard or not appearing at all, but kind of valuing that long game value plan, perhaps at the expense of the, cranial plating damage output angle that some other Affinity decks might be pushing harder.
Yep, makes sense to me. And then our last person here, we got Adam Wasburn here. Let's see exactly what he brought. And yep, you guessed it. Here is an Affinity. Now, I don't see the weapons manufacturing or the Claw of Gix thing, so a little bit different here.
Yeah, but I like this one too. Just very, very streamlined in terms of lots of 0 mana artifacts and lots of really potent payoff cards. Full 4 Kappa Cannoneers, Thoughtcast, Pinnacle Emissary, and, Cranial Plating. This card has been a killer in Modern since the format existed, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it at a certain point.
Yeah, no kidding. It still just kind of pains me to only see one Cranial Plating in an Affinity deck, but, I totally get it. It makes a lot of sense to me. So we got 2 other deck lists to look over, but that is because we are saving those for last, as they're going to be our main feature. So let's take a look at our first round of Modern and see who we're going to be watching right away, and that is going to be Yuuki Ichikawa versus Alejandro Romero, and we'll start with Yuki's list. Esper Blink, maybe a deck that, it kind of hybridized over into all the Esper Blink decks over into, I would say, Esper Gorios. So we haven't seen this deck as much
I would say Reid.
Right. So Esper Blink was a little bit before the Pro Tour. There was a lot of buzz about it because everyone was excited about Quantum Riddler being released, and there's just so much you can do within the Esper color spectrum in terms of, like, do you want to play into combos? What about your card choices? How deep do you want to go to the Blink package? So what Yuuki has brought resembles closely the deck that Horiyuchi Makoto used to make the top 4 of Pro Tour Edge of Eternity.
Yeah.
And I can tell you a quick story about my Pro Tour experience. It started with, I really wanted to play Esper Blink. This deck just highly appeals to me, like Thoughtseize, Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler. Those are all the most fun cards to play with. So I worked a lot on this deck. Couldn't quite get it to a spot where I was confident. And I ended up playing the, plain blue-white Azorius version.
Yeah.
Well, in round 15 of the Pro Tour, I was paired against Horiyuchi, and the round starts by you exchange deck lists, look over what the opponent has brought, and I'm like, wow, this version of Esper Blink is awesome. Like, how did he manage to fit all of these cool cards that I wanted to play with but couldn't find room in my version? And I saw he's got no Solitudes and only
I was blown away.
1 or 2 copies of Ephemerate. So I was like, maybe that's where I was wrong, where every single version that I built, it started with 4 Solitude, 4 Ephemerate, and then let's figure out the other 52 cards from there. But kind of like a groundbreaking take where you move away from Solitude, you reduce your dependency on having this high density of white cards, and instead you get to use Subtlety, Force of Negation, which gives you game against these combo and ramp decks in a way that the other Esper Blink decks don't have. I'll also mention Horiyuchi kicked the crap out of me, like just demolished me in that match. So I'm a big fan of this deck, a big fan of Yuuki as well. So, like, one that I definitely want to keep an eye on. And of course, the big question is, in a field with several affinity decks, is that going to be a good matchup? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're going to find out. And one other thing I want to say about that, he also snapped off your 11-match winning streak at that point, right? Like, weren't you 1-3, 1-4 at this Pro Tour?
Yeah, my trajectory was a roller coaster. I was 1-4. I won 9 matches in a row to be 10-4. And I did finally lose the last 2. I lost to Horiyuchi and then lost my round 16. But yeah, it was kind of fun for a while in there.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch your journey there. You ended up, of course, making day 2, which is what you really needed for Worlds, and ended at the top of the AMPs. So big congratulations to you there, buddy. But now let's take a look at Yuki's opponent here and see what we're going to be up against. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I counted 3 affinity decks so far. Well, here's the 4th. Half the players ended up bringing Is It Affinity. So, Reid, walk me through this deck again, and now that we've seen all 8 decks, who do you like the most, or is it kind of too hard to tell?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that is definitely going to be the story of the event. The 4 copies, fully half the field, playing Affinity in one form or another. Now, Alejandro is, again, that Shuhei Nakamura style with weapons manufacturing, Claws of Gix as a really, really cool silver bullet you can find off of Urza's Saga. Less reliance on Thought Monitor. So instead, just kind of this plan of, like, build out a board, resilient threats, Kappa Cannoneer, weapons manufacturing. These help you circumvent Wrath of the Skies or spot removal spells, which would be some of the common countermeasures against affinity decks. So yeah, just a combination of an explosive deck, but also thoughtfully constructed backup plans, less vulnerability to any one key hate card. So, the affinity players are going to really put people to the test in terms of being prepared with not just a couple of, slapdash sideboard cards thrown in at the last minute, but do you actually have a fully fledged, coherent plan where you can take down affinity at every step along the way. So I mentioned, Yuki's deck, he's got some weapons, certainly some pest controls, a Clarion Conqueror in his sideboard, but it could be tough for Esper Blink to navigate a field with all these affinity decks. What do you think?
Yeah, I would think the same, but also at the top 8 of the Pro Tour, we had this version of Esper Blink that was, in a best of 5 on the draw against Justin Schabel with the Is It Prowess deck, and no Solitude, no problem, ended up winning it there. So I don't want to underestimate that Blink deck, because every time I do, it always really performs. And I guess we gotta just head on down to the match to see who truly gets it going. So Reid, if you're ready, let's go play here round number 1 here of Modern. Now first we want to take a peek at these players, and gotta say, we always have these gold style numbers, and that just means you're the highest at all of these categories. Yuuki was the highest at the cube percentage, and is also the highest at number of years played as well as Modern win percentage. Reid, I guess, do you think the years played translates into your overall win percentages in these formats?
It can. It definitely can. And I think you said it exactly right, Corey. Like, do not count out Yuuki and the Esper Blink deck, because the deck performs better than it might look on paper. It gives a lot of play to a skilled pilot. And, honestly, Yuuki, he's not just one of the best players in the field today. He's one of the best players in the world. He's a former Magic Online champion. He is a arena set championship winner. He's a highly accomplished player. So just, this is somebody to watch. And even in a field where he might not be at his greatest advantage, he can make some crazy stuff happen, so don't count him out.
Absolutely, and just the nicest guy. You can, we don't speak the same language, but you can still kind of really see what a cool person he is, what a nice person, and what a pillar of the community he is to all the players here in Japan. So on the other side, though, no slouch at all. It's Alejandro, aka ALMTG, and I know I've lost to ALMTG plenty of times, and ALMTG ended up qualifying via the leaderboard, so it was Tom White as well as Alejandro that made it in. And arguably, that's the hardest way to get in, as you have to have a very consistent season. And then, of course, Yuuki ended up qualifying via the Modern Showcase qualifier. So let's jump on in here to the feature match and watch these players go at it. It's Modern time. It's the Magic Online Champion Showcase. And let's get it going. Reid, how do you like these hands?
Well, one of the most important skills with the Affinity deck is knowing when to keep versus mulligan. Because it's a deck where the cards do very different things, right? Having a Tormod's Crypt in your opening hand versus having a Kappa Cannoneer, those cards are night and day, and you need to assemble the right mix. Pick your spots where you might keep a risky or speculative hand, but not keep hands that are just going to fail to deliver and not allow you to have that explosive start. So already Ale is in one mulligan, taking a closer look at the second hand where, he doesn't have the explosive start with a bunch of zeros, but he's already down to 6. So at this point, you start asking yourself, what needs to happen in order for this hand to actually be functional? Can I gamble on it? And he decides the answer in this case is yes.
Yep, makes sense to me. I mean, if we were able to find Mox Opal or something, that would, of course, be amazing. But yeah, I don't think you can really mull any lower. But, kind of looking at big picture here as far as these mocks, this mocks goes as these players get ready to more than likely have Yuuki play one of these 2-drops. Are you surprised that we don't see really any combo, Belch or anything after it just took down the Pro Tour?
Yeah, great point, Corey. In addition to talking about the 8 decks that showed up, we should talk about what didn't show up, which is no Boros Energy, no Goryo's Vengeance, no Eldrazi-tron, no Belcher. So the 4 archetypes that were most represented at the Pro Tour, nobody brought them to the mocks this weekend.
I mean, that is definitely saying something, right? That's really telling, which is quite wild. So here we have the Warped Out Pinnacle Emissary, as well as the Drum to get a token, and then Pithing Needle. We see ALMTG sacrificing that Flooded Strand in response. And we'll see what Needle will name. Frog kind of feels like the default against a deck like this, right?
Yeah, so of course, you can name a fetch land, which is why the Flooded Strand very, very wisely got sacrificed in response. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of a blind name Pithing Needle as a general rule, but that's definitely what you sign up for with Affinity, where you just have to put your artifacts onto the battlefield when the time is right. So having to guess, Psychic Frog seems like probably the most sensible. I think maybe Yuuki had a couple copies of Teferi in his list, but if you can shut down the Psychic Frog and make it so that you can actually block it profitably, you turn one of their most potent threats into something that's a lot more manageable.
Yep, makes sense to me. Marsh Flats would have been a pretty sick call, though, knowing what we know here. So, Philia comes down. That can't get blocked by any of these tokens. And then we're seeing the Overlord. You know, this is quite the combo read.
Right, so an uncontested Philia is always a high indication that the Esper Blink deck is doing well. I mean, just at face value, like the Philia could attack and start blinking out tokens, and that's a pretty promising attacker already. But instead, what Yuuki has done is he's assembled perhaps the nastiest turn 2, turn 3 combo his deck can deliver, which is Impending Overlord of the Balemerc, Blink Overlord of the Balemerc. Now you have 2 additional creatures put into your hand from your graveyard, and you have this 5/5 ready to attack with the devastating attack trigger as well.
Yeah, and I gotta say, just think if these subtleties were, you know, solitudes. When you're trying to deal with a Kappa Cannoneer, where you have to pay 4 for the ward, you know, Yuuki still could have done that next turn, but being able to subtlety this and get that kind of time walk effect seems so much better than Solitude. I was also losing my mind when I saw this list at the Pro Tour not playing Solitude. I felt like that was a sacred cow of the deck, but man, you just get surprised by subtlety left and right. And that's against a matchup like Affinity, where maybe it's not at its 100% best. You get subtlety, you know, on like an Allosaurus Rider or something, and all of a sudden, you know, you pretty much can't lose against Neoform.
And it also, it works towards this sort of like checkmate endgame plan that Yuuki, he's actually assembled it as early as turn 4, but you get to subtlety the Kappa Cannoneer, your opponent passes the turn, you attack with Overlord of the Balemerc, you just pick up that same subtlety again. How do they ever get back in the game?
Yeah, no kidding. That is, that's a Splinter Twin situation if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's like Splinter Twin, but extra slow and painful.
Yeah, so it's Plow Under Eternal Witness, huh? Are we going to go that far back?
There you go.
So we did a Thoughtcast here to start it off. We can still cast the Kappa Cannoneer if we want to. Almost assuredly going to be what we see. You can also weapons manufacturing first and start going off with that. Basically, it's that, or do you want to make a construct? That seems like the decision point that Alejandro is at.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, given that you can't really contest the Overlord and the Philia, what would be your plan here?
Yeah, I would think I would be under an assumption that my Kappa is probably not going to work. I think step 1 to me is find a way to deal with Philia, because I feel like I just can't win the game. So I think based on this list where it's subtlety and not solitude, my plan would be maybe play the 0 drops. I'm not 100% sure on that. Probably not. But then just say go after combat, after Philia does the blink, try to put a construct out there and get in front of the good dog, or get in front of the Overlord. You got to break up one of those 2 things before you can successfully hope to resolve a Kappa Cannoneer. What would your play be?
Well, I really like the way you outlined that, where like casting a creature in your own main phase is vulnerable to a lot of the things that Yuuki's deck can do, like blinking with the attack trigger, subtlety to counter it. However, the instant speed construct play, that at least might capitalize on the fact that this Esper list has a little bit less removal with no solitudes. So that makes sense. And then what would be a go-to pick for Chapter 3 of Urza's Saga? Is it Claws of Gix to set up for a weapons manufacturing later?
It feels like it to me. You know, get Claws of Gix, and then you have the ability to deal 4 to one of these things. Maybe kill a flyer or something like that. It seems like the best avenue, but kind of depending on what you draw as well. If you draw Thoughtcast, you know, maybe you want to get a little bit more mana going. All that being said, I think the one of Claws of Gix seems like what I would be trying to do. But all that being said, it still is a little brutal here for Alejandro. So big thanks here from Yuuki, and I mean, this tournament structure, it's brutal, you know? I mean, you are playing 2 different 8-person pods, essentially, where if you lose one of those matches, and between these 2 players, you know, neither of them is named Thomas White, where you're already through to the finals, so any match loss at this point, and the world stream is dead for them.
Yeah, so you want to take great care, especially with the 2 decks that we're watching. You got to give them a lot of credit for comeback potential. If you make one, you know, even if you get ahead, you can make one wrong step, leave the door open for the affinity deck to land a Kappa Cannoneer or pop off with weapons manufacturing, and you can really regret it. So the player's just going to take their time and try to execute precisely, even when you see things going pretty well for them.
Yep, makes sense here. And having to tap this Thopter down right away to then use the mana to be able to make a construct with the Saga. The Saga is going to be a 4/4, and it is going to have that favorable block as of now on the Philia, but it all really depends what we can bring back with this Overlord, if there's anything. You know, no Solitudes in the deck, so whether, you know, we've been saying the praises of subtlety in a situation like this. If there was a Solitude, this would be absolutely devastating as well. Instead, the construct gets to eat the good dog, and a 2-mana 1/2 without any other text comes on down, and also representing another Philia at end step here for Alejandro.
Yeah, so that Pithing Needle blind name on Psychic Frog coming in big here. I'll mention, if it comes to it, Yuuki can probably set up a single turn where he blinks the Pithing Needle with a Felia attack. So the Psychic Frogs, you know, could be a little bit more meaningful than just simple 1/2s, which is what they look like right now. But yeah, I mean, that's really taking a very scary threat down to a manageable level with the Needle.
So now with Chapter 3 going on the stack, the fact that if we get Claws of Gix, you know, we cannot cast weapons manufacturing here. The drum was a pretty poor draw here. You know, any untapped land would be great. That being said, you know, these affinity decks don't play a ton of those. So what do you like here to get from the Saga with that Claws of Gix play? Maybe not looking as good.
Yeah, so I guess this is a moment where you decide what angle do you want to push to try to win the game. Claws of Gix would be leaning on the weapons manufacturing. A sort of default play that Affinity will often make is they get one of their equipment, either Shadow Spear or Lava Spur boots, to go with the big construct tokens. And it looks like this is going to be Ether Spellbomb, thinking that perhaps bouncing the Overlord or breaking up a Felia loop on a key turn might be actually the thing that Ale needs most in order to equalize this game.
Yeah, that actually seems pretty nice. Depending on what Yuuki does, that Spellbomb can break up something, but you know, another one of the lines Yuki's going to have available here is that end step Philia, and then you can always play Emperor Bones, and let's say you could eat Ophelia from the yard. That way, if Alejandro does say, hey, I don't want you to just kill one of my constructs here by attacking with the good dog here, Ophelia, that if you go to bounce it, well, in response, Yuuki could activate Emperor Bones to then just still have Ophelia coming in to attack.
Yeah, great point.
So big attack here for a good chunk of 9. And Yuuki doesn't have great blocks here. Besides chump block, are you ever considering chumping with this frog to soak up 8 damage?
Good question. I guess it depends what you mean by considering. I would definitely consider it because I'd be worried about, you could die from weapons manufacturing, you could die to a flyer, you could die to Shadow Spear giving trample. So a lot of times the way I think about a chump block decision is I ask myself, am I going to have this choice later? And if I'm confident, well, hey, I could go down to 7 life and then just block next turn, I'll usually take that path. But here, Yuuki being extra careful and thinking, well, I don't want to have to leave extra blockers in the face of this Ether Spellbomb. I don't want something crazy to go wrong and allow Ale to steal this game away from me by attacking my life total too directly.
Nice.
Yeah, I gotta say, ALMTG has played this game quite well with the information that we know. Like, it felt very tempting at a lot of different stages of the game to go Kappa Cannoneer. And I think at any point,
Totally.
if Ale did decide to do that, I think it would have worked out horrifically bad for him, where I think he really put himself in a position to win this game.
It's so easy to kind of get that panic feeling where you're like, oh my god, high stakes match, I'm behind against Overlord of the Balemerc, what am I going to do? And then you talk yourself into, well, I just need to take a big chance and have this Kappa Cannoneer resolve.
Yes.
That would have been tempting, and like you said, I think if at any point on any turn Ale had made that judgment call, it would have been over, because it would have gotten subtletied, then Yuuki would have untapped with this clean path to do whatever he wanted, and it would have been enough for him to take over the game. But instead, keeping that cool, playing around the likely subtlety, navigating the game to, reduce his vulnerability to that play. And we actually have a very, very close, interesting game on our hands as a result.
We really do. So it looks like Yuuki agreed with me on that exact play to get Emperor and have a backup dog just in case the first dog gets dealt with. And now we get at this situation where do you pop the spell bomb and force Yuuki to use his mana up here and still put a dog into play and then get rid of that construct, or do you go to combat and then for sure lose one of these constructs in the process? Really tough spot here, Reid.
Yeah, very tough. If you bounce Philia, you do sort of make your opponent commit the mana. Oh wow, this is door number 3, bouncing the Overlord.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, attacking Overlord of the Balemerc is, well, just as terrifying as all the Overlords attacking you. I mean, it doesn't take too long for the value to snowball out of control when you start to connect with that. So, goes with Philia to be able to just deal with one of these constructs straight away. Meanwhile, we have another construct that can hit you in a second. Weapons manufacturing off the top. That was not exactly what Ale wanted here.
Right, so now the most meaningful permanent on Alejandro's side of the battlefield is the 6/6 construct token.
Yeah,
probably not going to get the job done all on its own, given the circumstances. And again, we face that same situation where you could make a play towards this Kappa Cannoneer, but if it gets subtletied, you're very far behind.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with ALMTG here, even though I don't think it's going to work out great. We're seeing the improvising here, where the other option is play weapons manufacturing, tap. Oh yeah, I honestly totally forgot about this creature. So I forgot about that as an option. That is still going to play into the subtlety. And then this Overlord can then get back subtlety once again. But outside of Kappa Cannoneer, the just weapons manufacturing, play a drum, get one of those artifacts. That play also didn't look very good this time around.
Agreed. Yeah, a little bit of the clunky side of weapons manufacturing, especially like you put 2 copies in your deck, you're thinking, probably not ever going to actually draw both copies. But yeah, having them, the price
Sometimes
of a non-artifact. Yeah, price of a non-artifact is so high in Affinity. And in the end, it was a combination of the unanswered Philia and a little bit of a clunky draw on Alejandro's side. But Yuki's able to take that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Writing was on the wall there. When you lose that second construct, it's going to be very, very difficult to come back. So, all right, looking at sideboards, we see Yuki slamming in 3 pest controls. Gotta love that. Anything else you really love from either side?
The Clarion Conqueror. It's basically a 3-mana version of Stony Silence for the matchup. So I would say those are his 4 most impressive cards. Beyond that, it's going to be Yuki just kind of balancing out his supporting cast. Mystical Dispute makes a lot of sense since it can counter a Kappa Cannoneer or win a counterspell battle. I could imagine exchange where Alejandro tries to use, say, Metallic Rebuke or the Detect Intruders to counter a key pest control, and then Yuki gets to play back with Mystical Dispute.
Makes sense to me. What do you think about the decision to cut Overlords here instead of maybe cutting Fatal Push? Fatal Push against Affinity, definitely hit or miss. Doesn't actually kill Kappa Cannoneer, even though that card usually costs 1. It is, of course, 6 mana value, and it doesn't have a lot of great targets in there. Is that surprising to you at all, or?
It's non-obvious to me. So, yeah,
okay.
Often when you play against this Affinity deck, you have, like, your small handful of cards where you're like, well, this is great every time. I want to draw this as often as possible. And then it's a lot of sort of judgment call. Like, Fatal Push, to your point, doesn't answer their key cards. Or, hey, I'm going to Fatal Push a Construct token, but I'm getting, like, 3-for-1'd by an Urza Saga. That's not a great feeling either. On the other hand, sometimes you just need like any card that you can play for 1 mana that helps you keep pace against the fast and explosive Affinity deck. So how to exactly round out these corners and choose your non-essential card slots is really tricky and takes a lot of experience in the matchup. Ideally, to make these choices the best way you possibly could, you'd have played both sides of the matchup to see exactly how things are likely to play out.
Hey, that's fair. And I mean, hey, you're a part of one of the best testing teams here in the world. And when you get ready for a pro tour, that's exactly what you're doing all day, kind of every day, right? Is seeing everything from every angle.
Yeah, and that actually, it reminds me of something that did happen in my pro tour testing. I think I was playing maybe Boros Energy, and I sideboarded out some of my Galvanic Discharges against Affinity, and my teammate Noah Ma, who had played the matchup a lot, he was like, no, don't do that, you just need the 1 mana interaction. So just to illustrate our conversation, it's like your instinct about, on paper, the cards that may or may not be the most important needs to be tempered with, well, I've actually played the matchup, I've seen how this plays out, and I know that even though this isn't a key card, it's an important piece of the recipe that you want to have access to.
Okay, makes sense to me. And meanwhile, we have Alejandro kind of popping off here. We played a bunch of artifacts, got the Thoughtcast down for 2 mana, and actually had Metallic Rebuke up to be able to fight over that, but did not. Is that surprising to you at all, or do you like it?
It's surprising to me, and I like being surprised. I'll put it that way. I haven't made up my mind about if it's a genius play or a sketchy play, but I definitely like when someone does something kind of thoughtful, unintuitive like that, and maybe in this case, Alejandro just greatly wants to protect against the turn 2 Psychic Frog or Overlord of the Bailmerk, or, heck, even Pest Control would be really devastating here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And speaking about plays kind of outside of the box, consigned to memory on Chapter 2 of Urza's Saga. So, Reid, this isn't the most, common interaction, but it is an effective one. What happens here when you consign the second chapter?
Okay, so the Saga always gets the level up counter. It always moves to Chapter 2. And upon moving to Chapter 2, you get a triggered ability that Urza's Saga gains this middle ability of creating constructs. So what Yuuki is doing with Consigned to Memory is he's trying to stop the Urza Saga from gaining the construct generation ability, and then still next turn the Saga will continue to progress as normal, but Alejandro will just never have the ability to make those devastating huge constructs.
Yeah, well said. A really nice play. And look at this discipline here from ALMTG. Really thought about it. Has 6 permanents. Can't even make a construct now. So you got to think like, well, if I can't make a construct, might as well jam Kappa Cannoneer. Decides not to. And it would not have worked out for him if he did, with that one mystical dispute on the other side. And now there's 2 of them. So I'm surprised he didn't go for it. I for sure would have jammed and just been really sad on the flip side.
Yeah, exactly. Again, there's temptation, especially a high pressure situation, to just kind of go for it. You don't want to overthink yourself. But in this case, it's, he's thinking at exactly the level he should be, which is playing around both Mystical Dispute and Subtlety. And if you look at Yuki's hand, not only is he prepared with these reactive, counterspell type plays, he also specifically wants to empty his hand so that he can start using Quantum Riddler to rebuild and get ahead.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that is kind of the low-key hidden awesomeness of this style of deck, is you have so many pitch spells, so many free spells, where that you are sure you're 2-for-1ing yourself, like we're going to see now with this Force Negation on Blood Moon, but man, the damage is really mitigated when your Quantum Riddler is 2 mana draw 2, but then also 5 mana draw 2 as well, where you're paying 7 mana to draw 4 cards and have a 4/6. So Quantum Riddler, truly by far the best card from Edge of Eternities, but just one of the best cards here in Modern now, really quickly.
That was a really important turn.
Yeah.
I like the way Alejandro played it, given, of course, the asymmetrical information. As it turns out, it's exactly what Yuuki wanted to happen. He's like, okay, let's exchange resources, have my opponent tap out, and then warp the Quantum Riddler to draw 2 and set up for next turn.
But it's like, what's the flip side? What is ALMTG supposed to do? Even with perfect information, would he have just said, okay, equip this boots to my Ornithopter, take 13 more turns, bro?
Yeah, good question. Right? I mean, with perfect information, maybe he would play the Blood Moon and then just not fight over the counterspell so that he gets to hold up his point. Metallic Rebuke. But, again, it's like at a certain point, it's like a crazy conversation to have, because you don't get to know what cards your opponent's holding, and you just have to make plays that make sense across the likely outcomes of what you're facing.
Makes sense to me. And here was a second Kappa off the top, and that was met with that Mystical Dispute. Playing against the Affinity deck, most of the time you think Affinity, you think a lot of colorless spells, Arcbound Ravagers, those kind of thing. Well, that is a little different than the Affinity deck that we're looking at. There's a lot of blue cards, so Mystical Dispute is actually a phenomenal card up against this style of deck. So, all right, we picked up Pinnacle Emissary, and this is kind of the first scenario where Alejandro, this game, is going to play something that actually matters. And this is huge. Kappa plus the Thopter. I mean, big game here.
I'm floored by how effective Mystical Dispute was in this game. 3 Mystical Disputes drawn for Yuuki, 3 Mystical Disputes put to amazing use. On the other hand, Alejandro just fought through them. It's like, all right, 3 Mystical Disputes, a Subtlety, a Consign, a Force of Negation. I made you use them all, and now the dust settles. I actually have Kappa Cannoneer on the battlefield. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because that's the thing with these affinity decks. Like, sure, they have these absurdly powerful draws. You're doing a lot of really cool stuff. And speaking of cool stuff, nice interaction there with that Riddler trigger on the stack. Discard 1 card, so instead of draw 1, you draw 3. A nice interaction with Psychic Frog here. But back what I was saying about the affinity decks, like, you have these amazing draws that go really, really fast. But then when you get to the late game, if you're not top-decking Thoughtcast, you're not top-decking Thought Monitors, you could also just be top-decking Memnites and Mox Opals, and, you know, just leading me to think the top of the deck from the affinity decks is much worse than the top of the deck from Yuki's deck.
That's right. That's one of the great things about the Esper Blink deck is it's just all value. Like, all of your cards are so strong in this situation where you have enough mana to cast them and you start getting your synergies rolling. It's mostly the question of keeping pace in the early turns that's concerning for Esper, but once you can get this far, as Yuki has, I think you're a happy camper.
Yeah. I would have to agree with you, and wow, this is pretty interesting. I suppose not that interesting. I was going to say this Boots didn't equip to the Pinnacle Emissary to give that haste, but the Frog just could have discarded a couple cards and kind of sidestepped this. So now we have the option of sacking the Polluted Delta, and since we do have Revolt being triggered, you could just kill Pinnacle Emissary or play the best dog here, and pretty tough to deny playing Philia here.
So very, very important turn. Yuki is at 5, on track to very likely die to an unblockable Kappa Cannoneer next turn. So he has to ask, can I gain life? Can I answer the Kappa Cannoneer? Or can I get my opponent dead? All of those are pretty questionable, but you better believe he's going to take his time and puzzle it out, see what his best chance is.
So, number 1, are you like 100% discarding second Philia so that you can draw 2 cards in your draw step?
Yes,
Or
I would
Fatal Push
definitely.
on an Ornithopter, huh?
I would definitely want to draw 2 here, which, exactly as you mentioned, Corey, you could accomplish either by discarding the Frog or casting the Fatal Push. And then you might just dump your whole hand, cast another Quantum Riddler, and I wonder if you're close to getting up to, let's see, the Frog would have to be a 10 power. I think we're not
feels like it's
quite
a little
there.
too far, but God, maybe. Okay, well, here's a line. Oh, I guess you need to clear out a blocker. I was gonna say, if you Riddler, you know, discard down to 1 card, Riddler draws you up to 4 cards, discard down to 1 card again, when Philia attacks, blink out the Riddler, draw 3 more, and hope that you find interaction for 1 more blocker, and then maybe that's enough cards. I mean, that is a lot of cards, right? Because you would essentially be drawing 6, you'd be +6 from this equation, so 6, 7,
Yeah,
8.
one problem is the Philia doesn't return it till the end step, so it's not in
Oh,
time
yeah, of course,
to
of
get the
course,
extra
yeah.
damage from Psychic Frog.
Yeah, that's a good dog, but not that good of a dog to be able to blink it in right away. So, as far as I'm seeing, we need to Riddler and find some answer, but man, like, that is the problem with not playing Subtlety. Like, normally you're like, Subtlety looks amazing here. Not really the case. I don't know what we're looking for here. Most of the time you can just think, hey, I'm just going to block this Kappa Cannoneer, hope that you don't top deck an artifact, but with Urza Saga, the artifact is going to happen, you know?
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, you could try to block the Cannoneer, but that would require consigning the Urza Saga trigger like last time, and
Yep.
Alejandro not finding an artifact to cast. So, yeah, Yuki has a lot of options here, but none of them are, none of them jump off the page as obvious winning lines.
Yep, because the One other thing you can do, I mean, you could try to blink out Kappa, pay the 4 ward, but it comes back in, just large enough. The other line that you can get besides playing Quantum Riddler is if Frog connects as well, that's another card you draw. So you could deal with this Ornithopter, just accept that you are not going to win the game this turn, and go from there. But okay, let's see how this works, because it must be the good dog trying to blink out Ornithopter to draw, right? Because if you don't draw a card here, you're not gonna get out of this.
Yeah, so I think Yuuki was trying to draw Consign there for the, that long shot play that we were outlining of actually keeping the Kappa from attacking.
Now, Clarion Conqueror, does that do anything?
It's not going to stop the Urza Saga from being activated, will it? I think it says creatures and artifacts and planeswalkers.
Creatures and artifacts, yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. I was just about to, do a double check here with Clarion, but as it stands, it looks like Kappa's going to take this game down.
That's amazing. Yeah, what a game. I thought Yuuki was totally in the driver's seat. He had a lot of really favorable exchanges early, but then he was just not well equipped to deal with the Resolved Kappa Cannoneer, which, to be fair, most people aren't. That card is really, really devastating when it hits the battlefield.
Yeah, and I want to look back at the one turn, and it easily could have been correct. I'm not 100% sure, but the subtlety, it just looked like Yuuki had all the tools. So you got to look back on a game like that and think, where did that go wrong? If I'm Yuuki, and I think the one spot where it could have maybe went wrong was that somewhat aggressive subtlety on the Pinnacle Emissary. Maybe holding that for Kappa number 2. That's the only thing I could have thought of, but I don't know. What do you think of that line, Reid?
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think part of the motivation there was he felt comfortable with an unfavorable resource exchange because of the Quantum Riddler in hand. But as it turned out, he just really needed that subtlety on the key Kappa Cannoneer turn.
All right, well, now you know what happens when you're playing on Magic Online 100% of the time. When you're up a game, you're in control of game 2, and you're absolutely dominating, and then you lose a close game 2, you mulligan to 6 at least every single game 3. Is that how it works for you too?
That is definitely the Magic Online hallmark. Just for the extra pain points. But
so thankfully,
Yuuki has a functional 6.
Yeah, a functional 6, but also, I mean, Alejandro just didn't play a single artifact when you could have turned on Mox Opal, cast Weapons Manufacturing, or Thought Casted there, but decided to do none of those things. Is that wild to you?
It is wild, yeah. Tons of discipline, and it's really a good case in point of understanding what matters in the matchup, where yes, my deck is fast and explosive. That's one of the reasons I choose Affinity, but this exact matchup, this exact game, this exact situation that I'm facing, there's not a sense of urgency. And in fact, rather than play into Yuki's open mana, maybe I should just wait one turn to have a more robust move, focus on this weapons manufacturing that's really tricky for Yuuki to deal with, and I think it's going to work out well.
It worked out so well. I mean, look at what Alejandro cast on turn 2. Weapons manufacturing, which doesn't get consigned, doesn't get disputed, and well, those were both of the cards that Yuuki had. So really, taxed Yuki's mana as much as humanly possible this game. And when you're playing these Esper Blink decks, you almost never run out of steam. So if the way that you do beat this deck is by forcing Yuuki to not be mana efficient and kind of go over the top of him. And so far, I've been incredibly impressed with ALMTG so far. He's done a great job of that.
Yeah, no doubt. Really, really, really good match. Good Magic being played so far. So let's talk, Corey, about what the weapons manufacturing actually means, because it's not super well. I guess what I should say is, from what we're looking at right now, Alejandro can't actually sacrifice the munitions tokens. So
Yeah.
what it means is he has now an engine to generate a lot of artifacts for the purposes
Yes.
of, affinity, construct tokens, Kappa Cannoneer, whatever it might be. It means if he ever gets his Claws of Gix onto the battlefield, he might win the game effectively immediately.
Yes.
It also means that Yuki's best sideboard card, his 3 copies of Pest Control, that's going to pretty quickly become uncastable, because he'll just die if he kills 6 munitions tokens with Pest Control. The game is just going to be over in favor of Alejandro.
Yeah, I actually have a really funny story from the Pro Tour, where I was, I believe it was round 13 or 14, Ginky, Johnny Gutman, was playing against Shuhei, and Ginky just picked up his second loss in the tournament, 12-2, tournament leader still. And he's just sitting at the table after a loss, just like staring at the table, like very puzzled. So I went up and I was like, hey, everything okay, man? And he's just like, dude, Shuhei's deck's insane. How am I supposed to beat this when my whole plan is to pest control him post-board, and then I take a million? And I go up to him, I just put my hand on his shoulder. I was like, yeah, he's built different. I don't know what to tell you, man. And he's just perplexed. He's like, Shuhei's just the GOAT.
Yep.
I just thought it was incredibly funny and figured you would appreciate that.
I do appreciate that, and that's like one of the best things that can happen in a Magic tournament. And specifically the Magic Pro Tour is sometimes where you'll see this the most often, where you have a particular moment where you're just like, wow, my opponent was way ahead of me. They knew exactly what I wanted to do, and they just dismantled it and blocked off that path for me ahead of time. And I mean, that's like a lot of what tournament Magic is about, is knowing how you can be a step ahead instead of a step behind. And weapons manufacturing is a great example.
Yeah, I mean, back in my day, the last time I was on a testing team, well, it was with you for Ultimate Genesis, and those moments where it's like round 5 at a Pro Tour, where one round of Constructed has been played, where you kind of start talking to your team, and you're like, oh man, like, hey, this team is doing this thing. Is that busted? Do we have a plan for it? You have a brain trust where you get together and think like, okay, number one, as a Magic fan, how this cool thing that another team is doing, like, it's just cool. You want to appreciate it. But also the next level, you're like, how do we as a team pivot and kind of maybe go against our sideboard plan and stuff like that? And just really shows how awesome the Pro Tour is, and just how cool it is when someone truly does do it like that.
Totally.
So getting caught up to the game here, we had a nice little turn here from Yuki where we had the Warped Riddler draw a couple cards, play that Psychic Frog, blink Riddler back in, and there was one choice that Yuki made. Didn't want to discard a Subtlety to turn that into 2 cards. I think that is a big decision point that we shouldn't really overlook. That's how much he values Subtlety here. And then the flip side, ALMTG, having a very unimpressive, kind of sad turn there to ship it back to Yuki's side.
However, Corey, the most meaningful card there is Urza's Saga, which is going to slowly and steadily tick up towards Chapter 3, at which point it can get that Claws of Gix and blow up all these munitions. So Yuki's doing really well. He has a lot of great things going for him, but he's got to feel like he's on a little bit of a clock to make something big happen before Alejandro sets up Claws of Gix weapons manufacturing.
And I mean, this is the opportunity where, the absolute biggest train wreck thing could happen, where you have complaint equity with your friends forever. And that's if you draw the one of Claws of Gix next turn or the following turn, where it would get force negation. And that's the only way to get rid of it. That would just be so devastating. Yeah, that would be a huge tilt, that's for sure. Okay, Otawara on Psychic Frog here to be able to bounce that, to not get some extra card advantage going. Really no way to play around that one at all. And now with Philia blinking, do you start
do you start trying to just blink the Riddler to draw more cards, or, I mean, I guess you're not blinking away those munitions tokens, huh? That's probably not a great idea.
No, you don't want to blink a munitions token. You can't blink Urza's Saga because it is a non-land permanent. I feel like you kind of want to just get the 7 damage here. Sometimes you make the judgment call that the cards are more important, but not in this case. Oh, and wow, Corey, notice the black mana situation. Yuuki couldn't even replay the Psychic Frog.
Yeah, we just both noticed that at the same time. What an absolute blowout there, as that Fatal Push was not worth not having a frog in play. Like the Philia was already answering, in air quotes, the Ornithopter to just blink it out. Now, when it comes back in, it does get an extra munitions token there. But, I mean, if Yuuki could have foresaw this stuff happening, he would have very much just said, yeah, I will not Fatal Push that Ornithopter and recast the Frog for sure, or play Subtlety.
Yeah, and it's like he can't play anything. his mana's just going to fully go to waste. I guess he can force a negation this Lava Spur Boots, which I might choose to do.
Oh, I would for sure. Get it out of there. That's one less munitions token to deal with. And like you said, you're not using your mana on anything else, but look how different this game would be. This game would be over if Yuuki didn't play that Fatal Push. So I'm starting to think that was maybe a pretty big blunder, because just being able to flash into Subtlety, you can then force a negation, this Sink into Stupor, and then you have that last 7 points in the air. And now the munitions tokens, they're going to be out. That could be a devastating, maybe misplay here from Yuuki.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Otawara in the Affinity deck. The first time I picked up Affinity, I was like, oh, it's just a fancy island, right? It's just flavor text on your land that you're never actually going to use. But then the way it plays out, like, Affinity is so starved for interaction with the opponent's battlefield that often, like, that one key turn where you get to bounce their best permanent is exactly what you need to get over the finish line. That, and it's really hard to play around Otawara. I mean, you can't counter it. And it's really hard to see coming because Affinity doesn't have very much interaction. So, even though Yuki's like such an elite player, like I totally see how that was just not something that he could have easily predicted on that turn.
Yeah, because he even had, the Otawara at home, the Sink into Stupor on lockdown, because he had that Force negation. So that was really the one card that punished him, but punished him it did, because now what do? You attack with Philia here, and get it eaten by the Construct. And Alejandro does have the advantage here of being at 7 and not 6, because you have those 2 Fiery Islets where you have to, pretty much turn those sideways. But all things are pointing to Alejandro is gonna have a Claws of Gix in play next turn, and that could be very, very scary.
Yeah, so Yuuki is at a high life total himself, not dead instantly to the munitions, but munitions can hit creatures. Claws of Gix gains life. So this game's going to get really interesting as soon as that Chapter 3 of Urza's Saga pops off.
Totally agree. So we're going to see that losing 2 life. So, the other big disadvantage is having 2 Fiery Islets here. Those are turned, air quotes, off. You can gain some life with the Gix, but if you're going life neutral with this, you can't do any play like, okay, sacrifice 4 munitions, gain 4, hit you for 8, and then take 4 off the Riddler. That kind of line is off the table.
Yeah, great point. So both players' life totals highly relevant here. Alejandro hoping to thread the needle and get ahead in the race.
Okay, now is the big question. What do you do from here? You have 5 shocks at the ready, so you can just safely get rid of Riddler. Of course, you can just aim 10 damage upstairs, but is there a way to find lethal by clearing blockers here? It doesn't look like it to me.
No, because you need at least 2 munitions to clear each blocker. I
And
wonder
that's
if...
simultaneously shrinking the construct as well.
Oh, yeah. So I wonder if there's something where, like, you force a chump block by threatening all the damage from the munitions, but then you actually wind up turning the munitions after Yuki's creatures. It's tough
This
too.
doesn't even accomplish that, right? The 6/6 doesn't even force a chump block in this scenario.
Correct. At least the Felia is taken care of, so the construct token's not going to get killed for free.
Yup. And the one problem I'm noticing is Alejandro can gain 2 up to 5, preventing Riddler from killing him, and deal 4 damage to Psychic Frog without taking a pain from Alejandro. But if Yuki has the wherewithal to discard his whole hand, that would be enough here. So I think the way it works out, and we're going to see how this plays out, if Yuki says no blocks, and if Alejandro goes for the play of try to kill the frog, and Yuki just says, yes, I will discard my whole hand, I think the match is over. I think no matter what, the ball's in Yuki's court. If he plays this right, I think he wins this game. But it's very complicated.
Wow, so fascinating how you pointed out, Corey, sacking the munitions, pumping down the construct. I'm wondering, like, did this have to be declared as an attacker before killing Felia in order to make it more scary and force Yuki to commit the blocker? It's also complicated by the fact that because of the way Urza Saga Chapter 3 popped off, Alejandro had a mana floating that he could ill afford to let that go to waste, so he kind of was committed to doing something with the munitions. Just so complicated on so many levels.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. And okay, so now as it stands, it looks like Yuki is presenting 2 lethal threats. Okay, this was 2 lethal threats, but also drawing 2 extra cards here, leaving that dispute for any possible sink into stupor or anything. And that's just gonna be it. The numbers were not there, and what a crazy complicated turn there. Reid, that was really difficult, but I think you're right. I think you had to attack with the construct first, maybe burn that mana, maybe use it to shoot 2 upstairs, force the chump block, but I think it would have been brutal from there. Tough game.
Yeah, all I could say is that was an epic match. Like, all 3 games, we got pretty deep into, like, turn 5, turn 6, complicated, gritty board states, and it was, like, still not clear which player was going to win. So, close games, the decisions each player was making mattered a lot. Playing around your opponent's interaction. Can you surprise them with the Otawara? Can you get your mystical disputes to line up? So really everything you want in a match of Modern. Very cool way to start the show.
Both players played amazing. That's Yuki still live to get that world championship spot. But man, I gotta really give props to ALMTG. I think he just played. He played like he was us with perfect information that just like saw exactly what he needed to play around. But he did not have perfect information, so it's so much tougher for him at the seat. So big props to both players, and what a way to start the Modern rounds here at the Magic Online Champion Showcase. But we got more Magic, Reid. We got one more backup match here for round number 1. Let's check out the players that we're going to be checking out here to start it off. And we got Jessy Samek here on the left versus Alison on the right here. Jessy's been playing the game for 13 years, only 4.5 here for Alison. Played a lot of Modern matchup from Jessy. Maybe not as much here from Alison, so maybe one of our newer players. Alison, of course, qualified via that Pauper Showcase qualifier, and Jessy spiked one of the gigantic seals here in these Mox Opens. And Reid, I remember we were locked in to commentate this event together, but we both played in those open events, man. So I guess good thing we didn't do very well.
Yeah, good thing that we didn't have to stress out making the tough decision of whether to play or commentate. What?
Exactly. I don't know about you, Reid, but I was definitely just throwing my matches in the sealed. It wasn't because, I was losing on my own accord.
One of the awesome things, Corey, about this event is the many different tracks that the players take to get here. And so Alison, I want to shout out as an example of a format specialist where he's the popper expert in the field. So you see like lower win rate, number of matches played in Modern. That's reflective of just a different path to get to this tournament. I don't think you should make the leap to say like, well, he's not a skilled Modern player, because clearly when someone has such chops in one format, when you tell them, hey man, next month you're going to be playing competitive high stakes Modern, I have a lot of faith in that player's ability to get into shape, learn the format, and bring their best. So, even though this might seem lopsided based on the player cards we're looking at here, I think this could be anybody's match.
Yeah, well said, Reid. Well said, and always fun to just see the different avenues flood into such a high-stake event, and then see who can really, handle the pressure and maybe learn some formats that they're not too adapt to. Like even in McWinsauce's interview, he's just like, I don't draft. I don't draft at all. It's not like, oh, I draft here and there. He's like, I do not play cube. But I qualified for this, so I figure it's time to play 40 drafts. 40 drafts he did, and he ended up winning the one that matters. So let's take a look at Jesse's list to see what he brought to the tournament. And this is, of course, a spicy one. Walk us through, your own deck here at the last Pro Tour, Reid.
Azorius Blink. So the idea here is somewhat similar to what we saw from Yuuki Ichikawa's Esper Blink deck, where you're capitalizing on creatures with enters the battlefield, triggers, and or that sort of impending warp type stuff to shortcut a 5-drop creature onto the battlefield ahead of schedule. Now the Azorius version has a much cleaner, more painless mana base. The deck is honestly pretty close to mono white, minus the Quantum Riddlers. And it also leans into that kind of white weenie energy style of gameplay with Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride. So just leaner, faster, more efficient, and trying to put your opponent in a bad spot as quickly as possible.
And I gotta ask you, Reid, this is kind of the joys of having you in the booth with me. Me as a Magic fan and as a commentator, I just love being able to firsthand ask you questions like this. Like, how were the Starfield Shepherds? Because you guys might have been the only players to actually play that card. Did they end up being pretty good for you, or maybe something you regretted in your final configuration?
Well, okay, so the real payoff of the deck is Quantum Riddler. And the first the first like 10 or 15 games I played with the deck, I was like, wow, this deck is amazing when I draw Quantum Riddler, but I pretty much lose the games that I don't draw Quantum Riddler. So we wanted like more redundant copies of that style of effect. And Starfield Shepherd, like, it's definitely not as good as Quantum Riddler, but it also definitely gets the job done. There's also a lot of nice things that it does in terms of just like greasing the gears, helping you come out smoothly where you find that third land, or you find your key 1-drop. Like sometimes we had Mistcaller on our sideboard, or you find a Mockingbird in a key situation. And then a really important point about this deck is Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride. We know these as some of the most powerful 1-drops in Modern, but the thing about them is they scale in power level the more you draw. Like, if you can tell me every game I'm going to have Guide of Souls and 2 Ocelot Prides, I'm really excited to play Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride because they're just so good in tandem like that. So Starfield Shepherd, more access to those key 1-drops.
Yeah, 100%. All I do is just picture your guys' team meeting where, you're just saying, we just need to draw Riddler more often, and you just see Hat pop in the room and be like, we got Riddler at home, and just showing a bunch of Starfield Shepherds.
Yeah, we were going deep. We're like, okay, we splash green, so we Eladamri's Call for the Riddler, or we play like Fibble Fifth to just like, be like some crummy cantrip creature. But we had Thraben Inspector in there for a little while. But in the end, I think Starfield Shepherd is the right answer to this question. Plus the Recruiter of the Guard, which I didn't have that one at the Pro Tour, but that's a really nice addition that Jessy and some of the other Magic Online players have started to adapt in the wake of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for that breakdown, Reid. That's really cool stuff. So let's take a look at Jesse's opponent here with Azorius Blink. So is it Affinity? You know, I mean, we have the great joy of you being so close to this Azorius Blink deck that you definitely can feel whether a matchup is good or not. And yeah, the new hotness, Affinity, wasn't really a deck that you were preparing for going into it. Well, I mean, it was, but not with the weapons manufacturing. How do you like this matchup for the Azorius Blink deck, and how do you like Alison's list?
Yeah, so I have to confess that I kind of underestimated Affinity. Like, I was definitely guilty of that lazy thing where I'm like, you know what? I've got a couple copies of Stony Silence in my sideboard. I'm all set for Affinity. And really, like, that's not the case. This is a well-rounded, robust deck that you can't just slap in one sideboard card and think you're going to be okay. You really need to cover a lot of bases at once in addition to those sideboard cards. So we practiced the matchup, thought it was pretty close to 50-50. I played it once at the Pro Tour and I did lose. So, you know, I think it's going to be tough, and Jesse's going to have to draw the right cards, play tight, thread that needle in order to win. But I do think this is a match that both players have what they need, you know, if their decks are able to deliver.
And if this was a matchup you wanted to shore up, Stony Silence and some high numbers probably would have been what you needed if you felt like you had to respect the matchup a little more?
I had two Wrath of the Skies, 2 Stony Silence. I think I noticed that Jessy doesn't have the Stony Silence, but maybe has some other weapons like extra removal spells or Mystical Disputes. So, yeah, Stony Silence is great if you can just land that on turn 2. It really squeezes the Affinity player's ability to play the game. But even that, you know, it's not lights out. Like, you can still totally lose to a Kappa Cannoneer or an Urza Saga if you, for example, mulligan to 5 looking for your Stony Silence. It might not be enough.
All right, well, we can talk about the matchup all we want, but these players do got to play the games to decide who is going to take it down. We're going to be jumping into the match here with Jessy up a game, so was able to take game number 1 against Affinity. That feels like the tougher of the games to be able to win here. So big game here. And now looking at the hand here, starting with Alison, double Blood Moon, that already feels terrible, and Steam Vents, with some other really good stuff going on here. So we're in for a pretty spicy turn here, Reid.
Yeah, the Pinnacle Emissary can lead to some of the most explosive openings in Affinity, and this is one of them. Like, wow, I've got a 1 mana Thought Cast, I've got 2 mana on my first turn, just dumping material onto the battlefield, and also setting up for future turns at the same time. You know, it's not like a one and done situation where you make a bunch of tokens and that's all you have to work with.
I will say, Reid, this is one of the most brutal things I have seen, because the Thundering Falls is nowhere near stock in all the lists. It is a one of here, and you know, I wouldn't say this Blood Moon would be like absolutely GG, but let me tell you, Blood Moon on this turn would have been quite solid.
Yeah, it would have been. What it would have done is it would have stopped Wrath of the Skies from being a meaningful counterplay.
Yeah, but instead, I mean, turn 2 Wrath for 0 here, especially if you end up playing EE out here. I mean, this is brutal, right? Like, sure, the Oscillate Pride will die to one of these artifacts going to the graveyard, the munitions token, but otherwise, this still looks like a phenomenal Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, and speaking with some of the Affinity players at the Pro Tour, they were just like, hey man, this is what you sign up for. Like, some number of draws in some number of the sideboard games, you're just going to have to play out your hand and hope they don't have Wrath of the Skies. But, you know, such is life. Like, you try to set yourself up with a couple counter spells, Blood Moon disrupt the mana, weapons manufacturing to build out a resilient board, but sometimes it just gets you, and certainly it looks like this is going to be one of those games.
Yep, I would tend to agree, and yeah, you got to think Shuhei at the Pro Tour for day 1 probably didn't get Wrath of the Sky into oblivion that much, but you know, day 2 when you go 3-5, things probably didn't go as well for your affinity deck. But hey, live by the Kappa, die by the Kappa.
That's right.
Looks like Wrath of the Skies was used here, which does use the munitions token to kill the Ocelot Pride. So even though the Ocelot Pride got damage in, it will not make a cat. And oh no, Reid, this is kind of, I was gonna say playing Blood Moon here is actually brutal. I love playing Emissary, and then, you know, Reid, walk us through what happens if Urza Saga is stuck on Chapter 2 with the Blood Moon interaction, which is relatively new for anyone who might not be aware.
Yeah, so back in my day, Blood Moon would
Tuesday.
Blood Moon would just kill Urza Saga. It would, you know, that was the old way that Blood Moon or Alpine Moon against the Saga land would just, you know, interact in such a way that the Saga stuff couldn't continue and Urza Saga would go to the graveyard. That is not the case anymore. So now the Blood Moon does turn the Urza Saga into a mountain, but if it has specifically gained abilities through the progression of the saga, it will maintain those abilities. So the idea with what you mentioned, Corey, locking Urza Saga on Chapter 2, is you want to make sure that it gains the ability to make constructs, and then Blood Moon stops it from advancing to Chapter 3, and then you can be in this frozen position where you can make constructs turn after turn.
Yeah, it's a really cool interaction. So Urza Saga will add not only colorless, but it will add red mana. But the one thing that Jessy is doing quite a nice job of, and it looks like it's going to work out quite well, is, well, yes, the Starfield Shepherd's going to get a 1-drop. Jessy will get to choose whether he wants to then play said 1-drop or ephemerate the Shepherd, yielding yourself another 1-drop, plus the ephemerate, you know, will then find you another 1-drop. So, you know, ephemerating on the Shepherd seems like what I would do. Looks like what Jesse's going to do as well. But the main thing that Jesse's really lining up here is, number 1, the 2 basic planes. So Blood Moon is not a problem, but also Blood Moon is going to land. Jessy gets the great advantage of ignoring it because, well, who cares that you can't cast Mockingbird? And Jesse's going to be able to go even Meticulous Archive as a mountain, and then Witch Enchanter to just blow up the Urza Saga so it's no longer stuck making a bunch of constructs. And I think that's going to be devastating here for Alison.
Yeah, right. Like, if you can take away the Urza Saga and leave the game kind of stuck underneath the Blood Moon without worrying about constructs every turn, you're going to be in a really favorable position.
And the Blood Moon is
especially
actually now bad for Alison.
Right. Yeah, totally. The resource advantage generated from the ephemerate 3 copies of Starfield Shepherd entering, or 3 instances of Starfield Shepherd entering the battlefield, like just the disparity of 7 cards in hand against 2 cards in hand is kind of the most meaningful thing going on right now.
So is that what you would do, Reid, Witch Enchanter on the Saga, or do you like any of the other plays? Because, I mean, as cool as that play is and how good it looks right now, I mean, going Ocelot Pride, Guide of Soul is still pretty good as well.
Yeah, both are appealing. I think I do like this one. Witch Enchanter to destroy the Saga, just kind of keep the affinity deck from generating the critical mass.
Yep. And I mean, that's it. Like, we just saw this Blood Moon now is kind of working heavy duty for Jessy. Like, you can't cast Kappa. You can play the flip side of Sink in the Stupor, which is a mountain. You don't take 3 damage for, and you're 1 short of actually improvising with the Emissary, so nothing's going right here for Alison, it would seem.
So I just had to look up the rules on improvise. I was wondering if it was like Convoke, where like could you use a blue artifact creature to generate blue mana? I think the answer is no. Improvise just specifically references the colored mana in the cost.
Oh, okay. You know, I think I was calling for that at the desk at the Pro Tour, where, like, we haven't seen any turn 1 Kappas, but You know, I always thought it would just paired with Emissary that you could tap it with that. So yeah, I guess turn 1 Kappas were even more difficult than I thought. So yeah, I mean at this point then we are completely done. And Alison agrees. That's going to be Jessy Samek here advancing to 1-0 in Modern. And I got to say, Reid, you know, we didn't see game number 1, how everything went down. But game 2, pretty big beating for that Azorius Blink deck.
Yeah, I mean, it was like definitely you get those dramatic moments where, okay, Wrath of the Skies kills 5 permanents on the second turn of the game. So it's not close in the sense of how dramatic and lopsided the game actually was, but you could sort of tell yourself the story of like, hey, that's only a 2 of. If Jessy just didn't have that sideboard card and instead is playing, you know, a White Orchid Phantom on that turn, like how much different is the dynamic? And that's why Affinity, it's just, you know, you're playing the numbers. Like, you know that there's these devastating anti-artifact cards that are out there in the wild, but you're hoping to either be prepared for them when they come or just not face them in those, you know, in those key moments.
Yep, gotta agree. And honestly, that just feels Modern, what Modern is too. You know, there's such devastating sideboard cards in that format that metagaming for a tournament is just thinking what devastating sideboard cards are very prevalent and maybe try to sidestep a little bit and or play a deck like Azorius Blink where there's not a clear card that's extremely good against you, you know, and I feel like that's some of the advantage of playing a deck like that. It really feels like 2025 Juns just reshaped. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and I do appreciate that analogy. It's a nice, well-rounded deck, just fair, honest Magic, and that's what Jessy was able to do in the first match.
Definitely your style as we see that Reid the Bones right behind you. You know, we all know that's the type of Magic that you love to play, and we all love watching you play it as well. So that is going to do it here for our first round. But before we go, we're going to talk to you about a few of the really cool things that Magic Online is doing. And the one I want to call out here, Season of Cubes. Being able to have 4 different cubes over 4 weeks that are kind of rotating out. Reid, have you any experience with this kind of event with 4 different cubes over 4 weeks? You a fan?
Well, what I'll mention is that I believe this is done in partnership with the CubeCon event, which is something that I had the good fortune to attend a couple years ago. It's just awesome. Like, the cube community, people are just as into it as, you know, Commander or Modern or Vintage or whatever it might be. Like, people love playing Cube. And so when you get around these folks that are like, oh, I've put so much work into my Cube, I've handpicked all the cards, I've, you know, picked my favorite editions that are meaningful to me, and I want you to be around to play with it. That's really special. It's really fun. And so Magic Online Daybreak Games replicating that experience with the Season of Cube, rotating cubes from rotating creators.
Yeah, really cool stuff. So good on you, Magic Online and Daybreak, because it's so much fun. I've always wanted to make it out to a CubeCon as well. It always falls so close to a Pro Tour that I haven't been able to do it yet, but it's always on my bucket list, and I'm gonna get out there pretty soon for sure. So that's gonna do it here for round number 1. We're gonna take ourselves a short little break, but on the other side, we got 4 players that are still live to take down this Modern trophy, and we're gonna figure out exactly who it is. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright, everybody, welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase Season number 2 here in 2025. I'm here with none other than Hall of Famer, Mr. Reid Duke. Reid, you excited here for our top 4? And also, there's something spicy that happened in our first round of Modern.
Right, so we broke down the metagame just a few moments ago, but fully half the field, 4 out of 8 players, showed up with Affinity. All 4 Affinity decks were in different corners of the bracket. All 4
Which is
Affinity
already
decks,
impressive.
Yeah, all 4 Affinity decks lost round 1. So we will not have a 3-0 affinity player. It does mean that our 0-2 match will be an affinity mirror when we get to round 3. However, based on the unique structure of the mocks, our vintage cube champion, Tom McWinsauce White, he's playing affinity, so he's going to appear in the grand finals as an affinity representative. So if you're rooting for Is It and you want to see some Kappa Cannoneers, you might still get your wish.
Yeah, that is true. No matter what, we won't be seeing any more Is It Affinity, except 100% we will see it in the grand finals is how that works. So it went from, weapons manufacturing to weapons malfunctioning, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right. Low hanging fruit there. I'll give you that one. But let's take a look at the 4 players we're going to be seeing here. Let's start with our main feature. We're, of course, going to be following all the decks that won it. And oh my goodness, this is a feature match here. There's no debate whether or not these are the 2 most accomplished players in the field. They are. They absolutely 100% are the top 2 that are the favorites. Nathan Stoyer being just an absolute amazing player, burst onto the scene by showing up here. Magic Online Champion Showcase, won it, and then translated that invite to the World Championship where he won it, and then he went to that very next Pro Tour in Minneapolis where he won it, where I believe, Reid, you were in that top 8 as well, if I correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so Nathan actually had 3 top 8s or top finishes in a row. He won the World Championship, then he made top 8 of Pro Tour Phyrexia, then he outright won Pro Tour Minneapolis. Pro Tour March of the Machine in Minneapolis, all in the span of under 6 months.
Yeah, that's a good point. And how could I forget that Pro Tour in the middle? Who ended up winning that one? I know it was some pretty strong Magic player, right?
That was me. There we go. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I gotta love it. It's been nice to have a bunch of commentators that have first-hand experience playing against Nathan in these premium tournaments. And, Ely was even talking to me about your guys' match. You played and eliminated Nathan Stoyer, and you had a little bit of a juke in that Pro Tour where you sided out your combo, kind of at the perfect game, and then sided it back in. It was truly an absurd match that you played against him.
Yeah, Corey, we've had some good discussion about just the pinnacle of Magic competition where, the Pro Tour and the Mox are 2 of the very few events on the calendar that I would say this about. But when you're facing players of the caliber of Nathan Stoyer, Yuuki Ichikawa, you kind of know that you're not going to get anything for free. They know what's going on as well as you do. They're going to make every play exactly how you don't want them to make it, in the way that makes things as hard as on you as possible. So you have to get creative in terms of looking for edges of how can I sort of keep them guessing? How can I do what they don't expect? How can I bring a strategy that they're not prepared for? And so that's a lot of what high-level Magic gameplay and tournament preparation is.
And of course, Yuuki Ichikawa, we cannot stress how many top finishes he has, how experienced of a Magic player he is, what a dominant force he is on all the teams here from Japan. He's been playing the game for a long time. You see that those numbers in gold, has the highest modern win percentage out of these players as well. So really no stranger to high-level Magic as well, Reid, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, Clash of the Titans here. These guys are both former Magic Online champions. They both have premier event wins under their belt, and they're both highly, highly regarded by their colleagues as 2 of the best players playing today.
Yep, Yuuki Ichikawa on Team Moriyama Japan, and Nathan Stoyer on Team Handshake as well. Some of the best teams, as well as your team, Team TCG player as well. That's kind of the big 3 that we're dealing with right now. So really cool to see him back at it. And, the last Mox that we played, Season 1, Yuuki was there, made it to the finals, made it to Worlds. So wants to do that again, as that's a very... I wouldn't say easy way to Worlds, but that is definitely one of the avenues to the World Championship for Yuuki Ichikawa here. So let's take a look at the deck list here. We're not going to be seeing Affinity at all. Let's take a look at Nathan Stoyer's to start. And this was that really awesome control deck. Looked very close to what Kassis was doing, not doing anything that we saw like maybe the finals of the Pro Tour where it's kind of the Days Undoing Narset version. This is just some good cards here, Reid.
One of the things that's going to be awesome about this matchup is both players have brought what I would refer to as reactive, disruptive decks. When you build your own deck in that style, you're definitely gearing for the biggest handful of like most expected matchups that you're going to face. So optimizing your removal and your permission to beat the popular decks. So it can get really interesting when two decks like this face off against one another. And do I have the right answers to the questions my opponent happens to be asking? Do I have, a density of generically powerful cards that are going to serve me in a grindy, mid-ranger control matchup? So looking at Nathan's deck, he does, as you say, Corey, just have a density of really strong cards. Like Flage, Titans of Fire's Fury, that's just one of the best cards in Modern if you can get that thing going. But yeah, a little bit more on the removal heavy side, a little bit less in terms of the traditional control elements like dedicated card drawing. But I think Nathan's going to be able to navigate this well, and if he can find the dust settling with a Quantum Riddler or a Flage on his side of the battlefield, he's going to be well on his way to winning.
Totally agree, and got to pay attention to those 3 Teferi Time Raveler. It's kind of weird that Teferi was printed, however long ago for PT War of the Spark, but it was kind of the card of the tournament. Like Teferi overperformed in basically every time we saw it on camera. Every Teferi deck ended up doing a lot, whether it is preventing cards from coming off rebound or suspend like Lotus Blooms and Ephemerates, or just preventing all the free counter spells and the free pitch cards like Subtleties to interact with you. So really cool stuff here from Nathan. Let's take a look at Nathan's opponent. It's Yuuki Ichikawa, and we did just see this deck under the lights and winning that really, really close game up against Affinity. Well, everyone beat Affinity, I should say, so that doesn't narrow it down. But walk us through this deck here, Reid.
So this is a more creature-centric version of a similar shell with Ephemerate, Quantum Riddler, creatures that enters the battlefield abilities. But Ichikawa is really hoping to leverage Felia and Psychic Frog as extremely potent 2-drop creatures, using Overlord of the Baelmerk as a payoff card when combined with Felia, but also just to dig towards key interactive pieces, rebuying subtleties. And Corey, I do want to follow up on your point. Teferi exists in this deck as well. That's going to be a key card on both sides. If one player can land that, it's going to give them a huge amount of control over the pacing and the dynamic of the game. And one thing that I've noticed going into the Pro Tour and beyond in the wake of the Pro Tour, the numbers of Teferis in all these decks just seem to keep going up and up. So I think people are coming to the same conclusions that you were, that this is a really desirable card right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we jump in, who do you got? Who's your favorite in this matchup to take it down?
Boy, hard to pick with 2 elite players and 2 really well-constructed decks. But I'll pick Yuuki. I'll pick the Esper deck. How about you?
Yeah, I'm a close one on Yuuki as well. I just think you're able to play a little bit more proactive Magic, and cards like Galvanic Blast or Galvanic Discharge maybe don't line up as well against some of these creatures here. So, but like you said, this is going to be the type of games that they go on for 15 turns, and both players are going to look back on it and be like, maybe I could have won if I would have done X, Y, or Z, as this is usually a very grindy matchup. But enough of our speculation. Let's figure out actually who is going to take this down here in round number 2 of Modern here at the Mox. And getting into it here, players are going to decide if they want to keep here. Both look like fully functional hands. But, Reid, kind of getting into this as these players get ready to go, were you as a testing team thinking that Teferi was going to be as strong as it was? Or do you think Teferi was even a strong card at this Pro Tour?
Yeah, and once again, I have to confess sort of being on the wrong side of history on this one. I was a little bit of a skeptic of Teferi.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, Modern's so fast. It's all about your 1-mana cards, your free cards. Teferi's just sort of this random 3-drop that I don't know exactly what its key purpose is. It's nice to have, but it's not filling a key role in my deck. That was my position. But a couple of my teammates, in particular, my teammate Luna Eason, was really advocating, like, hey, we got to get Teferi in our Esper deck. We got to get Teferi in our Azorius Blink deck. And Luna was totally right. Like, I did play one Teferi, and it was one of my best sideboard cards. Won me a few games that not much else would have. And, yeah, I mean, that trend of like people just continuing to add more and more copies of Teferi, I think that's people correctly identifying the metagame trends and being on the right track.
Yep, totally agree with you. Luna Easton, of course, a phenomenal Magic player. She's been on a tear. But catching up to the game, we had the turn 2 Psychic Frog from Yuuki Ichikawa. Ends up being met with a prismatic ending. It was slightly awkward for Nathan. Nathan had the Spell Snare, which he was going to be hyped to be holding up, but actually only had Meticulous Archive and then Mystic Gate as his only 2 lands, so was unable to cast that. But prismatic ending on 2 right before Yuki found this Force of Negation is big game, and wow, blink and you miss it, as we have the Quantum Riddler that gets met with subtlety, or met with solitude. But hey, subtlety didn't get cast on the solitude. A lot happened there, Reid. Break down what went on there and why we didn't subtlety it.
Yeah, holy cow. Okay, so on turn 3, Ichikawa goes for the 1-2 punch of his deck, which is Quantum Riddler and Ephemerate. Nathan allowed the Quantum Riddler to enter the battlefield and draw a card, but in response to the Ephemerate, he pulled the trigger on his Solitude to stop Ichikawa from blinking Quantum Riddler. To your point, Corey, Yuki could have subtletied Nathan's Solitude, elected not to do that, and that's like a really meaningful judgment call to me, because it would have been quite tempting. Just, pull the trigger there, get your 4/6, you get to recoup some of the card disadvantage right away. A couple things to think about there. Number 1, the Solitude could just go back on top of the library to be cast again the following turn. Number 2, something even worse could happen, like Nathan could play Teferi, which we identified that as such a key devastating card. Also, Nathan could have set up his own big Ephemerate turn, like, oh, I replay the Solitude, this time I have Ephemerate for it, or I play my own Riddler and Ephemerate. So there's just a lot of thinking to be done there, and again, a non-obvious play from Yuki to not subtlety, but I know that he's being thoughtful about this game and trying to prepare for the most possible outcomes that he can.
God, competitive Magic is the greatest. Just being able to break down so many things that happen here in turn 3. Modern looking awesome. And getting re-caught up. Here we got Fable. Fable can't be subtletied, and we just drew the Force of Negation now, maybe a turn late, as Wrath of the Skies is definitely going to be one of these cards that Nathan is going to be very happy to side out. So, just makes Fable even that much better, that you just get to discard that, and maybe discard the Spell Snare as well, although that's still going to have some text. Just being able to loot it away is such a big game with Fable.
Yeah, notably, Fable's a one-of in Nathan's deck. It's really strong with a lot of what he has going on, the enters the battlefield triggers and setting up Flage basically perfectly. It's also kind of his signature card. He won the World Championship with Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Well, to be fair, so did every other Pro Tour champion within that year span. It went Nathan at the Worlds with Fable, you with Fable in your creativity deck, Nathan again with Fable in his Rakdos deck, and then I can't remember, but Fable won another Pro Tour after that.
Yeah,
I think,
Jake
right?
Beardsley with Rakdos Scam in Modern.
Yeah, that is right. And then we went to the World Championship, where finally Fable didn't win the event because Yeah, it got banned, I guess, right?
Yep, that's right. So I'll tell you an interesting conversation that I had with Nathan a couple months ago. It was shortly after Edge of Eternity's was released,
Okay.
and I was asking Nathan about his standard deck for Spotlight Series planetary rotation,
Yeah.
and he's like, man, Quantum Riddler gives me the same feeling that Fable the Mirror Breaker used to. I think this is the new card that we got to be playing with, and I think that's borne out. And actually, he has both in this deck.
Well, I mean, he is right. Quantum Riddler is kind of doing... it's at that power level, at least, for sure. So, all right, we went for Teferi. Teferi was met with that Force negation, and then had the Spell Snare for Philia. So, this is another thing that we're noticing. I feel like we keep talking about an intricate line that these players are doing, and then right when we get caught up, we need to get caught up into the next intricate line. These players are both playing at an alarmingly fast rate to be playing this tight of Magic. Really reminds me of like the LSV, kind of the other fast players with LSV. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's hard for us to keep up, like even explaining what's going on, let alone processing the the strategic implications of what they're doing.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. But now the dust has kind of settled, and now we just have the Overlord that's ticking down, and just a subtlety available. And on the other side, not too much going on as well. We have the Reflection. Didn't even want to attack to play around a possible subtlety. God, that is great. I mean, you even do this when you have a Solitude. You don't want to get in there?
Well, it occurs to me that it could have been really good for Nathan if Yuuki had tried to ambush with the subtlety, because then you could just hardcast your Solitude, exile it, and then be ready with either copy or ephemerate the Solitude when the Overlord comes off impending. Yeah. But on the other hand, there's value in keeping the Reflection open to target your Solitude. There's value in sort of not revealing information to your opponent. So I think just kind of the safe, tight line of not exposing the Reflection to death in combat makes sense.
Yeah, and wow, God, this is just more high-level decisions after another. Normally, subtlety on a Solitude looks amazing, but when it's just going to go on top of the deck and then Nathan is just going to recast it on this Overlord, you're not really accomplishing too much, so decides to not do that here. And, all right, what are we doing here? And, oh, yeah, there's a Riddler on Warp.
Yeah, and here you see exactly why Yuuki didn't want to subtlety the Solitude, because he just really didn't want the hardcast Quantum Riddler to resolve. But you got to think this is just a temporary measure. So Nathan is both ahead on the battlefield, and his next draw step is going to be the best card in the matchup. So what needs to happen for Ichikawa to battle his way back into the game?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely, because, something Nathan can even do here that we very well might see is you can just put this Riddler on top, you can warp it, you can then use Reflection with the warped Riddler to draw even more cards, and wow, Reflection just doing a great job of exiling subtlety here. So the amount of cards that Nathan can draw next turn is really off the charts. And you got to think, what can Yuuki even draw to fight on this same power level? And I'm just not seeing it there. And yeah, Yuuki just says, you know what? You got me in kind of a lock. I'm not beating that Riddler with Reflection. And you got to say, Reid, the one of Fable the Mirror Breaker was not bad there.
So strong, especially just as a non-creature threat that couldn't be subtletied. It's all about, we said it at the start, getting your threats to line up properly against your opponent, or navigate properly through your opponent's removal and disruption. and Fable of the Mirror Breaker was basically the perfect card there.
Yeah, no kidding. Why play more than one when you're just going to draw that perfect one? Makes sense to me. So, any big changes? We did see Nathan take out those Wrath of the Skies immediately. Anything else really obvious to you that you want in or out?
Great question. So the one I'm keeping my eye on is Ragavan, which, you know, you could certainly make a case for, especially if you thought your opponent might not have the full complement of fatal pushes in after sideboarding. But yeah, Nathan, just keeping it tight, the long game, well-rounded control style. And Yuuki looks like taking out a lot of his force of negations. But and of course, both players maxing out on every copy of Teferi that they have access to. And I still believe that that's likely to be a key card in game 2. But structurally, I think the decks are playing the same game plan that they were in game 1.
So, Reid, do you think the Ragavans are going to come in if there's a game 3 when Nathan's going to be on the play? Because, like, I get it, not wanting to be on the draw, play a Ragavan, and then your opponent just plays a frog. Like, that feels quite bad to me. But on the play, I'm putting those Ragavans in my deck for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's the like sort of Magic 101 thing that I would recommend is you bring the Ragavans in on the play, but not on the draw, because Ragavan's better on the play, because it keeps your opponent guessing, where, you know, you might catch them with the wrong amount of removal based on the configuration of your deck after sideboard.
Yeah.
That's also an example of where, like, both players are at a level where they're probably going to know that that's the obvious choice that your opponent might be making. So it kind of brings up the idea of, like, do you want to next level that? And, like, you know that Yuki's going to have 4 Fatal Push when Nathan's on the play, so then Nathan doesn't even bring in the Ragavans. I don't know. And all this leveling, guessing game type stuff that you can go really deep on. But I would agree with your assessment that, like, if you're just going for a basic, you know, fundamental tournament strategy that's going to serve you well, bringing the Ragavans in on the play would make a lot of sense.
That didn't sound like 101 to me. That was at least like 302. You know, that was an advanced course. I think Ragavan 101 is Ragavan go burr and get that card into my deck. You know, like, that was one of the advanced courses, Reid, for sure.
You're exactly right, Corey. Yeah, 101 was perhaps an underestimation.
All right, the good dog here, Philia, comes down to play and see what it can do. You know, of course, what you want to be doing with this in these Blink decks, one of the sweetest plays is Warp a Riddler, be able to attack with Philia, blink out Riddler, draw another card, it comes back as a 4/6. So definitely something we want to be lining up here, and we'll just see kind of how it works. And looks like this Galvanic Discharge is going to kill the good dog here right away.
Yeah, Ichikawa notably not playing his land here in every time and give attention to detail. You can sort of, like, get in your own head too much and then realize that you're starting game 2 and you've already used, 15 minutes off your chess clock. And I think the players don't want to be in that situation. So it's this constant balancing act. I'm not saying that that's an excuse to, like, rush or play sloppy, but it's just being mindful of these competing priorities all at the same time and just trying to be focused and do the best you can in the match.
Yeah, no, makes perfect sense. Kind of a sign of respect, too. It's just like, yeah, you know what? I know you're not going to make that play.
Right.
You're too good.
Why waste both of our time, when we know that this is going to be the outcome anyway.
Love it. Okay, so Emperor Bones did do the play that we were kind of highlighting earlier. Bring back Philia, the good dog, blinking out Riddler, and normally that is really bad, but it looks like Teferi is going to be gone, and we're going to see the other aspect here of Consign that really makes this deck pretty special, Reid.
Yeah, so awesome stuff where killing the Teferi unlocks this play of casting the Consign in the end step.
Oh my god, Reid, you get to replicate the sacrifice trigger from the Emperor too?
Oh my god. This is so gross, and it's showcasing like all of the corner case interactions of the Esper deck. So what happened there was Yuuki used Consign on the 2 triggered abilities. 1 stopped Nathan's creature from coming back after the Felia blink. 2,
So Riddler's gone for good, right?
the Riddler's gone for good. 2, stopped his own creature from going away from the Emperor of Bones trigger. So, I mean, that was a devastating play. Nathan had the right card to equalize the situation in Supreme Verdict. But man, that was a huge, very cool turn to watch for Yuuki Ichikawa.
Yeah, no kidding. Even though the replicate on the, the Philia trigger with verdicting in a way anyways kind of negated it, it was still pretty cool. So, gotta love that. And here comes Emperor of Bones, and I see one juicy target here in Yuuki Ichikawa's graveyard here. Yeah, I'm too tempted to take that Flage out of the game, even though something really nice like, adapt the Emperor of Bones, maybe bring back your own Riddler would be cool. But, yeah, just making sure Flage is not in the picture right now seems really, really nice.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, big turn. Now we're at the spot where no one is clearly ahead. Now we're firmly in the mid-section of the game, with both players having a good amount of resources. So now it comes down to really the tight technical play of when to cast these spells, when to play around something, and... when you have to just kind of go for things. Looks like Celestial Purge main phase here before end step. Does that matter at all? What's he trying to play around here?
Well, he wants to make Yuuki think twice about adapting the Emperor of Bones.
Okay.
So basically, if the Emperor of Bones is on its way out, Yuuki could kind of free roll adapting, getting the Flage like Lightning Helix trigger. But by doing it in Nathan's main phase, he says, well, you can make that play if you want, but it means you might have to put the shields down on your subtlety or your counterspell or your removal, whatever it might be.
Yep, checks out to me. So plays the land, the kind of land that we would have really only expected from the Belcher decks, but that was kind of the hot tech from our top 4 competitor, being able to just have a decent little creature on the front end, and most importantly, just an extra blue card to be able to pitch to Subtlety and Force, which is pretty cool. And Fatal Push to Ophelia to be able to deal with that straight away before Nathan's turn. All right, Reid, what do you like here? How do we get this going? Do we do any sorcery speed stuff? Are you Riddlering, or what do you like? Well,
there's a lot of options here. The one point that I'll make is that there's no rush. Like, sometimes you can just identify, you know what, the game is not on track to end anytime soon. My opponent has a lot of really powerful reactive measures, so it's okay for me to just sit tight and make sure my cards can get full value and line up properly against opposing threats. But this is a great outcome for Nathan, where he gets to sort of bait out the Subtlety, then use Flage on his own main phase to kill it at a profit, set up the escaped Flage for next turn. So, I don't know what Nathan had to or should have done, but what he did really put him in a winning position.
Yeah, that was really nice. And just like it is, top decking Riddler usually puts you in a winning position as well. Had to just be the best top deck here. I think the only consideration is, do you warp it or do you cast it? Sometimes you want to warp it first just so you can cast it the next turn and draw more cards,
Yeah, I would warp it there. I don't. A lot of these choices have been I could see both cases, or it's a complicated board stat. Maybe I'm missing something, but that one I'm pretty sure I would take the different approach and try to get full value out of Riddler.
Here's the question: I mean, if I am Yuuki, I'm consigning anything that is like somewhat relevant, just because in my draw step I get to draw 2 if I get that card out of my hand.
Okay, good point. So at 10 life, is the Lightning Helix ability enough that you're going to pull the trigger?
I mean, it's the fact that it's countering a Lightning Helix, but it's also draw a card. So, I mean, counter draw. If you look at it like this, it's a cryptic command. You know, like maybe that's a stretch, Reid, but you know, cryptic command at home here, where this counter spell, sure, it's countering something very medium like damage, which isn't nothing, but allowing you to draw a card at your next turn, I think, makes it worth it.
Yep, let's see if he has one more Surveil land that he can access. If so, he gets to see 3 new cards.
I will say sacking that fetch land was not 100% free. Being at 9 instead of 10 is a little dangerous with Flage on the other side.
That's right.
And I mean, this would be a great spot, you know, if you could Overlord into pick up a Subtlety, you know, but that is not what Yuki's deck is doing. It is a Solitude. They are too close. They are too close in names. Yeah, that's on them for designing that, not me for continuing to mess that up. But if you could Overlord get back a Solitude the Flage, I mean, that is exactly what Yuki would be wanting to do, but instead we'll have to find a piece of removal that more than likely will just kill it, put it into the graveyard, and allow Nathan to escape it once again.
Yeah, so of course, Emperor Overlord of the Baelmerk mills 4 cards. There could be additional stuff to work with, but what are you seeing in terms of the cards currently in the graveyard? I see an Emperor of Bones, I see a Quantum Riddler. How would you approach this turn?
You know, if I was able to bring that back, I was probably going to want to bring back Emperor of the Bones, and then eat my opponent's Philia, and then blink out Flage, so when it comes back, it dies, you know, and then he has to re-escape it and eat up his next whole turn, and then maybe I have the Subtlety for it, so that would have been my line, if that would have resolved.
That would have been great, but Nathan actually countered the Overlord trigger, which really put Yuki in a bad spot, because he did elect to just impend the Overlord instead of hard casting it as the 5/5. And so now, as you mentioned, 9 life, the Flage is threatening a lethal attack, and Yuki has to throw some kind of material in front of it in order to just not be dead outright.
Yeah, and I actually love this block from Yuki. Not double blocking to kill the Flage because, well, it would come back anyways. So decided to not do that. But yeah, going back to Yuki's turn, I'm with you, Reid. I would have warped the Riddler and I would have hard casted Overlord, and Yuki did do the complete opposite. Not sure it would have made a huge difference here with having an extra 5/5 in play, but yeah, I mean, it easily could have. All right, heading to Yuki's turn, and there is 2 cards off the top, and oh my goodness, we have a Teferi. A Subtlety is going to get cast from Nathan Stoyer, and then a Subtlety back from Yuki? What the heck? What a set of draws.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then the Teferi...
And then Teferi draws 2!
Teferi draws 2, but... now, like, suddenly we have a game where we settled in. We thought it was a control mirror match. They're going for value, who can draw more cards off that Riddler. But now the most important thing going on in the game is that Yuuki Ichikawa is at 6 life against the Flage.
Yeah,
you can
Reid,
bounce
do you
it,
bounce? Sorry to interrupt you, but do you bounce your own Overlord, or do you bounce the Flage? Because if you bounce the Flage and Yuki doesn't find an answer, Nathan could just go play Phage, escape Flage, GG. So, or do you maybe bounce Subtlety? I don't know. Bounce an Overlord looks pretty good. Try to get something back.
Yeah.
Tough call.
The problem is, like, if you don't bounce the Flage, you have to chump block it and then kind of face the same decision again next turn. And how long can you go? Like, how long is that going to be sustainable for?
Yeah, and this is GG. There's no 4th mana for Subtlety. the double flage looks like it's going to take it down, Reid.
Yeah, just going from 6 life down to 0. Amazing ending to an amazing game.
Wow, what an incredibly well-played game from both players. What an incredibly well-played match from these two absolute superstars. I think this is a match that you could go back and, like, I kind of wish we were the sports analysis style where we could pause it, circle a couple things on the battlefield and be like, this is where things really went wrong, or let's dissect this turn. There just wasn't enough time for us to even break down all the really cool intricacies that are maybe not as obvious to other players type thing. Great match.
Yeah, I think I'll be going back over that one again. And even like the early game judgment calls, like the way, remember Ichikawa had an opportunity to attack a Teferi when Nathan was tapped out. Didn't do that, perhaps valuing something different, perhaps playing around in solitude, but like way back in the portion of the game where we were just setting the stage, there were already huge, meaningful decisions being made right up till the very end, that last turn right before it ended.
Yeah, just incredible magic. And now we have Nathan Stoyer, who was one of the last people to be qualified for this Mox, into the finals, looking to play for that world championship spot. Reid, before we even get into our backup feature, you've been in those situations. You won those matches to get yourself into Worlds. I assume you've also lost those matches to miss out on Worlds. Like, how do you handle that as a high-level pro, and do you still get nervous in those moments?
Oh, I still get nervous every time. At the best you can say is just that you get a little bit more used to playing through the nerves. Yeah. But that's what that would be my advice to the players is like, look, you've done a lot of things right to get here, so just try to create that environment where you can be comfortable, where you can be focused, and where you can play, the same great magic that you've been doing the whole weekend, and not, let the pressure get to you. In short,
I never got used to the nerves in those situations, so I just decided, all right, I need to get into the boost so I can be a part of the top 8, and really, really zigged instead of just improving my game on that read. That's next level as well, right?
Yeah, that's next level. But, that's the great thing about our seat here is you get to be part of the action while dodging, some of the stress of competition.
Yeah, 100%. So that's going to do it for our first round here of round number 2, or our first match of round number 2. But we got more magic on the other side. Nathan Stoyer needs an opponent here in Modern, and let's figure out exactly who it's going to be. Let's check out our backup match and see the players we're going to be witnessing in this round. We got Zampa on the left and Jessy on the right. Both players. Jessy's been playing for a while. Zampa still really incredible to me. Has only been playing for 3 years. Just lost a close-ish game, I will say, here in Vintage Cube to not already get a world slot. So has to go 2-0 to be able to get that done. And same with Jessy here. Jessy qualified via the Mox number 2, and Zampa qualified via the standard showcase qualifier. Let's take a look at Zampa's deck to start it off, see what we are dealing with here. Once again, not affinity. Those are all gone, even though it was 50% of our metagame. Now, this is Eldrazi Ramp in quotation because it's also Eldrazi Brood Scale here. Walk us through this deck.
Well, first of all, Corey, I can't believe what you just told me, that Zampa's been playing for 3 years, and according to his player card, he's averaging 1,500 matches of Modern per year in those 3 years, and he's the standard champion. So Modern might not even be his best format, and that's how much he's playing. So this is somebody who's really dedicated and has really learned a lot to be on the the world-class stage in a very, very short span of time. I like his deck as well. The Eldrazi Brood Scale hybridized deck with Vexing Bauble as sort of a main deck, metagame choice, hate piece. But yeah, he's looking to just basically overpower opponents by getting tons of mana off of Eldrazi Temple, Ugin's Labyrinth, maybe play a Kozilek's Command to get those Eldrazi spawns and set up for an even bigger turn following. At the same time, he's constantly threatening an infinite combo with Basking Brood Scale and Blade of the Bloodchief.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zampa here, a member of Team Vents, kind of a newish team at the Pro Tour that popped up. Number one, Reid, I hope that you're as big of a fan of that team name as I am, as that's pretty sweet. But also, that team ended up putting one player into the top 4 in the form of the Belcher player, Miko, I believe. But yeah, great team name, right?
Yeah, that's a nice one.
All right, Zampa's opponent here. Let's check out the other side. Let's see what Jessy is cooking with here. And there we go. It's the Azorius Blink deck. Reid, we just saw this a little bit ago, but walk us through this one and how this matchup you think is going to play out.
Well, Corey, talking about zigging and zagging, this was the deck that I played at the Pro Tour, and one of the big motivations was that I thought it was really well set up against Eldrazi Tron specifically. With the 4 main deck White Orchid Phantom, blinking that back and forth, you can really shred the Tron mana base. However, the green-based Eldrazi ramp deck is not as easy because it has basic forest, because it just has a more robust mana base where it doesn't rely on setting up that exact configuration of lands. So that subtle difference, changes a matchup that was highly favorable into one that's a lot closer. So White Orchid Phantom, I think, is still going to be a strong card. It's still pretty effective against Ugin's Labyrinth in particular. But if Zampa can just get their mana underneath them and start casting those bigger spells, it is possible that he could get ahead and stay ahead and overpower the Azorius Blink deck.
Fair enough. And then last question, Vexing Bubble, that kind of hot tech that we see from Zampa. Is that a card that you're afraid of, or is that probably one that gets sided out?
It's in the middle. I mean, it definitely does something here because it stops the Ephemerate rebound. It also stops Solitude from being evoked, which is that's not like a play that Jessy is rushing to make as quickly as he can, but it's definitely something that can come up against those big Eldrazi's. So Vexing Bauble, it's
or
a
the combo, right? Like, I mean, breaking up the Brute Scale combo, that could be a big deal.
That's a great point. So yeah, Vexing Bauble into Brood Scale and combo off. The Azorius Blink deck doesn't have a lot of non-Solitude interaction to stop that. So yeah, the Vexing Bauble, at worst, it's a pretty low investment. 1 mana, and you can always cantrip it when you want to. And it does stop a few of the key angles from the Azorius Blink deck, so pretty cool.
All right, well, only time will tell to see who can take this down. We're going to be jumping into this match starting at game number 3. So players are 1-1, split the games here. And based on the clocks, these were kind of some grindy ones. Looks like we have Zampa on the play here with what looks to be a pretty nice hand. And double Flagstone up top for Jessy. Maybe not as ideal, huh?
Yeah, so double Flagstones can be a tiny bit awkward, especially with Felia. It's like you can get 2 mana, but only on your main phase because the land enters tapped, and so you might wind up main phasing Felia. I also happen to notice that there's nothing great to blink with Felia. Like, you can evoke Solitude, but that's not the same as warping Quantum Riddler, where you get a really juicy blink target. So a tiny bit of awkwardness in Jesse's hand, certainly still, totally within reason to choose to keep it, but not one of the best hands, I would imagine, in the matchup. On the other hand, Zampa, just with the quick Eldrazi Temple, paying him off with Glaring Fleshraker number 1 and then number 2.
Gotcha. Okay, so we did see Oscillate Pride come down first when you had the choice of Guide of Souls as well. Is it almost always Oscillate Pride that you like to start with if you have the choice?
Such an interesting question, and I kept asking this and like running through different scenarios, talking to different people, and I really couldn't get to an always or even a usually. Like, I think it just depends a lot on the context of your hand and what you think your opponent might do. Like, for example, if your opponent's going to play a 2/2 blocker and you don't have an answer for it, then now you can't attack with Ocelot Pride and you're stuck. But on the other hand, if you might want to choose to play Felia on turn 2 instead of one of the 1-drops, then you might play Ocelot Pride, attack, and get the snowball rolling while still spending your mana on something else. So there's a lot of corner cases and specifics that you need to think about when making that choice.
Yeah, makes sense. It's not cut and dry by any means, so... Looks like we're going to have Solitude here, and one of the other modes with Thraben Charm is just destroy an enchantment. Looks to be solid here to get Urza's Saga out of there, and then attack with Oscillate Pride, gain that life, get an extra cat out there, and hey, I mean, sure it was a 3 for 2, but you didn't have to pay for one of those spells, so still a pretty nice exchange in favor of Jessy there.
Yeah, I love that.
But there's always more flesh to be raked. Here is Flesh Raker number 2. And, wow, okay. Guide of Souls looks pretty strong there. But the way it works with the Flagstone interaction, Jessy does only have 2 mana available this turn, right?
No. So what you can do is you can tap the existing Flagstones, play the other one, and then sacrifice the tapped one to Legend Rule. So
okay.
you can still get your mana. The only awkwardness is you can't hold up untapped lands as easily.
Gotcha. Am I crazy to think that there was a rules change or something? Wasn't it back in our day, 2 Flagstones came into play, you sacked them both, or am I just completely fabricating that?
No, you're totally right. The Legend Rule has changed a lot over the years, and many of the previous rules were, like, very harsh, very punishing to the people controlling the Legends. But yeah, these days... Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, the last time I played with a Flagstone, that's how long it's been. There was a different rules thing going on, so it's nice that y'all found a use for one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, Flagstones is better than it's ever been. First, because of that, favorable Legend Rule change, but also Meticulous Archive, like those Surveil lands when your Flagstones does die. That extra value really adds up. So that sequence of, like, I'm going to play a Flagstones and then White Orchid Phantom my own Flagstones. I get to get a basic Plains and a Meticulous Archive, jump ahead on resources, jump ahead on mana, and Surveil to set up my next draw step. It's just such a smooth opening where you kind of know everything's going to go right for you that game.
Totally agree, but hey, Reid, one thing I'm kind of noticing is Zampa has the combo. So, the combo in air quotes, because it doesn't really win immediately, but walk us through the interaction with Blade of the Blood Chief and Basking Brutescale.
Okay, Basking Brutescale, whenever it gets a +1/+1 counter, you create an Eldrazi spawn token, which of course can be sacrificed at any time for mana. Blade of the Blood Chief, whenever a creature dies, you get a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. So you can just sacrifice a spawn, which gives a counter to the Basking Brutescale, which creates another spawn, and you can iterate that an unbounded number of times to make your Basking Brutescale arbitrarily large and generate a ton of colorless mana. And from there, there's a number of ways you can leverage that into a win. I mean, one of them is just attacking with Basking Brutescale. Can't do that this turn. But alternatively, you could find Glaring Fleshraker, you could find Walking Ballista. We'll probably see Zampa start cracking these Vexing Baubles to find extra action. But I guess what he's doing is he's just setting up to be able to do this next turn.
Yeah, so unable to actually make it, infinitely large, but of course the terminology we do use, arbitrarily large. It can't be infinite, you got to pick a number, is kind of why Reid said, arbitrarily large, but isn't able to really do anything with that mana right now, or do anything with a really large Brutescale. How do we get through and, oh my goodness, Witch Enchanter has to just close the door on this, right?
Well, I would think almost, but the thing is, Zampa has a Blade of the Blood Chief on the battlefield and an Urza's Saga ready to pop off Chapter 3. So kind of redundant access to his artifact-based part of the combo. Boy, yeah. This is a tough one.
This is a tough one because also, like, even if this Witch Enchanter didn't get cast, you jump 2 creatures into the air from Jessy, hit Zampa down to what we can attack for 6, 7, and the reason you see this pop up, by the way, the Discord aspect is we do mirror the player's screen, so if they're looking at a different thing on their monitors, it gets a little awkward as we do kind of see that stuff pop up as we do mirror their images. But anyways, we're dealing 6 in the air, plus we can deal 4 on the ground, so this is 10 damage that I'm counting. But the flip side is, you know, you are dealing all this damage, but you're getting a bunch of cats. You're getting at least 3 blockers. So what does Zampa need to do to push through damage or actually win with this combo?
Okay, yeah, so I see your point that if he just makes a huge Basking Brood scale, he's still going to die to flyers next turn. So that means he has to dig, which, okay, let's assume the Urza Saga has to get Blade of the Blood Chief.
Wait, you get infinite mana. Can't you just Emrakul him?
You sure can, yeah. I mean, that's a way to spend a lot of mana.
Oh my god, Emrakul off the top, and I mean, I think the other way to do it is like a Fleshraker, right? A Fleshraker is just GG, but Fleshraker was not found, so as far as my assumption here, we can add infinite mana, we can then sack the bauble, play a bauble, sack the bauble, you know, do that kind of thing to make sure you draw as many cards as you can. See if you can find Glaring Fleshraker to just win right now. And if not, Emrakul and try to figure it out from there. What a draw, Reid.
Yeah, now, this is actually one of those situations where it's conceivable that you could Emrakul and still lose. Your opponent has a huge board of creatures, so you Emrakul, you force them to make an unfavorable attack, a couple creatures die. I guess you can get rid of the flyers so that hopefully Jessy won't be able to kill you on the post Emrakul turn. Certainly the easiest way would be to just find the Glaring Fleshraker. Devourer of Destiny is pretty nice as well. I think Zampa will be able to do enough here that it just pares down Jesse's resources and can be leveraged to win, but I don't think the game's going to end outright this turn.
Yeah, because you get what is going to happen here is Zampa is going to end the turn with 5 blockers. Going to end the turn with 5 blockers. There's going to be 0 cards in Jesse's hand, which is already the case. And then on Jesse's turn, we're going to draw a card. We're going to make 5 bad attacks, or 4 bad attacks, because one of them is a spawn. And then we can think that Jesse's not going to have Oscillate Pride, not going to have Witch Enchanter, not going to have 2 cats. So that leaves Jessy with 4 cats, untapping, drawing a card up against 4 blockers with Zampa being at 5. Like, I mean, this looks incredible for Zampa.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good enough.
And on top of all that, Jessy could draw a card next turn that is detrimental to himself. With controlling the turn, Zampa can do even more. With an Oscillate Pride being off the top, that's not going to be cast, and just going to be attackers made. We're going to see 4 attacks. We're going to see 4 amazing blocks. I wouldn't recommend this attack from Jessy. I think that was not the best attack. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. What's Jessy doing here?
Yeah, just really played right into what Zampa wants to do. But okay, so now we see all this stuff. This creature's getting a little bit larger. Not a big deal. What can Jessy draw outside of this Oscillate Pride to be continuing to play Magic? Was it Plains?
No, it's not Plains. I think it had to start with Quantum Brittler, and as it is, you don't have to concede because you can block the Basking Brood Scale
for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, but how are you? How are you gonna get any traction in this game state? Is the question.
Wow, what a turnaround here! This was wild. Oh, I'd love to be seeing both player cams, both their reaction here. I'm sure it's a wide array of emotions. Hey, there is the Ocelot Pride, and that's just gonna be a passing of the turn. There's not any good attacks with those cats. So now let's rumble. If we find a glaring flesh raker, we are all done here. That's glaring
And
flesh
there it
raker,
is. That's the killing blow.
Wow. Okay, so, I mean, let's look at this from the big picture. This is Zampa losing to McWinsauce here not too long ago in the Vintage Cube streets to top decking that Emrakul. You know, of course, it wasn't as good as another glaring flesh raker, but it was needed in that situation. He was definitely dead if there was one more attack from Jessy. And now Zampa's back in the finals to get another crack at the World Championship, Reid.
Yeah, it's a great point, Corey, because like he had all that mana, he had a couple draws with the Vexing Baubles, but just getting a few good things would not have been enough to overcome the army of, it was like over 10 creatures, including flyers. So, Devourer of Destiny, Thought Not Seer, past the turn, that's not good enough. Even Emrakul and not much else in past the turn may not have been good enough. But the combination of all of those things, forcing the bad attack, and then, Jessy, like, not being able to get over the finish line from that point, it was a really, really exciting game. It's cool when somebody can assemble a combo, cast their 13-drop creature, and you're like, this is still interesting, I still don't know who's going to win.
Yeah. Totally interesting, and it brings me back to, before we get to the finals, one of my favorite moments when we were on a testing team. I don't remember the Pro Tour, but someone was doing an Emrakul line, and they were just like, God, okay, calling over friends as we would do plenty of times, like, hey, can you help me out with this? And I think it was Brad that just walked by BBD. He's like, Brad, or BBD, just play like you normally play, and then that'll probably sum up the Emrakul turn.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta love daggers to your friends. But hey, we got one heck of a finals here in Modern on the horizon. It's going to be Nathan Stoyer. It's going to be against Zampa to decide who gets that other world championship spot and who's going to play against McWinsauce in the finals. So before we head to our break, let's take a look at all the cool events that Magic Online and Daybreak have on the horizon here. Let's start off with that Extra Life charity stream. There is nothing better than helping out, any kids in need. Extra Life does a lot of really, really awesome stuff. So November 8th, that is where you can, really donate to a good cause. You can just check out all the stuff that is going on November 8th. It helps to raise money, like I was saying, for kids with prizes, giveaways, trivia, interviews, and so much more. So really using Magic to make a difference here. That stuff is really, really cool. So make sure to check that out on November 8th on Magic Online for more details. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break, and we'll be right back with our finals here of Modern to see who's going to our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. All right, everyone.
All right, everyone, welcome back to coverage here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase, season number 2 here in 2025. My name is Corey Baumiester. That's the Hall of Famer, Reid Duke. And Reid, we got one heck of a match here on our hands, but let's first take a look at our standings here and see what we have done so far and see what we still have left to do. So, Reid, what are we looking at here?
Well, let's keep an eye on our Vintage Cube champ, Tom White. Actually lost the first round of Modern, but battled back in round 2. He's going to be in the grand finals representing the Vintage Cube portion, but he needs an opponent. So, in order to find that, we're going to pair Nathan Stoyer at 2-0 against Zampa at 2-0 in a really cool match of two of our kind of unique decks in the field. Meanwhile, our other players, Zampa was a finalist in the Vintage Cube portion, so putting up a generally solid day and respectable run. And everyone else still battling for cash, trying to pair, their best possible finish in Vintage Cube with their best possible finish in Modern, and wrap it all into some very solid prize earnings.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff. Even the match, the O2 match with Adam and Alison, they're still playing a match of Magic for $1,000. So, even if these matches look like, air quotes, low stakes or whatever, that's just not the case. Every single player that's playing a match of Magic here has something they're playing for here at the Magic Online Champion Showcase. It's such an incredible tournament as far as value, fun to play, high-level Magic, all that stuff. So we're not going to waste any time. Let's get right into our feature match here of round 3 in Modern. You alluded to the players that we're going to be seeing, but let's check out their stats anyways. It's going to be Nathan Stoyer here up against Zampo. Nathan Stoyer on the left has been only playing the game for 9.5 years. And you got to think, he's like 22. So Nathan is still a young buck. He started playing very, very young. There are some pictures of him at Grand Prix back in the day where, to me, it still looked like he needed a booster seat. Like, he was that young, still making day 2s at these extremely high-level events. I think everyone kind of knew that what happened in his career was bound to happen, as he really, really has been playing the game at a high level from such a young age. And the other side, kind of the opposite. Maybe we're seeing the beginning arc here for Zampa, as he's only been playing the game for 3 years, which is just incredible to me. 3 years into playing Magic for me, I was playing 80-card decks before Yorion was printed, just because I thought that was cool to play more cards in my deck, Reid.
Yeah, Magic is a lifelong pursuit where there's so much to learn. Even if you can get to the point where it's like, okay, I know the rules, I know how to not make boneheaded mistakes, I can play, even a single deck or format pretty well, there's still so much to being a well-rounded player who can show up and play Vintage Cube and Modern and Standard. There is so much to tournament experience, being able to navigate these long days, manage the clock, outguess tough opponents. And for Zampa to learn to play at this world-class level in only 3 years is really quite impressive.
It really is, because you look at Vintage Cube, and I feel a player that's been around the game as long as we have, 20 plus years, you've just seen some of these cards throughout Limited, throughout Standard, throughout Modern, throughout Extended, throughout Type 1, we could go to all the things we've seen these cards in. But to these players, they're learning all these cards in Vintage Cube, so it makes it even tougher. Same can be said about Modern, but still, one last thing about these players, both have a Modern win percentage at 56%, with Zampa playing, a good chunk more here than Nathan. So really, everything seems to be even between these two players. So let's check out the decks. First, let's start with our world champion here from 2022. That's Nathan Stoyer playing Jeskai Control. Walk us through this one, Reid.
Yeah, so this has elements of an old style control deck, board sweepers, planeswalkers, card advantage, but instead of playing divination, just raw card drawing type cards, it's getting its card advantage built into the structure of the deck through the Blink package. So Quantum Riddler, Ephemerate, Flage, Fable the Mirror Breaker. So kind of like a hybridized deck that's getting everything that you want about playing a reactive control deck while also just being very high power level and playing a density of the best cards available in Modern.
Reid, how many control decks have you played with the card Divination in it? I bet it's not 0.
I've played control decks where I kill for a divination. The worst one I've ever played is Inspiration, which is just 4 mana, draw 2. That's it. That's the end of the text.
Wow, that's it?
Mm-hmm.
4 mana, draw 2.
Okay,
that card doesn't have rebound or anything?
No.
Jesus, okay, impressive stuff. Let's take a look at Nathan Stoyer's opponent. That's Zampa playing the deck that we just saw with maybe this teched out version of mono green Eldrazi Brood Scale hybrid with the 4 Vexing Baubles. So I think it all comes down to, do we think Vexing Bauble is good against control, or is this kind of a dead card?
Not a dead card. Similar to the previous match, it's going to tag Ephemerate on the rebound. It's going to stop Solitude.
Okay.
So that's something already. More than the Vexing Baubles, I kind of like the Eldrazi ramp positioning in this matchup because the Jeskai control deck, its strength is really in its removal. So it's, Flage, Galvanic Discharge, Board Sweepers, and Solitude. Those are all the very best cards for dismantling opposing creature decks. But if you're playing an opponent who's just playing 2 mana land after 2 mana land, ramping up towards Emrakul and huge Kozilek's commands, a lot of the best weapons in Jeskai are not particularly effective against that. So I think Nathan's going to have to get a little bit creative, use the half of his deck that can apply pressure, and sort of take the game in a direction that maybe his deck is not as comfortable with in order to get a win against Zampa.
All right, so the question of the hour, Reid, Nathan or Zampa, who do you think is favored?
I'm picking Eldrazi Ramp. I think this is a really powerful deck, well suited to playing longer games, and I'm optimistic from the Ramp side.
All right, I'm going to put a slight advantage to Nathan Stoyer, just the experience of being here before, but hey, I think this match could go either way. Let's figure it out who is going to take it down and lock up this other World Championship slot for 2026. All right, welcome down to our feature match here for one more time within our Swiss portion before we get to the grand finals after this. Looking at the hands, look like Nathan Stoyer won the die roll and has an extremely medium hand here, Reid.
Well, this is kind of what I was outlining going into the match. Imagine you had this hand against Boros Energy or Is It Prowess or something like. You're thrilled. I'm going to just kill their first 4 things, gain a bunch of life, set up for Flage. But against Zampa, you might get into this holding pattern where you're just doing nothing, waiting for your opponent to get up to Emrakul mana, and that's not a winning line. So Nathan actually makes a mulligan there, like a context-based mulligan, looking to find something just a little bit more proactive.
Okay, interesting. Thought about getting rid of Mountain, decided not to, and switched it to Solitude. I'm also kind of looking at Spell Snare. I haven't played this exact matchup out, but every time I play against Broodscale, they go from 1 to 3 quite often. But of course, I guess it does still hit Rumble, but it's not the best card in this matchup.
Right. I definitely like keeping the lands for Nathan, because I think what you want to do is just make land drops and then eventually restock and try to get ahead with Quantum Riddler. And if you miss your third land drop,
Spell Snare on the bottom, but I think it's close.
Yeah, between Solitude and Spell Snare, I see where you're going.
Yep. So Ugin's Labyrinth comes in to play, getting rid of Devour, and here is Vexing Bauble, which, hey, maybe Nathan's on top of the game. No evoked subtleties are really going to be a thing, so maybe a next level play there. We're going to get a Scalding Tarn sacrificed, Meticulous Archive to take a peek at the top to see if he likes it. It's an island. He doesn't like it, and heads that to the yard. Now, turn number 2, the question: do you warp a Riddler or hold up Spell Snare?
I think hold up Spell Snare makes sense. Because there's nothing really that you're rushing to. It's not like, I need to warp to hit my third land. It's kind of just, we're in the developing stages. We're making land drops. We're seeing what happens.
Teferi Time Reveler off the top is actually quite nice, so could go to bounce the Vexing Bauble, but of course if Zampa decides to just sack it in response, that would prevent the card draw from Nathan. But looks like Zampa is actually responding here with a Causal X command. I would say K command, but I know that's going to offend you as a Jund gamer, so I won't say this is the new K command, okay?
Right, yeah, I mean, it's K Command Junior, maybe. The
Yeah.
the
K
smaller,
command
less
at home.
impressive version of Kolagon's command.
Okay, if you're talking to exactly you and, maybe my brother, two diehard Jund lovers, the rest of the world probably thinks this Eldrazi one might be slightly ahead of Koligan's command. Okay, but wait a minute. What? Is this just infinite mana?
Yeah, this is infinite mana. This is Zampa comboing off, notably with the Vexing Bauble, so no worries about Solitude breaking up the combo.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, Nathan didn't have it this time anyways because we bought him the other Solitude, but hey, it didn't matter. This Vexing Bauble kind of did what it's supposed to, and now this turn looks like it's going to end with a very arbitrarily large Brood Scale, 2 Thought-Knots coming into play, and, a Haywire Might if you want, or you can sack Vexing Bauble now that you know the coast is clear.
Yeah, so it's fascinating because once again, the game does not end here, and Nathan can untap and he can bounce the Brood Scale, draw another card. He's got board sweepers in his deck, so anything can kind of happen here. But Zampa does get to deploy his whole hand. He, with all this mana and seeing the coast is cleared, elects to sack the Vexing Bauble. Don't think he can get access to green mana for the purposes of Malevolent Rumble, but he's going to put himself in a very dominant position and really put Nathan to the test of like, hey, what can you find off the top right away?
Yeah, and the one thing that, Nathan doesn't even need to find anything. He can just Teferi bounce the Brood Scale, and then there's not a lethal attack on the crackback. So Nathan has 2 looks at it, and then essentially a third off the draw step. So there's the first look. Subtlety is quite bad. Looks like Teferi bounce is going to be the next way to start. That is the case, and the good dog, Ophelia, comes down to join the party. All of that, though, pretty medium and extra medium when you see there's only 1 blue mana.
Yeah, I was going to be heartbroken if Nathan drew Supreme Verdict and couldn't cast it due to having the 2 like effectively mountains.
Yeah, that would have been devastating. Reid, was there any thought to like a hasty Fila to just like blink out a Thought Knot to draw a card? Is Thought Knot templated where if it leaves instead of dies?
Yes, I believe so. If it leaves the battlefield,
was that
you get to draw.
any consideration? But I mean, that doesn't seem like a very great play either.
I don't think you have to rush because your goal is to find a board sweeper before you die, and you're still at 17. You're getting the Brood Scale off the battlefield, so I think Nathan is right to sort of like take one more turn to set things up. But it's good to be aware that you can make plays like that.
Yeah. Solid sequencing here, going with the Rumble first, saying, you know what? If you have a Spell Snare, which the Spell Snare is face-up information, thanks to the Thought Knots, be like, if you want to counter it, knock yourself out. If you don't counter it, then Zampa's just not going to cast the Brood Scale. It's not going to play into it this turn. So I actually like that counter quite a bit because no matter what, the combo turn, it can happen. We're 1 mana short of being able to play this Devourer on the good dog. So really tight Spell Snare there where you think like, oh, I don't want to Spell Snare that as, you need to kill the Brood Scale. That's what's going to combo off. But Nathan recognizing the contextualness of that turn.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would be really scared of the Rumble letting Zampa set up in that way.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to do this. Draw a card. Okay. I mean, at least you get to kill the Brood Scale, flash in Subtlety, go to 12. You got to do it with the Thought Knot trigger on the stack. And then now you just got to beat 2 4/4s.
Sure. I would flip it.
Yeah, so, Nathan's still in it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a top deck battle at this point, right? Both players at a reasonably healthy life total. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't say that. Nathan is a bit under the gun here with no promising blocks and then going down to 4 or perhaps even 3.
Yeah, and all he needs is 1 land to be able to cast that Devourer in hand, and on top of it has the Saga to just start making some constructs. So I would definitely say it's Nathan that needs a great draw here, but man, even like a Flage maybe would put us in a position where we could get somewhere. Maybe Flage isn't enough. Let's see, big draw step, Mystic Gate cannot be strong enough, but we do get to do the Fila trick again and blink out the big Thought Knot.
But that's it. If Nathan doesn't draw something relevant here, he's dead. Okay, you can Ephemerate Felia to chump block. That's a tough way to do it, but I guess, you can technically see another turn.
If Nathan had 8 mana, or excuse me, 7 mana, I would think there's a way where you can stabilize. Top decking Flage, Arena of Glorying Flage. It's hard to not come back in a game when you can do that, but with only 6 mana, the front half of Flage is nowhere going to be near enough. I guess a fetch land would probably be the best, right? Surveil a Flage into the yard.
Yeah, that's the miracle, I guess.
And God, does it feel bad when your opponent does it to you, let me tell you. Right, here is a Rumble, deciding if you want to save the green mana or not. Goes for the Rumble. We'll see if there's any draw that can just win the game outright right now. I don't think so. Emrakul. We got to be a little ways away from that, but, that locks down the fact that if somehow Nathan does get a Flage, everything goes well, and we're still playing Magic this turn, Emrakul can come and be the closer. Big draw step, and I think the best draw was a fetch land and a Galvanic Discharge. We already do have 1 energy, so this does kill a Thought Knot. We're still live. And Arena of Glory number 2 is not going to do it. And a 7/7 Thought Knot Seer is going to come across for the win up against our former world champion. So Zampa is 1 game away from a world championship spot here, Reid.
Thankfully for Nathan, I do think he gets some nice weapons off of the sideboard. So we talked about White Orchid Phantom. It's not as good as it would be against Eldrazi Tron, but still very, very strong, especially if you can pair it with Ephemerate or Felia.
Yep.
Along the same lines, Ragavan is a great addition to Nathan's deck. When we were looking at those opening hands, we're kind of like, oh man, so many of his cards are reactive when he really wants to be proactive and put Zampa under the gun. Well, Ragavan lets him do that. Now that's actually something concrete that he can look for in his opening hand with his Mulligan decision and try to get onto the board and just get the game over with.
I love it. So it looks like Nathan has to take 3 cards out. I'm snap taking those Spell Snares out, though. Like, they only hit Rumble and the Basking Brood Scale, and there's still Caverns for the Basking Brood Scale. It feels too narrow to me, but maybe I'm just a Spell Snare hater on the play. I like it on the draw where you exchange Ragavans, but yeah, maybe you still leave in Ragavans on the draw up against a deck like this, to be honest. And then the flip side, we see Veils coming in, as well as the one of Surgical. Veil does seem good. I guess it's just extremely good up against Consign, huh?
That must be the idea. It's extremely bad against Teferi. So
It's also bad against Subtlety. Okay, this hand has what we wanted to see. The old turn 1 Ragavan plus the turn 2 White Orchid Phantom here just seems extremely strong.
yeah, this is Nathan did mulligan, but this is the best turn 1, turn 2 opening that he could hope for.
Yep. And we'll really just see, is there any way to do any interaction on turn 1? I don't see it. So just a Vexing Bauble to prevent some free spells. And, Zampa can have the answer for the Ragavan next turn with that Kozilek's command.
Something kind of cool, Corey. Nathan had to bottom a card after his mulligan, and he bottomed Sacred Foundry and then fetched for Sacred Foundry. So basically just took 1 additional damage, but the benefit he gets from that is 1 free card in the graveyard for Flage. So just, an example of attention to detail and taking, a different path to get to the same outcome that Nathan believed was a little bit more favorable.
And I mean, the next level point on that as well is to avoid the Moto bug of drawing the card you bottomed. That is just genius. Just kidding. That is not real, y'all. Although it does feel like it at times. And maybe that's just what players notice. Is whenever you mulligan or you get Thoughtseize, you draw that card, Alright. So, Kozilek's command being able to exile Ragavan and just draw a card here. I mean, whenever you have 2 mana, kill a creature, draw a card, that's just incredible. That's just already so devastating. So really nice stuff here. And Nathan is now just left with a Flage and a Dream.
That's right. Nathan's top of his library hasn't been super good to him. In terms of he had that great opening, but now he's feeling kind of the resource disadvantage from the mulligan and not having any plays that he can make to continue progressing his board state. Meanwhile, Zampa, the White Orchid Phantom slowed him down a little bit, but it's kind of a blip on the radar when he gets to, he's just playing a Soul Ring land, a 2-mana land every single turn of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this draw looks amazing, and I'd be tempted for this Thought Knot as well, because, your opponent's at a low resource. It ends up not being great, as Nathan's hand is, so bad already. But, now one of these Surveil lands has to do some good work for Nathan, and we're going to be close to bringing back a Flage, but even with a fetch land, we are going to be 1 card short, so... Ragavan off the top, not exactly what you want now in the face of a 4/4. You do get to attack for 2 in the air, putting the opponent down to 11, putting Zampa down to 11, and trying to line up a situation where we can Flage with Arena of Glory next turn. So, are you incentivized to try to block with Ragavan to get that 5th card in a situation like this?
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would block with Ragavan if given the option, which Zampa may choose to just not even give Nathan the option.
Oh my god, that's the Brood Scale. We don't have green mana available though, so we can't do it this turn. But god, this deck has just looked amazing. Reid, this Eldrazi deck is just. I mean, this Eldrazi deck or this Brood Scale list, I don't know truly what to call it because we've been seeing him win with kind of both sides.
Yeah, both Eldrazi Ramp and Brood Scale were high performers at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities. Neither one broke into the top 8, but both were just kind of quietly putting up really high, above 50% win rates throughout the event.
Yeah.
Brood Scale in particular I find remarkable because of the number of solitudes in Modern right now. I'm a creature lover. I've played Yawgmoth and various creature combo decks and beatdown decks and Zoo over the years, but I was scared. I'm look, I don't want to be trying to put creatures onto the battlefield and set up these complicated board states when I'm going to get Solitude ephemerated.
Yeah.
But the fact
I'm
is,
totally with you.
It's just good enough. Like, and this Brood Scale deck attacks from enough different angles, and it makes you think, well, hey, I'm a ramp deck, and the game's going to be about rushing to Emrakul and fighting my lands and whatnot, and then all of a sudden you tap low on resources and you're getting comboed out of nowhere.
And honestly, Reid, I think, we notice trends, and I don't know about you, I'm sure it's the same. Some of my favorite things about, commentating these regional championships and stuff, and the fact that we get 2 of them, is seeing these metagame shifts from week to week, or seeing the metagame shift after the Pro Tour and see what gets picked up on. And the one metagame shift that we're seeing based around the card Solitude is they're turning into subtleties even more. So I think there's less Solitude now, and this deck already did well. So, this seems like a great choice if you're going to a regional championship. But all of that being the case, Reid, I think we're done here. There's the Basking Brood Scale. You can equip it. You get Glaring Fleshraker going, and that's just game. It looks like Zampa's even going for the safe line here of just casting Emrakul instead of going for the combo.
Yeah, wow. So he's going to get to steal Nathan's turn. Can sort of suicide attack the White Orchid Phantom. Notably, the Flage is still a wrinkle.
Yep.
So you can exert both Arenas of Glory.
No! Didn't we have a much better play? Double exerting, that's nice, but didn't we have a better play here of the fetch land, exert Arena of Glory, bring Flage back, attack with Flage and Night White Orchid, and deal 6 damage to the Flage?
Yeah, and then basically it's be a similar outcome, but the fetch land is gone and the graveyard is gone.
And yeah, the graveyard's gone, and the 1 Arena of Glory is exerted, but, minor, but hey, those things definitely add up.
The problem, Corey, is that Zampa is just too trained into playing good Magic, and you can't see those boneheaded lines like we can.
Hey, that makes sense. And that is Zampa locking up a world championship slot here over the tournament favorite, or one of the tournament favorites, next to Yuuki, with this extremely awesome, and I'll say a pretty teched out version of this Brood Scale and Eldrazi deck. Reid, are you as impressed as I am with Zampa and that deck?
Super impressed. He brought a great deck. He played it well. He's bobbing and weaving, using the right line for the right situation with a multifaceted deck. And let's not forget, he was also in the finals of the Vintage Cube portion, right? So he's 5-1 over the course of the day. He's just cruising through a really, really tough field.
5-1, and he's been playing Magic for 3 years, Reid. What the heck? Playing at this level is truly impressive, and I'm getting word from our producer that Zampa is ready for an interview, so I'm going to jump on over there and see what he's got to say about his huge win. So let's check it out. All right, everyone, I am here with Zampa, fresh off the 3-0 in the Modern portion. Dude, you just qualified for the World Championship. How you feeling?
It feels unreal. It was my goal, playing this event. And during the draft portion, I was actually 2-0 and had already my win and in for Worlds, which I got destroyed in. And now I got to 3-0 the Modern portion. It just feels incredible.
Wow, so far you're doing it as good as you can possibly do it. Getting the 2-1, just barely missing out, and then getting a 3-0. You've locked up a ton of money. You've locked up that World Championship spot. And you're about to be heading to the Grand Finals to play a match, for a casual $4,000 here. But before we get into that, walk me through your Modern deck, because there are a lot of interesting choices in the list you played. So yeah, walk me through everything with this.
Yeah, finding a deck for this event is really hard, I think, because you can't really know what people are going to play, because you can't really just track them, and you can have to guess what is going to happen. But I was just fresh of the Atlanta Pro Tour, and seeing the metagame shift, I just felt like everything I knew about Modern was wrong, and every deck is playing like an insane amount of free spells, and it feels like Legacy or something. And so I came back, and during the playing I was thinking, where can I fit 4 Vexing Bubbles for the mocks? And then I went through a list of decks. I actually tried Energy with them. I tried through the Breach Eldrazi with them. And then I just realized that the best deck to do this is in Broodscale, because not only like you get to play this, it works really well at protecting your Broodscale when the main removal in the format is Solitude. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, that seems like a really nice metagame call. 4 Vexing Bobble in the main is not something we see, basically in any deck. What were you exactly targeting? So I know free spells. Is there certain decks that you're targeting with Vexing Bobble?
In this field, 4 players were on Affinity, and you basically get to just stop half of their deck for free. That works really well, and watching the Pro Tour metagame, the most played deck was Goryo, and that deck plays for Force of Negation and 4 Solitudes. And even Ephemerate, you get to counter the free cast on the rebound thing. Which helps, I guess, White Orchid Phantom, White Orchid Knight, I don't know what's the name actually, but...
Yeah, White Orchid Phantom.
Yeah, because I don't get to kill your lens 6 times.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it really, really worked out. You were able to get that 3-0. Now looking forward, I know it's hard to even come down from the excitement that is making it to the finals, because, I, for one, as a die-hard competitive Magic player, I'm trying to queue for this tournament every single time, and I'm still commentating. But then when you get to this spot where there's 8 players, I think every single player would just lock in a second place, because no matter what, that is going to get you that World Championship field. Would you have locked that in going into the event?
You can bet money on that I would have. Yeah, exactly, right? So you would lock that in, but now you have a different situation. You are already there, so that's behind you. Your World Championship slot, all the money you've already won. Now you have one more match here to be, the winner of the Magic Online Champion Showcase, where, people will remember the second place person because, they go to the World Championship. But you remember the person who wins a lot clearer. And you're going up against Tom White, who you lost in the finals of in that Vintage Cube draft. And Tom is on Affinity, the deck that you're metagamed against. How you feeling going into the finals? I mean, I played him round 1 on the Modern portion. And I was on the play, and it wasn't really close, I'd say. The second game was actually tougher, but eventually Emrakul gets there, I feel like, most of the times. I mean, I feel pretty good going through this final. I think my odds are good. I don't know. He's just an incredible player, so And also, I'm the one prepared, and he's the one that didn't really know what he was facing. But maybe after playing him one match, maybe he starts to understanding better what he has to do. I don't know.
Yeah, and it seems like to me, I mean, the number one thing you want to be doing against a deck with 4 Vexing Bobble when you have a bunch of zeros, win the die roll. That seems quite important, as even if you have all these bobbles, if your opponent does just go a bunch of 0 drops, and then you're on the draw and you play them, that can be a bit of a problem, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I'd say you should win the dice, even if you don't play the Vexing Bubble. That helps a lot.
Okay, all right, that's just good advice for everyone watching right now. If you want to be in your position, win some die rolls, make sure to metagame correctly, and play very, very well. That's a lot easier said than done, that's for sure. But you got yourself a match for $4,000 on the other side of this, so I wish you nothing but the best of luck, and hope you are the champion.
Yeah, thank you. Can I add something?
Yeah. Thank whoever we want to thank, any of that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I would like to thank guys at Team Vents, which I prepared for the Pro Tour and helped me navigating Vintage Cube and also validated my choice. And I also want to thank guys from my regional team, which is Team Trecani, which I founded, and the guys that helped me test the modern matchups a lot, especially Filippo and Franco. Those guys were very important for me to prepare for this event.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And Team Vent, number one, the greatest team name I think I've ever heard. And you just had a player, Miko, I want to say, was in the top 4 here at the Pro Tour in Atlanta. So, you saw that success and you're ready to replicate it yourself, huh?
Yeah, me and Miko worked very closely for that event. I ended up playing the exact same list as him, and it was a fun time. And I'm happy that it was my turn today to win something.
I absolutely love it. Well, Miko locked up his spot in the World Championship last weekend. You did it this time. Looks like Team Vents and the rest of your teams for the Regional Championship and the Pro Tour have kind of figured this out. So you're putting the world on notice, and good luck to you in the finals, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, Reid. Really awesome hearing from him. I love that you see your teammate have some kind of success. It feels like the fire was lit with him, and overall, just seemed like a really nice kid. That was a fun interview to do.
Yeah, I was really impressed. The humility shown through, the joy shown through, and just he seemed to be really, really happy to be playing and having success, which makes him an easy person to root for in my book.
Yeah, and the fact that, he what he said about, I tried a bunch of decks with Vexing Bobble in the main, that really resonated with me, because he doesn't seem like the player that's going to be hey, I'm decently good at this game. I'm going to just find a deck list that did well at the last Pro Tour, maybe something that looks positioned. He's no, he created it, So, I think that's an aspect that people are really going to look for with him as a teammate, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, you could see it on his player card, the volume of games that he gets in. I believe him that he tried a bunch of different shells of Vexing Bauble. In terms of the hard work, the dedication, and just sort of the problem-solving element of I know what I'm up against and I want to find the right way to attack it. Really smart and well-rounded in terms of tournament preparation, and a really scary player if you're his opponent.
Reid's just okay, let's see if we got any openings on TCG, Team TCG player here for these next Pro Tours.
Strong application, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Reid's just scouting here. That's the main reason why he is coming in to do these commentating events. But that is going to do it here for the modern portion. But just like Zampa was saying, we have one more match. It's $4,000 worth of a match of Magic, and that is no tiny stakes between these gamers. So before we go, let's talk about Magic Online's really cool events one more time, as just want to give a big shout out to them, and gonna give a shout out here to the Creator Game Show. I don't know if you've seen this, Reid, but it's pretty cool stuff. There's 8 creators, 1 winner. The next show is going to be next Saturday, October 18th, so make sure to tune in. There is always just a bunch of shenanigans going on. There's drawing contests, there's trivia, all kinds of things that we wouldn't normally see on a Magic show. There's not a lot of Magic playing, but it's really about the game show aspect of it. It looks like a lot of fun. I gotta try to get involved in one of these things and test my might here with trivia and those kind of things. So really cool stuff. Appreciate you, Magic Online and the Daybreak team. We're gonna take ourselves a very short match, but on the other side, it's the grand finals between Tom White and Zampa, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to coverage here one last time here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase here for season number 2. My name's Corey Baumiester. That's Reid Duke. We're going to be bringing you coverage here of this final round, the grand finals. These are going to be 2 world competitor players here for Worlds in 2026. Also going to be appearing at Pro Tour Richmond here at the start of the year in 2026. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Tom White and Zampa here. But let's take a look at these players one last time as we set up our grand finals. We got Tom White here on the left and we got Zampa on the right. Well, I was wondering when we were going to find who has played the most modern matches. That's 10,000 matches here for McWinsauce. He's been playing the game for 14 years, and the fact that you can play 10,000 matches of Magic and still maintain a 60% win percentage, that's elite category right here, and Tom White definitely deserves his spot. On the other side, Zampa here, only been playing for 3 years, and let me tell you, we might be looking at a future Reid Duke in the making here, someone who just came from the Magic Online streets at a young part of their career and is really capitalizing on it here as Zampa's played 4,000 matches, and like Reid was saying, that's a little over 1,300-ish matches a year, so no slouch when it comes to the format knowledge here. Reid, are you surprised by 10K matches with 60% win percentages at all?
Not just surprised, I'm in awe. I mean, both of the total number of matches is a huge number, and the win rate is super impressive. So, yeah, I mean, these guys have they're here for a reason. They've got impressive player cards to show off.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? So let's take a look at Thomas's deck list here. McWinsauce did Bring Izzet Affinity. Well, we saw a lot of Izzet Affinity in the first round, but none of them made it past the first round. But walk us through this deck, Reid.
Sure. So the idea with Affinity, of course, is to leverage artifacts, and specifically in order to facilitate the explosive openings, you need a high density of 0 mana artifacts. That means Memnite, sometimes Ornithopter, Tormod's Crypt, Mishra's Bauble, and the very best one, Mox Opal. In order to pay you off for these, Kappa Cannoneer and Thoughtcast are sort of the ubiquitous choices. Other players will use varying numbers of Thought Monitor, Cranial Plating, Weapons Manufacturing, and the like. And one of the most exciting cards is from Edge of Eternity's its Pinnacle Emissary, which kind of goes both ways, both a payoff card and an enabler to just flood the board with artifact creatures.
Yeah, no kidding. Edge of Eternity's, the poor Pinnacle Emissary gets really overshadowed by the Riddler, but let me tell you, Pinnacle Emissary is incredible. The thing that was the selling point for me for Pinnacle Emissary is just being able to warp it and then cast just Mox Opal, and that turns it on. That's really the next level thing for me that made this deck pretty viable to me. So let's take a look at Tom White's opponent. Well, we just saw a lot of this deck list because, well, Zampa's been dominating with it. It is a deck with 4 Vexing Bauble, and the other matches that we've seen so far, Reid, we were kind of thinking, yeah, Vexing Bauble looks okay. If you're on the play against Affinity, Vexing Bauble is insanely good, right?
Yeah, the whole Affinity deck is driven by 0 mana artifacts. So if Zampa gets to go first, plays a turn 1 Vexing Bauble, and then has like basically any functional draw to support that, he's going to be a huge favorite to win the game. Now, that's a fair number of ifs, including the die roll being very meaningful here. So don't count this as like a totally done deal or a hugely lopsided matchup, because Affinity is still very scary, and Tom White's going to get 1 or more games to be on the play. The good news, there's no board sweepers in the Eldrazi deck, so if you can explode out, your battlefield's going to stick, and you're not going to get the rug pulled out from under you. On the other hand, I don't know how scary the Brood Scale combo is compared to a traditional Eldrazi ramp deck. So there's a lot of very interesting and meaningful wrinkles compared to just your boilerplate Eldrazi versus Affinity matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup, something that we have not seen a lot of because, well, Affinity has kind of just got rejuvenated thanks to Shuhei Nakamura from the Pro Tour last weekend. And honestly, same with Brood-Scale. Brood-Scale was not really that big of part in the modern metagame until it had a good statistical weekend here at PT Atlanta. So this is looking very new to us as well, and I'm very excited to jump on in. It's our grand finals. It's the Magic Online Champion Showcase. Let's find ourselves a winner. Heading on into the feature match, and there we go. We get to see these players' beautiful faces here for the grand finale, and looks like Zampa is on the play with a very strong hand. The only wrinkle, Uggin's Labyrinth doesn't have something to exile, though, Reid.
Yeah, but that's the whole combo rolled up. Again, yeah, a lot of awkwardness actually there, Corey, because you have 2 lands in the combos, and if you can cast an infinitely sized Kozilek's command, you're probably winning the game. But you need something. You need a 3rd mana source. You don't even have the double colorless just yet. I mean, I guess you can take a turn to actually adapt the Basking Brood Scale, but there's a lot to think about in this opening hand, especially when you're dealing with this question of, hey, if I mulligan to 6 and I have a good hand with Vexing Bauble, I basically just win. So that's a lot of calculus for Zampa to do with his opening hand on the play.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? And, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. Infinite mana with a Kozilek's return, or Kozilek's command, it is just GG, right? Because no matter what, you will find a Fleshraker, and you will be able to keep it going. So you're right, the combo is all there, given a couple turns, playing a Basking Brood Scale on 2, and then turn 3, you do need a land. You can't just equip it and be like, all right, I win. You do need to have a Scion come into play and then leave play.
Meanwhile, Tom White, I think he's just sitting here going like, look, this is what I signed up for. This is the explosive Affinity hand I'm priced into keeping. But if my opponent is Vexing Bauble, I'm just not even going to get to play. So, I mean, maybe he'll make a different choice, but that's kind of the way I see it, where it's just like, look, Vexing Bauble or bust. That's what we came to do.
And on the bright side, though, Reid, you could warp Pinnacle Emissary, get your 3 0-drops countered, and turn them into Thopters at least. So.
Oh, that's a great thought. Yeah, I mean, maybe if Zampa keeps like a bad hand with Vexing Bauble, that could get there.
All right, Reid, the debate is going to be solved here immediately. Can you play Kappa with improvising a blue creature? We think not, but I mean, if you can, it's sure as hell going to happen right now. It looks like it's highlighted, but I don't think that means it can be cast. All right, you can't do it. You were right, Reid.
So, McWinsauce, he bobbled Zampa, and he like made a face, and he's like, wow, I know what card's coming up, and it was Vexing Bauble on turn 2, the 8th card down in the library.
Oh, so close to being busted, but yeah, we're so far away. And now, the blade is out there, the Brood Scale is out there, and McWinsauce has a sick turn. But all that being said, it doesn't really do anything at all to interact with the combo. So as far as I'm seeing, Reid, I think Tom White's going to be able to do a lot of stuff. And if we see a land on top here from the Brood Scale side, it's GG.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah, he can't get up to 3 mana. Well, he can't both get to 3 mana and have Stink into Stupor still in his hand.
Correct.
Which means he can't interact, so he's just going to put a bunch of stuff onto the battlefield, say go, and then, we know that Zampa has the win condition in hand. It's just the 3rd mana to actually get the combo rolling. That's the question.
Yes.
So, yeah, the best Tom White can do is just make a huge Kappa Cannoneer and try to put himself in a position to win next turn.
The problem I'm seeing here, Reid, is exactly that. Is there even a spot where Tom can win the game next turn? And I mean, if you can't win in 2 turns, you're done, right? Like, because you know, you don't need to top deck a land within 2 turns. You know, you could just go equip and then the next turn adapt to guarantee that Zampa has it in 2 turns, right?
Yeah. So you can sink into Steuer next turn once the Springleaf drum's on the battlefield. You also maybe can get something meaningful off the Emery. But he's playing the Springs.
That's surprising because I'm with you. Like, you can still, we still could have played Kappa this turn, leave Sink into Steuer in hand, and try to interact next turn. But as it stands, is the land there? It is. It's the worst land, but that is enough, right?
That's enough. Yeah, the old legend rule, like we talked about in a previous round. But he's going to get the ball rolling with Devoid. He's going to make tons of mana. He's going to Kozilek's Command to scry effectively his entire deck.
Yeah. Well, Reid, I mean, the number one thing that Zampa's got to be hyped about right now is that the legend rule has changed so that both Boseijus didn't get sacrificed there simultaneously, huh?
Yep, that's right. So you get your mana a little bit less painful than it might have been at certain points in the past.
So what I'm seeing here is you just will add enough mana here that you Kozilek's Command for basically your whole deck, and then make Scion. So you want to scry X, draw 1 card, draw Glaring Fleshraker, and we should be all good to go here, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, just going through the motions. Tom White saying, you know what, I want you to do it. We've come this far. Maybe you make a mistake. I mean, that's part of playing on Magic Online. You do need to make sure you keep up with the clock. You got to make sure you don't misclick. It's not a, hey, we'll let you take that back here. Magic Online is not forgiving in that regard.
That's right. Also, you know, it's not appropriate for Tom to concede because you have to have a win condition. You have to have a mana sink for the Basking Brood spell combo to be lethal in one shot. So yeah, just, you know, show me, just beat me. It's the grand finals of the championship. So
yeah, just make them have it. And what do you know? We had it here. Here is the Fleshraker. Now we're going to see the concession. And wow, a quick game going to Zampa. Is Zampa speedrunning this, Mox?
It looks like it. That was turn 3.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, you know, this deck used to be a little bit faster. I think Broodscale went through a lot of different iterations. It was a Mox Opal deck here not too long ago. But, you know, now it's just really shifting towards more of an Eldrazi deck, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, there were multiple different takes of Broodscale that showed up at the Pro Tour. Each one kind of like unique, only 1 or 2 players, but you can do Golgari Broodscale. That's a little bit more heavy on creatures, sometimes tapping into other combos like Yawgmoth. You could do Gruul.
Yeah, that was Benton, right? The person you beat in the finals of your Pro Tour win. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So he made basically 1 win outside of top 8 with Golgari Broodscale, and his deck was really teched out as well. So I think that the lesson is like there's a lot of room for creative deck building and skilled piloting within the Broodscale, because it's really just a 2-card combo. There's a lot you can do with the other 50, 52, 53 cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And Modern, just a really great format. Did you enjoy your time testing for the format for the Pro Tour?
I did, yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, I really did enjoy it as well, getting ready for that one. That was a really special Pro Tour, even with the limited format, maybe not immediately coming out like we're used to, was still a great format too. So a lot of stuff was really fun with that Pro Tour. Looking at the openers now, we have Mick Windsauce on the play. Now we got a little interaction though. How does this hand look to you? We might already be on a mulligan. I'm not 100%.
He is already on a mulligan to 6, and this hand is imperfect. It, you know, might be good enough to justify a keep rather than going down to 5 cards, but like he can't get that explosive turn 1. He can't even turn on Mox Opal on turn 1, so it's kind of just like hey, I've got a turn 2 Emery, I've got a Galvanic Blast, maybe we just go a little deeper into the game and things work out. But he's not getting that free win that you want with Affinity, with, you know, like he could have in game number 1 with the explosive Pinnacle Emissary Kappa Cannoneer start.
Yep, well said. One cool thing that you can do when you do have boots in your opener is turn 2. You can get Emery into play, equip the boots, and bring something back right away. So, you know, Tom White is valuing, by putting that Galvanic Blast back, valuing the Aether Spellbomb over and over more than Galvanic Discharge here. So that's definitely saying something, because the Aether Spellbomb loop is good, but it's not necessarily amazing, as the creatures are pretty cheap on the Eldrazi Brood-Scale side.
Maybe part of it is that if he didn't have the Spellbomb, he wouldn't be able to turn on the Mox Opal for red mana anyway.
Yeah, yep, that's very fair as well. So now we have a lot of good options here, Reid, huh?
Yeah, so this turn's going to be really, really nice for Thomas White. I was just having a look at, like, Zampa's hand seems a bit lackluster. Didn't have the Vexing Bauble, doesn't have the combo rolled up, doesn't even have a 2-mana land.
And I get Vex not trying to power mulligan to a Vexing Bauble on the draw. But yeah, that hand is rather weak, I would agree. There was a legitimate choice made here of, you know, getting that Emissary warped, playing out the Spellbomb instead of playing Emery first, and then giving yourself the option to equip the boot. So I don't think we needed to play that Aether Spellbomb first. We still could have afterwards, but you could have looked and been like, hey, do I want this to have haste to cast a Tormod's Crypt from the graveyard for free? Yeah, maybe not. Here's that Beseju on McWindsauce's draw step. And nice to do it in the draw step here. If there's any Surveil lands, for sure. I'm not sure if we do have a Surveil, but any other reason to do it draw step instead of upkeep?
Well, if you value sort of the concept of deck thinning, you give your opponent an extra opportunity to draw their basic island or their steam vents. Okay. So it's just a very, very kind of marginal attention to detail type decision.
Okay. Makes sense to me. There's an island that's picked up, and now we have Mox Opal online, Sink into Stupor at the ready, and I believe we do still have a warped Pinnacle Emissary that we have for options. So one option we could do is cast the one from Warp, play a Tormod's Crypt from the yard, or just cast the one from the graveyard, maybe play the land and leave up Aether Spellbomb.
Yep, you cannot warp from the graveyard. That's not a legal move. Warp is just a specific alternate cost you can play from your hand.
Yep. Yeah, same with, like, you know, trying to play a Regavan from the yard. You can't dash it, those type of things. It's just casting the front side of the spell.
Thomas could have equipped Pinnacle Emissary with the boots in order to get 4 additional damage, so really making a significant show of holding up the Aether Spellbomb to protect against the combo kill.
Yep, 100%. And now Pithing Needle comes down to stop Aether Spellbomb and kind of prevent any action. So, I mean, as far as I'm seeing here, Reid, a good old Basking Brood Scale off the top just ends this tournament.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a top deck, though, too. King Kappa, ready to go. And that'll have haste. So we could also cast Pinnacle Emissary from the yard and then try to improvise things. that is an option. Are you considering that? Oh, looks like so is Thomas. Four, five, six. You have to tap your drones, I guess. But you get one drone from the Pinnacle Emissary. So you get to attack with drone, Pinnacle Emissary, and King Kappa. That seems pretty good to me, but looks like we're not going for that line there, Reid.
So because of what we learned where you need to spend an actual mana to improvise out the Kappa, you can't play the 3 mana card and play the Kappa and equip the Kappa. So I think if you're just looking at, let's get the game over with as quickly as possible, that probably involves a hasted attack with Kappa Cannoneer. So even giving up on the value, somewhat okay. Oh, I love this. Sacrificing the Tormod's Crypt, not because you care about the opponent's graveyard, but just because you can get an extra trigger from the Kappa Cannoneer.
You got to keep that Emrakul Delirium count low, Reid.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there we go. Boom. Played around it, got rewarded. But all that being said, I don't think there is anything that can be done here. This Kappa, no matter what, is going to be unblockable. So as far as I'm seeing, we got ourselves game 3 on our way.
Yep, so regardless
Tom White looks just as shocked as we are. He's like, oh my god, and we get to go to game 3? This game's over.
Yeah, regardless of the draw, you can just do that Tormod's Crypt trick with Emery again, make the Kappa unblockable, and that's it.
That's going to be unblockable. 10 damage here from the King. King Kappa coming in, and now one more game to decide who our champion is here at the Magic Online Champion Showcase here in the grand finale. I wouldn't have it any other way, Reid. I don't know about you.
No, I'm glad we're getting a good match out of this.
All right, so now though we have the deck with 4 Vexing Bauble on the play. Do you think this changes kind of how we approach this? Are you power mulliganing to a Vexing Bauble here, Reid, or are you just trying to have a good opening hand?
So power mulligan's an interesting question because I like the way he mulliganed in game number 1, where it's just kind of like, be thoughtful about it, recognize the strength of Vexing Bauble being the best card you can have in your opening hand, but also, like, if you just have a great hand otherwise, you know, you have the luxury to keep that. Your deck's good, you have a combo that if you roll up on turn 3, like, that's probably good enough as well. So I would be, like, I'm keeping land, Vexing Bauble, and reasonable cards, or I'm keeping the very top range of my non-Vexing Bauble hands. That would be kind of my approach. But the hand that he kept in game 2 on the draw, I would throw that back if I see it again in game 3.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you as well there. And I got to talk to McWinsauce before this match, and I was like, how you feeling? And he was like, oh, I am in so much trouble. I am in so much trouble. He just kept saying that. So he understands that the matchup maybe is less than ideal. He's like, I need the die roll. I need it. And,
yeah, because remember...
Oh, boy.
Oh,
Reid.
wow.
That's the dream up top, right?
That is not just Vexing Bauble and 5 other cards. It's like Vexing Bauble and virtually perfect.
And McWinsauce is mulliganing down below, and his hand looks rather medium. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a mulligan to 5, too. Oh, boy.
Well, at least he doesn't have a lot of zeros.
You're a glass half full type of guy, huh? You know Tom's gonna top deck a good old Mox Opal or something, right? Oh, man. Okay, here we go. Final game. Zampa with, I mean, the dream. There's not much better this can could be outside of what we're seeing here. We're going to see Urza's Saga here on 1. The Vexing Bauble comes into play, and we'll see if there's any 0 drops. Called it. Wow.
Yeah, you did call that. That's crazy.
Did I say exactly Mox Opal too?
You did, yeah.
Oh,
and the ironic thing is, like, that would have been a good draw if not for the the bauble. It's like, best card.
It would have
in
been a
the
great
deck.
draw. Pinnacle Emissary into Opal, have mana. I guess you wouldn't have mana available on your opponent's turn, but, still. Okay, now we pass the turn here with Ugin's Labyrinth. Getting rid of that Devourer, and honestly, just making 2 constructs here while having the Vexing Bauble, which is very likely what Zompa's going to be doing, just looks really strong right now. Okay, Dismember. Decent.
It's always tough, though. You're dismembering a construct. It's like you're trading for 1/3 of an Urza's Saga.
Yep. Yeah,
in a game where you've already mulliganed to 5 and half your deck is shut off by Vexing Bauble, so it's a tough way to do it.
All right, maybe less than decent. You're right, because if you kill one of these constructs, Zompa's going to get a second one off the Saga, and then the 1 for 3 Reid's referring to getting whatever piece of whatever 0-drop or 1-drop off the Saga. So that really just does show how amazing Urza's Saga is. But okay, we at least countered that aspect. And now we have the Galvanic Blast to deal with the other one. And still 1 construct coming into play here. Hitting Needle on the stack. See what we want to name. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, does make good sense.
All right, Reid, what's the play here? Just a sad Warp Pinnacle Emissary, cast your 2 artifacts, and just shrug your way to your opponent's turn?
Yeah, that checks out, Corey. I don't think you can do much better than making some Thopters and letting the game develop in that way.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we don't even cast the Opal, but man, I don't know why people think this Mox Opal card is so good. All it does is make 1 drone,
Yeah.
Doesn't even add mana.
Fills your graveyard.
Okay, sorry. Helps with the delirium count. You know what? You're right. All right, there's Cavern on Eldrazi. Here is Thief of Existence.
Brutal.
So brutal. Attack for 3. McWinsauce has the Dismember, and now Thief, correct me if I'm wrong, when Thief dies, you do get to draw a card if you got to eat something, right? So that's not nothing.
Yep, not nothing. So maybe you can find... but the problem is, what are you looking for? You're set up. You could do a Kappa Cannoneer next turn, or a Thought Cast. Of course, is always a great way to start the turn in a spot like this.
I guess, do you have to play EE for 1 there so that if you top deck Kappa, you can actually do it? Because it just gets countered, right?
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
but on the other hand, he is going to play Pinnacle Emissary on a future turn, so maybe he's just a 1-mana artifact to make a drone could be useful.
Yeah. I'll give you all a hint for the viewers at home here. Whenever you see those 2 modes on Kozilek's command, things are not going well for you if you're playing against that opponent. The 2 modes that push you ahead. That is always really bad news bears. And, alright, here's Pinnacle Emissary. We might get a couple more drones. Here's a couple of drones attacking in, putting Zompa down to 16. Let's see what we can find here. Here's a Rumble off the top. See what we can find. Maybe the Blade is there. Okay, another Devourer. So, looks like 3 mana, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana, 6 mana to destroy a Pinnacle Emissary. Get in there for 3. Put Thomas White down to 3. He's got 1 more draw step. It's Pinnacle Emissary as 1 blocker. That's not going to be enough. No matter what, this construct is going to get through. And my goodness, it looks like
we got ourselves a champion here. And yeah, that is it. Zampa takes it down and just won the Magic Online Champion Showcase. Look at him, he's soaking it in. I'm not sure he can believe it yet. There was a little smirk there at the very end, and Reid, both you and I are just cheesing. I love, that's what it's all about. Seeing players that, just finally did it. That collapse moment of, hey, I just won a huge event like that. There's really nothing like it. It's kind of what we all dream about as an aspiring pro player. And speaking of someone who got to live it, you got to have that final handshake at your pro tour. How did those moments feel?
Well, it might be hard for someone watching at home to understand, but it's like it doesn't hit you right the moment that it ends, because you're
in the zone, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. You're in the zone, and you train yourself as a Magic player to tune out distractions, to not be daydreaming, to not be thinking about the results of the match. You're just there focused, trying your hardest to win. And then when it's over, you don't just snap your fingers and get into celebration mode. You're like, wow, like, where am I, And in the case of the Magic Online Championship, you look around, you're like, oh, I'm still at home. Nobody's here. What was this all a dream? Was I just playing video games?
Confetti,
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very bizarre feeling, but like basically anything in the huge range of like emotional responses that someone can have in that moment is not surprising to me. And I hope that Zampa will celebrate later today, right? Like, let it sink in and be like, holy cow, I did it. I'm the champion. I'm going to the World Championships. And I hope he gets to experience that joy. But right now, it's like just decompressing.
Yeah, I love what you said about like all the ranges make sense. We've been around the Pro Tours for years. I used to literally sit at my kitchen table, on dial-up internet after, Kenji just won a Pro Tour and pretend like I'm doing the same. That ages me, how old I am. But also we've seen so many people win Pro Tours. Ken, Yukihiro winning, breaking down, crying, being pumped. We've seen Shota starting to de-sideboard his deck, like, yeah, whatever, that's just another match. Sure, I won the Pro Tour when he won in Honolulu, but...
How about Matt Nass finished the Pro Tour earlier this year and he just collapsed onto the ground? He's like, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah. And, I literally just got chills as you said that, because that moment was so special. This moment is so special. Huge congratulations to our champion, Zampa. Let's put up our final bracket here to see exactly how Zampa got here. And Reid, walk us through it. These are the final records, and walk us through what we're seeing here.
Right, so let's remember that the Mox has a unique tournament structure. In a way, it's almost like two 3-round tournaments spliced together. Yeah. So our two finalists were the folks who 3-0'd their respective formats. That's great. They're both going to the World Championship. Congratulations. But all the other players, every single round, they're still playing for something, accumulating prizes as it goes. So, Jessy Samek, for example, 4-2 finish, 2-1 both formats, excellent performance, really good payday. Everyone else in the mix, ranging from 1 to 3 wins across 2 hard-fought formats, picking up what they can, and should just be thrilled to be here and to be notching wins against tough opponents at this world-class stage.
And I mean, even look at it, like you're saying, world-class stage. We see our kind of goats of the tournament. Yuuki at a very disappointing to himself, I imagine, 1-5 record. Nathan at a 3-3 record. It just shows how incredibly good some of these players are. Even though they're maybe not household names yet, they're definitely household names if you're paying attention to the Magic Online streaks, streets. I've played against all of them. I can safely say I've played against all of them, and I've had, questioning records against plenty of these players. So let's look at how much scratch these players actually won. Let's see how much cash they actually won. And woo, $15,000 up top here from Zampa. Thomas White with $9,000 here in second place. And then scaling all the way down to, hey, still getting $2,000 for Adam and Yuuki with those 1-5 records. It just really shows to prove that getting here alone is such a feat and a pretty good payday for doing so, Reid.
Absolutely. Yeah, really nice job, and congratulations to these well-deserved prizes, because remember, it's the Magic Online Championship Series. It's not just the rounds they played today. It's tournament after tournament, accumulating points, getting up on that leaderboard. So these competitors, like, they've been at it for months, and this is the culmination of a lot of hard work and a lot of winning.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially those players that qualified via the leaderboard. They not only had to just win a couple tournaments or top 8 one and then win one in the form of the qualifiers via the individual formats, they had to do a lot of top 8ing in all the events that gave points. So, you know, that is one of the tougher avenues for sure here. So let's bring this back to the booth. We're going to have an interview here with our champion here in a second. He's getting ready to go on the other side of this. But, you know, Reid, I just want to give a huge thank you for being a part of this with us. Your insight into not only the deck you played that Jessy was nice enough to play in this tournament, but just your insight into the testing process with the Pro Tour and giving us all your knowledge. I really appreciate it, man.
Well, I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, to have been here. So thank you, Corey, for doing it with me. Thanks to Daybreak for having me along. But Magic Online Championships is such a special event, has emotional weight for me personally, and I just love seeing, you know, these amazing competitors and eventually a well-deserving champion crowned. And hey, I hope this can be, like you outlined, Corey, like the start of a really meteoric career for Zampa, and I'll be excited to have been just a small part of the beginning stages if that proves to be the case.
So for 2026, Reid, you rolling up your sleeves? Are you getting back into the streets here? Are you qualifying for this one next year?
So I've given up on being like a leaderboard person when it comes to the mocks. I'm not going to be able to outgrind these players who are getting their 15,000 matches. Yeah, the Tom Whites of the world. They've got me covered on that element, but I still love to play the events when I can. Like the Opens are great events. I usually play my favorite formats when they come around, Vintage or Legacy, like those paths, and giving opportunities to qualify for the big stage through those niche formats that I love so much. So, you know, I'm out there. I'm playing when I can. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Would be great to see you here. And, you know, it is what it is, Reid. You know, you are one of, if not my major idol in Magic. So I'm sure that is the case for a lot of the people watching. So always nice to just recognize everything you do for the Magic community. You're a pillar of the community, whether it's how nice you are to all the fans that you interact with. I see it all the time at the Pro Tour, or just how you handle yourself within the matches themselves. So big props to you, man. I appreciate you. I know everybody else in the Magic world does as well, but I'm getting word that we got our champion on the other side. Let's hear some words from the king of the Magic Online Champion Showcase Season 2. Let's hear it. All right, I am here with our 2025 Magic Online Champion Showcase Season 2 winner, Zampa. You took it down, you did it. How you feeling?
I feel great. I do feel kind of all over the place, but it just feels awesome. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I don't blame you. I would be all over the place too if, number one, I just qualified for the World Championship, gathered a gigantic bag of money, and beat, you know, one of maybe our most established members here of the top 8 here, or of this tournament, McWin Sauce here, Tom White. So walk us through that finals. How did everything go?
Like game 1, I think it was kind of a weird keep. Or maybe it wasn't really. Like, I didn't have my vaccine bubble and it was on the play, so it felt kind of wrong to keep it. But at the same time, I had both this word and a lizard, and that deck can't really do much about those unless it was like spell bomb or stuff like that. So I just kept it. I needed to top deck the third land. I did top deck it, in fact, and I just won on the trip.
Gotta love it. I mean, Zampa, you metagamed for what you would expect. You got the metagame right. that got you to the finals, and you played against the matchup that you were expecting to play against and that you metagamed for, and you took it down. Like, was your team involved a lot in this? Is this going to be the team that you are playing and practicing with the World Championship, or did you kind of come up with this tech on your own?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of list I came up on my own, but like talking to other people, like is also it's always a good thing because they can just spot something that you're missing. Like I had like a couple of bad cards in the deck that just talking with people. It was nice that I got to cut them.
when you got 4 Vexing Baubles, that and you call the metagame right. I mean, you could have played a Vexing Bauble format, or you could have played a 4x Vexing Bauble deck, and then played against a bunch of Boros energy, and all of a sudden this would not look great. But you made the right call. It paid off for you. And you don't see that very often. So many people think going into one of these type of tournaments, like, hey, you metagame and you get it right. There's a lot of people that say, I have the best deck, and, well, maybe they're not always right, but it really seemed like you did nail it for this one. So, you know, big congratulations. And then looking forward to the World Championship, I know we just talked about this a little bit, but what's your plans for playing in that event, testing with a team, stuff like that? Have you decided that kind of stuff, or are you you're not even there yet?
Yeah, I'm not there yet, but I probably need to find a really good team to play with. So I guess this is an open invite for anyone who wants to reach out to me for that. Hey, just DM me.
This is the best stage to show off the fact that you know how to metagame correctly. So, hey, all those big teams out there, we got a new challenger here for this World Championship, that's for sure. So, before we kind of sign off for this tournament, who do you want to thank that helped you along your way to win this Magic Online Champion Showcase?
Yeah, I mean, I already thanked like all my teams and like friends that I played Magic with, but what I didn't get a chance to was thank like my family, which was very respectful of my time this week and my preparation, and also my girlfriend who put herself a step back this this past 10 days, and she really did support me very much. So I want to thank her.
That's awesome, man. You know, I mean, it really does. It's one of the things that maybe gets unnoticed is the people that really help you behind the scenes, that watch after the pets, you know, that take care of the house, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, they're big parts of the success. So, Zampa, huge congratulations. You are the champion here of the Magic Online Champion Showcase, season number 2. Here in 2025. So I want to thank you for taking it down, having this really innovative take. And I also just want to thank everybody at the Daybreak and Magic Online team for making this phenomenal event possible. It's the greatest online event that we have. Really tests players at the highest level. You know, getting to these tournaments alone is an accomplishment that not many players can do. I've been trying for years. One day, Zampa, I'm going to try to get on the streets here and try to actually compete with all of you fantastic Magic Online ringers, but that won't be today. So big thanks to everyone. Big thanks to the production team that made this possible. Huge thanks to Reid Duke and Kassis for being my best commentating partners here that I could ask for. And most importantly, thank you to all of you for watching the show. It would not be possible without you hanging around. So, all right, that's our champion, Zampa. I'm Corey Baumiester. We'll see you on the next one.